Prophecy of Two Worlds, a romantic fantasy audiobook written by Thora Ravencroft. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. The synopsis can be found in the video description. Chapter 1. The grand ballroom of Silverwood Academy sparkled with thousands of floating magical lights, but they did nothing to calm my racing heart. I tugged nervously at the sleeve of my midnight blue dress, trying to blend into the shadows near the refreshment table. Lethania, there you are. Stop hiding and come dance with us, my best friend Marina's voice cut through the festive music. She appeared beside me in a flash of emerald silk, her golden curls bouncing with excitement. I'm not hiding, I protested weakly, though we both knew it was a lie. I'm just observing. Observing what? The punch bowl? Or perhaps those handsome elven delegates who just arrived? Marina wiggled her eyebrows suggestively, making my stomach twist into an even tighter knot. Please don't remind me about the elves, I groaned, taking a sip of my drink to hide my discomfort. Oh, come on, they're gorgeous. Look at that tall one with the silver hair. I've never seen eyes that shade of violet before. They're also completely unapproachable and think humans are beneath them, I reminded her, though my gaze involuntarily drifted to the group of ethereal beings standing near the entrance. Their perfect posture and otherworldly grace made them look like living statues among the crowd of human students. That's not entirely true. I heard one of them actually smiled at Professor Thornhaven yesterday. Probably because she's the most powerful mage in the academy. Besides, you don't understand. I have to. I caught myself before revealing the impossible task I'd been assigned. How could I tell even my best friend that I had to kiss one of those untouchable creatures before midnight? It was madness. Have to what? Marina pressed, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. Nothing. Just nervous about the new year, I suppose. Nonsense. This is going to be the best New Year's Eve ball ever. Speaking of which, where's Kalis? Shouldn't your fiancé be here by now? The mention of Kalis made me wince. We're not exactly. I mean, things are complicated right now. Complicated? What happened? Last week you two seemed fine. Can we not talk about this right now? I pleaded, watching as another group of elves entered the ballroom. Their long robes seemed to shimmer with starlight, making my expensive dress feel suddenly inadequate. Fine, but you're not getting out of this conversation forever. Oh! Look who just walked in. I followed Marina's gaze to see a young elf who appeared different from the others. While still impossibly beautiful, there was something more approachable about him. His dark hair was shorter than typical elven fashion, and his expression seemed less severe than his companions. That's Dyenal, Marina whispered excitedly. He's supposed to be training to become a guardian of the Great Tree. Father says he's the most talented young elf in centuries. How do you know all this? Unlike some people, I actually pay attention to politics and diplomatic relations. Besides, he's been the talk of the academy since the elven delegation arrived. I watched as Dyenal moved through the crowd, noting how he seemed to maintain a careful distance from the human students while still appearing more relaxed than his peers. Perhaps. Stop staring, Marina nudged me. You look like you're planning something, and that always ends in disaster. I'm not planning anything, I lied, already calculating the chances of getting close enough to complete my task. The clock on the wall showed barely 2 hours until midnight. Right, and I'm a dragon in disguise. Come on, at least dance with me before you do whatever it is you're pretending not to be planning. As Marina dragged me onto the dance floor, I couldn't help but steal another glance at Dyenal. If I had to kiss an elf tonight, maybe he would be the least likely to turn me into a toad for my presumption. The music swelled around us, and I tried to lose myself in the familiar steps of the dance. But my mind kept returning to the impossible task ahead and the mysterious elf who might be my only chance at completing it. The dance ended, leaving me slightly breathless as Marina twirled me one final time. Through the crowd, I caught another glimpse of Dyenal, who was now engaged in what appeared to be a serious conversation with an older elf. I need some air, I announced, already moving toward the balcony doors. Want company? No, I just need a moment to clear my head. The cool night air hit my face as I stepped outside, and I immediately felt some of my tension ease. The full moon hung low and bright in the sky, casting everything in silvery light. I closed my eyes, remembering Professor Thornhaven's words from earlier today. A kiss from an elf before midnight, or you'll lose your magic completely. It's the price of breaking the ancient covenant. If only I hadn't been so careless with that forbidden spell last week. If only I'd listened when they warned us about the consequences of mixing human and elven magic. The view is quite different from your human structures. I nearly jumped out of my skin at the sound of the voice behind me. Turning around, I found myself face to face with Dyenal himself. Up close, his eyes were the color of storm clouds, and they held none of the contempt I'd come to expect from elves. I suppose it must seem rather primitive compared to your tree cities, I managed to say, proud that my voice remained steady. Different doesn't mean primitive. Just as your magic isn't lesser than ours, merely unique. Was he actually making conversation? With a human? That's not what most of your kind seem to think. I couldn't help but reply. Most of my kind haven't spent time studying human magical theory as I have. Your adaptability is fascinating. Is that why you're here? To study us. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Among other reasons, the alliance between our peoples is still new and fragile. Understanding each other better seems wise. And what have you learned about us so far? That you're surprisingly direct with your questions, he said, that almost smile growing slightly. The clock tower began to chime, making my heart race. Only 1 hour left until midnight. Sometimes being direct is necessary, I said, gathering every ounce of courage I possessed. For instance, I need to tell you something important. Oh! He turned to face me fully, and I noticed a faint shimmer in his dark hair, like starlight caught in silk. I'm about to do something incredibly presumptuous and probably offensive by elven standards. But I have no choice. My magic, my entire future depends on it. His expression shifted from mild curiosity to concern. What do you mean? I broke a magical covenant last week. The price is either my magic or... I took a deep breath or a kiss from an elf before midnight. Silence stretched between us, broken only by the distant sound of music from the ballroom. Dyenal's storm-gray eyes studied my face intently. You're serious, he said finally. Completely. And you seemed the least likely to turn me into a tree for asking. To my absolute shock, he laughed. It was a warm, rich sound that seemed to make the air around us vibrate with magic. Of all the humans here tonight, you're certainly the most interesting, he said, taking a step closer. Interesting isn't exactly what I was aiming for, I said, my heart thundering in my chest as he moved closer. And what were you aiming for? Survival, mostly. My magic is part of who I am. I can't lose it. The moonlight caught his features in a way that made him look almost human, despite his otherworldly beauty. His expression softened slightly. Which covenant did you break? The one about mixing human and elven magic. I was trying to heal a wounded bird, but the spell went wrong. He nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. The covenant of separate spheres. Ancient magic, that. And dangerous. I know that now, I said bitterly. I just couldn't bear to watch it suffer. Your compassion led you to break an ancient law? There was something new in his voice, curiosity, perhaps even admiration. When you put it that way, it sounds noble rather than foolish. Sometimes the line between nobility and foolishness is very thin indeed. The clock chimed again, making me jump. 45 minutes left. So, I ventured about that kiss. You realize there could be consequences beyond simply saving your magic? Worse consequences than losing my ability to perform magic forever? He stepped even closer, close enough that I could see flecks of silver in his storm-gray eyes. Perhaps not worse, but certainly complicated. I'm willing to risk it. Are you? His voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. You humans are always so quick to make decisions without considering all the implications. And you elves are always so quick to assume we're incapable of understanding those implications. To my surprise, he laughed again. You really are unlike any human I've met before. Is that a good thing? I haven't decided yet. His hand moved to my face, fingers barely touching my cheek. The contact sent shivers down my spine. But I find myself intrigued. The music from the ballroom changed to a slower melody, drifting out to where we stood in the moonlight. Inside, I could hear the sounds of laughter and celebration. 30 minutes until midnight, I whispered. So little time to make such a momentous decision. It's only a kiss, I said, though something in his expression made me wonder if I was missing something crucial. Nothing involving ancient magic is ever only anything Lethania. The sound of my name on his lips made my breath catch. You know my name? I make it a point to know interesting things. His thumb traced along my jawline. And you, little mage, are very interesting indeed. The clock chimed again, marking 15 minutes until midnight. The sound seemed to break whatever spell had fallen over us. If I agree to this, Dyenal said, his hand still resting against my cheek, you must understand that elven kisses carry power. They're not to be taken lightly. I'm not taking it lightly. I just don't have any other choice. There are always choices, Lethania. Sometimes we just don't like the options available to us. Then help me make a new option. Please. His eyes searched mine for what felt like an eternity. The sounds of the ball seemed to fade away until all I could hear was my own heartbeat and his steady breathing. Very well, he said finally. But remember, you asked for this. Before I could respond, he closed the distance between us. His lips brushed against mine, soft as a whisper at first, then with growing intensity. A surge of magic coursed through my body, making my skin tingle and my head spin. It felt nothing like kissing Kalis. This was wild and ancient, like touching lightning. When he pulled away, I swayed slightly, steadying myself against the balcony railing. My lips felt like they were buzzing with electricity. I couldn't find the right words. Indeed, he said, his voice rougher than before. Something flickered in his eyes. Concern? Regret? Before I could ask, he stepped back abruptly. Your magic should be safe now. The Covenant is satisfied. Thank you, I managed to say, still reeling from the kiss. I know this must have been uncomfortable for you. A strange expression crossed his face. Uncomfortable is not the word I would choose. What word would you choose? Instead of answering, he glanced toward the ballroom. Your friend is looking for you. Sure enough, I could hear Marina calling my name. Will you tell anyone? I asked quickly. About the Covenant, I mean? No, he said softly. But Lethania? Yes. Be more careful with ancient magic in the future. Not all consequences can be solved with a kiss. With that cryptic warning, he turned and disappeared back into the crowded ballroom, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and tingling lips. I touched my mouth gently, still feeling the echo of his kiss and the surge of magic it had brought. What I didn't know then was that this was only the beginning. That kiss, meant to save my magic, would change everything, my life, my future, and my heart, in ways I could never have imagined. Chapter 2. The morning after the New Year's ball, I woke with a splitting headache and the lingering sensation of magic buzzing through my veins. Sunlight streamed through my dormitory window, making me groan and pull the covers over my head. Rise and shine, Mrs. Elf. Marina's voice pierced through my cocoon of blankets, far too cheerful for this early hour. What are you talking about? I mumbled, peeking out from under the covers. Oh, don't play innocent. I saw you kissing that handsome elf on the balcony last night. The whole academy's talking about it. I sat up so quickly the room spun. What do you mean, the whole academy? Well, what did you expect? Humans and elves don't exactly kiss every day. And under a full moon, no less. How romantic. The events of last night came rushing back, the desperate need to save my magic, the conversation with Dyenal, that earth-shattering kiss. It wasn't romantic, I protested. It was just. A sharp knock at the door cut me off. Marina bounced over to answer it, revealing a stern-faced Professor Thornhaven. Miss Lethania, your presence is required in the headmaster's office. Immediately. My stomach dropped. Is something wrong? That remains to be seen, she replied cryptically. The elven delegation is waiting. I scrambled out of bed, still wearing my rumpled party dress from the night before. Marina shot me a concerned look as I hastily tried to smooth my tangled hair. Should I come with you? No, Miss Marina, Professor Thornhaven answered before I could. This is a private matter. The walk to the headmaster's office felt like marching to my execution. Professor Thornhaven's heels clicked ominously against the stone floors, each step making my anxiety grow. "Professor," I ventured, "what's this about?" "You performed ancient magic last night, whether you knew it or not. But the kiss was just to save my magic from the broken covenant." She stopped abruptly, turning to face me with an expression of mingled pity and exasperation. "Oh, my dear girl, is that what you thought? What else would it be? Did you notice any blood when you kissed him?" I touched my lip reflexively, remembering a slight sting. "Maybe? I thought I just bit my lip in nervousness." Professor Thornhaven closed her eyes briefly, as if praying for patience. "A kiss under the full moon, with an exchange of blood, is an ancient elven marriage ritual." The world seemed to tilt sideways. "I'm sorry, what?" "According to elven law, you and Dyenal are now married." "Married?" My voice echoed through the empty corridor. "That's impossible. I just needed to save my magic." "Which is precisely why I warned you about meddling with ancient magic," Professor Thornhaven said sharply. "Every action has consequences, especially during a full moon." We reached the heavy oak doors of the headmaster's office. I could hear voices inside, speaking in the musical language of the elves. "Wait." I grabbed Professor Thornhaven's arm. "Does Dyenal know? Did he know when he kissed me?" Her expression softened slightly. "That's part of what needs to be discussed." The doors swung open to reveal a scene that made my heart stop. Dyenal stood by the window, his face unreadable. Beside him was an older elf with similar features, his father, I assumed, whose expression could have frozen hellfire. The headmaster sat behind his desk, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "Ah, Miss Lethania," the headmaster said, relief evident in his voice. "Please join us." "She will not be joining anything," Dyenal's father said coldly. "This farce ends now." Lord Silvereth, Professor Thornhaven, stepped forward. "The bond is already formed. Ignoring it won't make it disappear. A human girl tricks my son into a sacred bond, and we're supposed to accept this?" "I didn't trick anyone," I protested. "I just needed silence." Lord Silvereth's voice cracked like thunder. "You have no idea what you've done, child. My son is destined to be a guardian of the great tree, a path that requires absolute purity and dedication. And now, because of your foolish human desires." "Father." Dyenal's quiet voice cut through his father's tirade. "She didn't know." "And you did?" Lord Silvereth turned on his son. "You knew exactly what would happen under a full moon, didn't you?" The room fell silent. I stared at Dyenal, who wouldn't meet my eyes. "You knew," I whispered. "You knew and you still—" "I tried to warn you about consequences," he said softly. "Warning me about consequences is not the same as telling me I'd end up married." "Enough." Lord Silvereth's voice boomed. "This marriage cannot stand. It goes against all our traditions, all our laws." "Actually," Professor Thornhaven interjected, "according to the ancient texts, it can only be dissolved if both parties agree. And, even then, only during the next full moon." My head was spinning. "Married. To an elf. For at least a month. Dyenal," his father's voice had turned dangerous, "you will tell this human that you wish to dissolve this bond immediately." Finally, Dyenal looked at me. His storm-gray eyes held something I couldn't quite read. Regret? Defiance? "No," he said quietly. "I will not." The silence that followed Dyenal's refusal was deafening. Lord Silvereth's face had gone completely white with rage. "You would choose this human over your sacred duties?" "I'm choosing to honor a bond one willingly entered," Dyenal replied, his voice steady. "Even if the circumstances were unexpected." "Unexpected?" I couldn't hold back anymore. "You knew exactly what would happen. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me if I had?" He turned those storm-gray eyes on me. "Would you have trusted an elf telling you about ancient marriage bonds when you were desperate to save your magic?" The words died in my throat because he was right. I wouldn't have believed him. "The fact remains," the headmaster interjected carefully, "that the bond exists. According to both human and elven law, it must be acknowledged." "Then acknowledge this," Lord Silvereth spat. "My son is to begin his guardian training in 3 days. He cannot do so while bound to a human wife. Actually, Professor Thornhaven spoke up again. There's nothing in the Guardian texts that specifically prohibits marriage. The requirement is for purity of purpose, not celibacy. You dare to interpret our sacred texts? I dare to state facts, Lord Silvereth. Facts that you know are true. Dyenal stepped forward, placing himself between his father and my professor. The bond is formed. I will not dissolve it at the next full moon. Then you forfeit your place as guardian. Perhaps. Dyenal's voice remained calm. Or perhaps this is exactly where I'm meant to be. You would throw away centuries of tradition for a human girl you barely know? I'm throwing away nothing. I'm honoring a sacred bond, one that you taught me was inviolable. I watched this exchange with growing confusion and a strange flutter in my chest. Why was he defending our accidental marriage? Dyenal, I said softly, you don't have to do this. We can wait for the next full moon and dissolve it. He turned to me, and something in his expression made my heart skip. Is that what you want? I don't know what I want. But I know I don't want to ruin your life. Perhaps, he said, taking a step toward me, you should let me decide what would ruin my life. Lord Silvereth stepped between us, his tall frame casting a shadow. You are both young and foolish. This infatuation will pass. Is that what you think this is, father? Infatuation? What else could it be? You've known this human for less than a day. Yet in that day, she's shown more courage and honesty than many I've known for centuries. Dyenal's voice had taken on an edge I hadn't heard before. She faced an impossible choice and took action, even knowing the risks to herself. The risks to herself? His father laughed bitterly. She had no idea of the true risks. Neither did I, when I first began my path to becoming a guardian, Dyenal countered. We make choices, father, and then we live with their consequences. The headmaster cleared his throat. Perhaps we should discuss the practical matters at hand. According to both our laws, you are now married. This means certain accommodations must be made. Accommodations? I asked, finding my voice again. Living arrangements, for one, Professor Thornhaven explained. Married students are typically given private quarters. This is absurd, Lord Silvereth muttered. My son cannot live with a human. Your son, I said, surprising myself with my boldness, seems capable of making his own decisions. Dyenal's eyes met mine, and for a moment I saw something that looked almost like pride in them. The quarters in the East Tower are available, the headmaster continued, as if there had been no interruption. They have separate bedrooms, if that would make everyone more comfortable. Nothing about this situation is comfortable, Lord Silvereth spat. Then he turned to his son. You have 3 days until guardian training begins. Make your choice. With that, he swept from the room, his robes billowing behind him. The silence he left behind was heavy with unspoken words and impossible choices. Well, Professor Thornhaven said briskly, shall we go look at your new quarters? Chapter 3. The East Tower quarters were beautiful, I had to admit. Sunlight streamed through tall, arched windows, illuminating a spacious common area with comfortable furniture and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. 2 bedroom doors faced each other across the room, their wood carved with intricate patterns. These will be your quarters until circumstances change, Professor Thornhaven said diplomatically. The wards are already set to recognize both of you. Dyenal stood by one of the windows, his profile outlined in golden light. He hadn't spoken since his father's dramatic exit. I'll leave you two to get settled, Professor Thornhaven said, heading for the door. Miss Lethania, your things will be brought up shortly. When the door closed behind her, the silence became almost tangible. You didn't have to do that, I said finally. Stand up to your father for me. I didn't do it for you. His voice was quiet but firm. I did it because it was right. Right? How is any of this right? You're throwing away your future because I was desperate and foolish. He turned to face me, those storm gray eyes intense. Is that what you think? That I'm some noble sacrifice to your mistake? Aren't you? You're supposed to be training as a guardian, not playing house with a human who accidentally married you. Do you really believe I would have kissed you if I wasn't willing to accept the consequences? But why? Why would you accept this? He crossed the room in 3 long strides, stopping just inches from me. Because sometimes what we think is our destiny isn't what fate has planned for us. That's very poetic, but it doesn't answer my question. No. His hand reached up to touch my cheek, just as it had during our first kiss. Then let me be clear. I knew exactly what would happen when I kissed you under the full moon. I chose to do it anyway. But why? Because in the moment you asked for my help, I saw something in you that made me question everything I thought I knew about humans. About destiny. About myself. Something in me? I stepped back, needing space to think clearly. You barely knew me. I knew enough. I saw how you treated others at the academy, humans and elves alike. I watched you help that first-year student with her spells last week, even though she kept failing. I noticed how you defended that elven merchant in the marketplace when humans tried to cheat him. You were watching me? A slight smile touched his lips. As I said before, I make it a point to know interesting things. So what? You decided to marry me based on a few random acts of kindness? I decided you were worth knowing better. The marriage was an unexpected opportunity. An opportunity for what? To challenge everything both our peoples believe about each other. To prove that humans and elves can be more than reluctant allies. A knock at the door interrupted us. Marina burst in, carrying the trunk of my belongings. Oh good, you haven't killed each other yet. She set down the trunk and looked around appreciatively. Nice rooms. Much better than our old dormitory. Marina, I started, but she was already exploring. 2 bedrooms? How proper. Though I suppose that's for the best, considering the circumstances. Oh, look at these bookshelves. Miss Marina. Dyenal's voice was polite but firm. Perhaps we could have a moment? Marina looked between us, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Of course. But Lethania, you're telling me everything later. Everything. After she left, the silence returned, heavy with unspoken words. Your friend is enthusiastic, Dyenal observed. She's been my best friend since we were children. She's probably the only person who's actually happy about this situation. And you? Are you only seeing this as a situation to be endured? The question caught me off guard. I don't know what I'm seeing. Everything's happening so fast. Then perhaps we should slow down, Dyenal suggested, moving to sit in one of the plush armchairs. Tell me what you're thinking. I paced the room, trying to organize my thoughts. I'm thinking that yesterday, I was just trying to save my magic. Now I'm married to an elf I barely know, living in new quarters, and your father looks at me like I'm something he scraped off his boot. My father looks at everyone that way. It's part of his charm. Despite myself, I laughed. Does the mighty guardian in training just make jokes? I make many things, including choices that might seem incomprehensible to others. Like choosing to stay married to a human? Like choosing to follow my instincts rather than centuries of tradition. I stopped pacing and faced him. What do your instincts tell you about me? They tell me you're different. That you see beyond the surface of things. He leaned forward in his chair. When you helped that elven merchant last week, you didn't do it because he was an elf or despite him being an elf. You did it because it was right. You really were watching me. I was assigned to observe human-elven interactions at the academy. You caught my attention. Is that why you agreed to kiss me? Because I was an interesting study subject. His expression hardened slightly. Do not mistake observation for objectivity. I kissed you because I wanted to. But why? You could have just told me about the marriage bond. We could have found another solution. Could we? What other solution would have satisfied both the covenant you broke and my growing fascination with you? His words made my heart skip. Fascination? Yes, fascination. With your courage, your determination, your complete disregard for what others think is proper or possible. You make it sound like I'm some kind of rebel, I said, sinking into the chair opposite him. I just do what feels right. Exactly. You act from your heart, not from centuries of prescribed tradition. Do you know how rare that is among my people? Is that why you're giving up your guardian training? Because you want to be more spontaneous? His expression grew serious. I'm not giving up anything. I'm choosing a different path, one that might be more important than guarding an ancient tree. More important? How? Think about it, Lethania. Our peoples have been separate for millennia, barely tolerating each other. What if there was a reason we were brought together like this? You think our accidental marriage has some greater purpose? I think nothing happens by accident when ancient magic is involved. He leaned forward, his eyes intense. You needed to save your magic. I needed to find a way to bridge our worlds. The full moon provided an opportunity for both. That's a very convenient way of looking at it. Is it? Consider this. In less than a day, we've already challenged more traditions than most dare to question in a lifetime. My father, the great traditionalist, is being forced to reconsider his beliefs. Your academy is adapting its rules to accommodate our union. Changes that might have taken centuries are happening in moments. I stared at him, seeing him in a new light. You're not just defying tradition. You're trying to change everything, aren't you? A slight smile curved his lips. Perhaps. But I can't do it alone. Will you help me? Help me change centuries of prejudice and tradition? Help me prove that humans and elves can be more than reluctant allies. That we can learn from each other, grow together, maybe even. He paused, his eyes meeting mine, love each other. My heart skipped a beat at the word love. That's a lot to ask of someone you just married by accident. Then let's start smaller. Help me understand your world, and I'll help you understand mine. Day by day, moment by moment. What do you say? Chapter 4. The news of my marriage to Dyenal spread through the academy like wildfire. By morning, everyone seemed to know, including my parents. Their response came in the form of a letter delivered by my father's personal hawk. Coming to academy immediately. Do not leave grounds. Father. I stared at the short message, my hands trembling. This is bad. Your father disapproves? Dyenal asked, looking up from a book he'd been reading. My father is Arcturus the Flame Wielder. He fought in the border wars against. I trailed off. Against my people, Dyenal finished quietly. I know of him. His fire magic is legendary. And now his daughter is married to an elf. Does his opinion matter so much to you? I sank onto the couch beside him. He's my father. Of course it matters. But it's not just that. He had plans for me. Plans? An arranged marriage to Kalis. Our families have been allies for generations. The marriage would have united two of the most powerful magical bloodlines in the human realm. Dyenal's expression darkened. And now those plans are ruined. My father doesn't handle ruined plans well, especially not when elves are involved. As if on cue, a thunderous knock echoed through our quarters. I jumped to my feet, recognizing the distinctive pattern. 3 sharp raps, a pause, then 2 more. My father's signature knock. Ready or not, I muttered, moving toward the door. Dyenal stood as well, positioning himself slightly behind me but within easy reach. The gesture wasn't lost on me, close enough to protect if needed, but letting me face my father on my own terms. I opened the door to find my father's imposing figure filling the doorframe, his ceremonial robe still smoking slightly from whatever rapid transportation spell he'd used to get here. His eyes, the same deep blue as mine, swept past me to fix on Dyenal. So, he said, his voice deceptively calm, this is the elf who stole my daughter. Father, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, Dyenal didn't steal me. We're married through ancient magic. Ancient magic? My father's laugh was harsh. You mean the foolish kiss you gave him under the full moon? Do you have any idea what you've done? More than you might think. Dyenal spoke for the first time, his voice calm. Your daughter acted to save her magic from a broken covenant. And you took advantage of her desperation. No, Father, I stepped between them. If anyone took advantage, it was me. I asked him for the kiss. I just didn't know about the marriage part. Didn't know? Fire flickered at my father's fingertips, a dangerous sign. How convenient for him. Lord Arcturus, Dyenal said, still maintaining his composure. I understand your anger. But perhaps we could discuss this without threatening magic. You dare to lecture me about threats? When you've trapped my daughter in an elven marriage. I've trapped no one. The bond can be dissolved at the next full moon if both parties agree. My father's eyes narrowed. Then agree to it. Now, that's not your decision to make, I said, surprising myself with my firmness. It's ours. Yours. The flames at his fingers grew brighter. You're barely more than a child. You know nothing about elves, about their politics, about what this means for our family. Then teach me, Dyenal said suddenly. Instead of condemning what you don't understand, help us understand it better. The flames at my father's hands flickered, then died. He stared at Dyenal as if seeing him properly for the first time. Teach you, my father said slowly. What could I possibly teach an elf about our ways? Everything, Dyenal replied. About your daughter, your family traditions, why this alliance with Kalis meant so much to you. Help me understand what I've disrupted, so I can try to make it right. My father's eyes narrowed. And what would you offer in return? Knowledge of my people. Our traditions, our magic, our ways of thinking. The truth behind why we've remained separate for so long. I watched in amazement as my father's posture shifted slightly. The warrior in him recognized a diplomatic opening when he saw one. You speak well for someone so young, he said carefully. I was trained as a diplomat before I began my guardian path, Dyenal explained. Though I suspect those skills will serve me better in this new role. And what role is that exactly? Being worthy of your daughter. The words hung in the air between them. I held my breath, watching my father's face for any sign of his reaction. You realize, he said finally, that if you hurt her, no amount of diplomatic training will save you. If I hurt her, I would deserve whatever punishment you deemed appropriate. My father studied him for a long moment, then turned to me. Is this what you want, Lethania? To be bound to him? I want to try, I said honestly. To understand what this could be. What we could be together. My father sighed heavily, running a hand through his graying hair. Your mother will want to meet him. Mother's here too? In the headmaster's office, probably terrorizing him with questions about elven marriage customs. Lady Rosalind is here? Dyenal asked, looking slightly alarmed for the first time. A ghost of a smile touched my father's lips. Afraid of my wife, are you? I've heard stories of her thoroughness in gathering information. Smart elf. My father's expression grew serious again. She'll want to know everything about you, your family, your intentions. And unlike me, she won't be satisfied with diplomatic answers. I understand, Dyenal said. I'm prepared to answer any questions she has. No, you're not, my father actually chuckled. No one is ever prepared for Rosalind's interrogations. But your willingness to try, it speaks well of you. He turned to me. We'll expect both of you for dinner tonight. Your mother will send the details. And Lethania. Yes, father. Next time you need to break a covenant, come to me first. There are usually simpler solutions than accidentally marrying an elf. With that, he turned and left, his robe still trailing wisps of smoke. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. That went better than expected. Indeed, Dyenal said, though he looked slightly pale. Though I suspect dinner with your mother will be the real test. Are you afraid? Terrified, he admitted with a small smile. But as I said before, you're worth it. Chapter 5. I should have known the relative peace wouldn't last. The news arrived during breakfast the next morning, delivered by a trembling first-year student. Lord Kalis demands your presence in the dueling courtyard, she squeaked, then fled before I could respond. Dyenal looked up from his morning tea. Kalis, your former fiancé? Yes. My appetite vanished instantly. This isn't good. Why would he want to meet in the dueling courtyard? Because he's going to challenge you. I pushed my plate away. It's the traditional response when someone interferes with a formal betrothal. Dyenal's face remained calm, but I saw his fingers tighten around his teacup. And what does this challenge typically involve? Magical combat. Usually until one party yields or... I couldn't finish the sentence. Or is unable to continue, he completed grimly. I see. You don't have to accept. The Academy has rules against unsanctioned duels. And if I refuse, then you'll be seen as a coward, and our marriage will be considered invalid under human law. Dyenal set down his cup carefully. So either I fight your former fiancé, or I lose you by default. There has to be another way. Is there? He stood, his height suddenly imposing. Your Kalis has chosen his battlefield well. He knows I can't refuse without sacrificing everything we're trying to build. He's not my Kalis, I protested. And he's one of the most powerful combat mages in the academy. You can't fight him. Can't I? There was something dangerous in his smile. Perhaps it's time to show him, and everyone else, that elves aren't as helpless as humans think. The dueling courtyard was already crowded when we arrived. Word had spread quickly, and it seemed half the academy had turned out to watch. I spotted Marina in the crowd, her face tight with worry. Kalis stood in the center of the courtyard, his dark blue robes rippling in the morning breeze. He looked exactly as I remembered, tall, handsome, with the confident bearing of someone who had never lost a duel. So, he called out as we approached, the elf decided to show up after all. The elf has a name, Dyenal replied calmly, and the courtesy to use yours, Lord Kalis. Courtesy? Kalis laughed harshly. Is that what you call stealing another man's betrothed? I stole nothing. The lady made her choice. Choice? Kalis's eyes flashed dangerously. You tricked her with your elven magic. If anyone was tricked, I stepped forward. It was both of us. Neither of us knew about the marriage bond. Stay out of this, Lethania, Kalis warned. This is between me and him. No, I said firmly. This is about me. About treating me like some prize to be won in combat. This is about honor, Kalis insisted. About tradition. Then let's honor tradition properly, Dyenal said, stepping into the dueling circle. What are your terms? Simple. We fight until one yields or falls. The winner claims the right to court Lethania. And if I refuse these terms, then you prove yourself a coward, and our laws will nullify your marriage. Dyenal's eyes met mine for a moment. I saw determination there, and something else, a fierce protectiveness that made my heart skip. I accept your terms, he said, turning back to Kalis. But I add one condition. You're in no position to make conditions, elf. Nevertheless, I make one. No killing blows. This is about honor, not vengeance. Kalis's lips curled into a sneer. Fine. No killing blows. Not that it matters. You won't last 5 minutes against me anyway. The crowd drew back, forming a wider circle around them. I felt Marina's hand slip into mine, squeezing tightly. Begin, someone shouted. Kalis struck first, launching a barrage of fire spells that would have made my father proud. The flames roared through the air, transforming into deadly serpents of fire that lunged at Dyenal from all directions. But Dyenal moved like water. He didn't dodge exactly. It was more like he flowed around the attacks, his movements graceful and precise. Not a single flame touched him. Stand and fight, coward. Kalis snarled, frustration evident in his voice. Is that what you think I'm doing? Dyenal's voice was calm. Cowardice? He raised his hand, and suddenly the air shimmered with a strange, silvery light. The remaining fire serpents dissolved into harmless sparks. Impossible, Kalis breathed. No one can dispel my fire magic that easily. Perhaps, Dyenal said, you should learn more about elven magic before challenging one of us to a duel. The silvery light grew stronger, forming intricate patterns in the air around them. I recognized them from my studies, ancient runes of protection and binding. What are you doing? Kalis demanded, throwing more spells that seemed to dissolve before reaching their target. Showing you the difference between human and elven magic, Dyenal replied. You fight with force. We fight with harmony. The silvery runes began to pulse with increasing brightness. Kalis threw spell after spell, but each one dissipated against Dyenal's magical barrier. Fight back. Kalis roared, his face contorted with fury. As you wish. Dyenal's voice remained steady as he wove his hands in an intricate pattern. The runes suddenly converged, forming a shimmering net that wrapped around Kalis before he could react. What is this? Kalis struggled against the magical bonds. Release me. Yield, Dyenal said simply. You cannot break elven binding magic with brute force. Never. Kalis's magic flared wildly, but the silvery net only grew stronger. Then you leave me no choice. Dyenal closed his eyes, and the runes began to glow with an intense white light. This is ancient elven magic. It will drain your power until you yield or fall unconscious. Your choice. I watched as Kalis continued to struggle, his face growing increasingly pale as his magic was slowly siphoned away. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he slumped in defeat. "I yield," he gasped. The silvery net dissolved instantly. Kalis fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Dyenal walked over and offered him a hand up. "You fought well, but perhaps now you understand that there is more to magic than raw power." Kalis ignored the offered hand, struggling to his feet alone. His eyes met mine, filled with a mixture of anger and resignation. "This isn't over," he said quietly, before turning and pushing his way through the stunned crowd. Chapter 6. The infirmary wing of Silverwood Academy stood as a testament to both magical and mundane healing arts, its ancient stone walls adorned with softly glowing crystals that pulsed in rhythm with the patient's heartbeats. The evening sun cast long shadows through the tall, arched windows, painting the white sheets with stripes of golden light. The air hummed with the gentle resonance of healing spells, their ethereal music mixing with the occasional whispers of passing healers. I sat beside Dyenal's bed, my fingers intertwined with his, watching the complex array of magical monitors that surrounded him like a constellation of worried stars. Each one told its own story of his condition, the blue sphere tracking his heartbeat, the golden disc measuring his magical reserves, and the silver ribbon that seemed to dance between us, marking something the healers couldn't quite explain. The duel with Kalis had taken a devastating toll on him. Bruises painted his alabaster skin in shades of purple and blue, spreading like watercolor across his chest and arms. But it was the invisible damage that concerned the healers most. His magical core had been severely depleted by the powerful binding spell he'd used to end the fight. Marina had taken up vigil with me, her usual cheerful demeanor subdued by concern. She'd brought tea from the kitchens, a special blend meant to calm nerves and restore energy, but it sat untouched on the bedside table, growing cold. "The healers say his vitals are stabilizing," she offered softly, trying to ease my obvious distress. "Elven physiology is remarkably resilient, especially when it comes to magical exhaustion." "He shouldn't have had to fight at all," I whispered, tracing the delicate silver runes that had appeared on his skin during the duel. They still glowed faintly, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. "This is my fault, Marina. If I hadn't been so reckless with that kiss, if I'd just found another way to complete that stupid task." "You couldn't have known about the marriage bond," Marina countered, moving to stand beside me. "And Kalis, well, you saw how he was. He would have found a reason to challenge Dyenal eventually. Your former fiancé has never been good at accepting when something isn't his to claim." The magical monitors flickered suddenly, their light intensifying as Dyenal's fingers twitched in mine. His eyes opened slowly, those striking violet irises that had first captured my attention at the New Year's ball now clouded with pain, but still holding a spark of his characteristic determination. "Are you two talking about me?" he asked, his voice weak but carrying a hint of his usual wry humor. "Because I distinctly remember someone promising not to worry herself sick if I survived the duel." "You shouldn't try to speak too much," I said, reaching for a crystal vial of healing potion on the bedside table. Healer Miriam was very specific about you needing rest. The potion glowed with a soft azure light as I helped him drink it, careful not to spill a single precious drop. These potions were rare and expensive, crafted specifically for elven physiology. The Academy had spared no expense in his treatment, though whether out of genuine concern or fear of diplomatic consequences, I wasn't sure. "The potion tingles," Dyenal observed, his voice already stronger. "Different from our elven remedies. More aggressive somehow." "Human magic tends to be that way," Marina commented from her position by the window. "We prefer direct solutions, while elven magic works more subtly." As if in response to her words, the silver runes on Dyenal's skin pulsed more brightly. I noticed with surprise that similar, fainter marks had begun appearing on my own hands where they touched his. The sight drew Healer Miriam's immediate attention as she entered the room, her emerald robe swishing softly against the stone floor. "Fascinating," she murmured, pulling out a crystalline instrument that hummed when she passed it over our joined hands. "The magical resonance between you is growing stronger by the hour. I've never seen anything quite like it. Is that normal?" I asked, watching as the runes seemed to dance across our skin, creating intricate patterns where our flesh met. Normal? The healer laughed softly. My dear, nothing about this situation is normal. A human-elven marriage bond hasn't occurred in over 500 years, and even then, it was never documented to manifest quite like this. She made several notes on a floating scroll, which shimmered with protective enchantments. Your magical signatures are harmonizing in ways that should be impossible. Human and elven magic have always been considered fundamentally incompatible, like oil and water. But here, she gestured to the monitors, which showed our magical auras intertwining in complex patterns. Here they're not just mixing, they're creating something entirely new. Is it dangerous? Marina asked, voicing the concern I couldn't bring myself to speak. That's what we're trying to determine, came a new voice from the doorway. Professor Blackthorn, the Academy's foremost expert on magical theory, stepped into the room. His usually immaculate robes were wrinkled, suggesting he'd been working through the night. The Council of Mages has been in emergency session since the duel ended. The gravity in his voice made my heart sink. I felt Dyenal's hand tighten around mine, and the runes flared brighter in response to our shared anxiety. Professor Blackthorn moved further into the room, his weathered face grave as he examined the magical monitors surrounding Dyenal's bed. The ancient mage pulled out a crystalline prism from his robes, holding it up to the light where it split the afternoon sun into a spectrum of magical frequencies. The council has been reviewing records dating back to the First Age, he explained, adjusting the prism to focus on the silvery runes that now decorated both our skin. We've found references to human-elven bonds, but nothing quite like this. The magical resonance between you is unprecedented. What exactly does that mean? Marina asked, moving closer to examine the dancing lights that emanated from the prism. It means, the professor said carefully, that their magical cores are not just connected, they're fundamentally altering each other. Human magic, with its raw power and direct approach, is merging with elven magic's subtle harmonies and natural attunement. The result is something entirely new. Healer Miriam stepped forward, her emerald robes rustling as she gestured to the monitors. Look at these readings. Their magical signatures are perfectly synchronized now, creating patterns we've never seen before. It's as if their very essence is being rewritten at a fundamental level. But is it harmful? I pressed, watching as the runes on our joined hands grew brighter with each passing moment. Are we in danger? That's the question that has the council most concerned, Professor Blackthorn admitted. This type of magical fusion has never been documented before. We don't know if it's stable or what the long-term effects might be. Dyenal struggled to sit up straighter, wincing slightly. In elven lore, there are stories of such bonds, rare instances where two souls became so perfectly aligned that their magic merged into something greater than the sum of its parts. But they're considered myths, legends from the Age of Wonders. Perhaps not just legends after all, the professor mused, making complex gestures with his hands that caused the prism to project a three-dimensional image of our intertwined magical signatures. Look at this pattern here. It's reminiscent of the ancient runes found in the first temple of the Great Tree. The projection showed our magic as two distinct streams, mine a fierce crimson, Dyenal's a serene silver, that twisted and merged into a new color that seemed to shift and change as we watched. Where the streams met, intricate patterns formed, each one more complex than the last. There's more we need to discuss, Professor Blackthorn said gravely, setting the prism down on a nearby table. The council has received reports from the Great Tree's guardians. They say the ancient heartwood is responding to your bond, something that hasn't happened since the Age of Wonders. The Great Tree itself? Dyenal's voice was filled with awe and concern. But that's impossible. It only responds to pure elven magic. Apparently not anymore, Healer Miriam interjected, adjusting several of the monitoring crystals. Your combined magical signature seems to be creating ripples throughout both human and elven magical networks. The Academy's wards have been fluctuating since your duel with Kalis, and reports are coming in from other magical institutions experiencing similar phenomena. I felt a weight settling in my chest. Are we causing harm? Should we try to suppress this, whatever it is? That's precisely what we need to determine, Professor Blackthorne replied, pulling out an ancient tome bound in shimmering leaves. According to these records, there was one other case of a human-elven bond that affected the Great Tree. It happened during the First Age, when the barriers between our peoples were less rigid. What happened to them? Marina asked, leaning forward with intense curiosity. The records are incomplete, the professor admitted, turning weathered pages carefully. But there are references to them becoming something different. Neither fully human nor fully elven, but a bridge between both worlds. They were called the Harmony Bearers. Dyenal's grip on my hand tightened. The Harmony Bearers? But they're considered myths, stories told to elflings about the perfect union of magic. Perhaps, Healer Miriam said thoughtfully, it's time we reconsidered what we think we know about the limitations of magic. Your bond is proving that the impossible might just be possible after all. The room fell silent as we all contemplated the implications. Through our joined hands, I could feel Dyenal's pulse synchronizing with mine, the runes on our skin creating intricate patterns that seemed to tell a story of their own. Whatever was happening between us was beyond anything recorded in the Academy's histories, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were standing on the brink of something monumental. The Council will want to study this further, Professor Blackthorne finally said. But for now, rest and recovery are paramount. We'll need both of you at full strength for what's to come. Chapter 7. The days following the duel brought subtle changes to Silverwood Academy. Whispers followed me through the corridors, and even the professor seemed unsure how to treat the human girl who had inadvertently married an elf and caused such upheaval. But none of that mattered as much as my daily visits to the infirmary, where Dyenal was slowly recovering his strength. Today, the morning sun streamed through the tall windows, casting rainbow patterns through the healing crystals that still surrounded his bed. The magical monitors had been reduced to just two, one tracking his core energy levels, which had finally stabilized, and another monitoring the strange resonance between our magical signatures that continued to fascinate the healers. You look better, I said softly, taking my usual seat beside his bed. The silver runes that had marked our skin since the duel immediately began to glow, responding to our proximity. The bruises are almost gone. Dyenal's violet eyes met mine, and I was relieved to see they had regained much of their usual intensity. Elven healing has its advantages, he replied, attempting to sit up straighter. Though I must admit, human healing potions are remarkably effective, if somewhat aggressive in their methods. I'm so sorry, I blurted out, the words I'd been holding back for days finally spilling forth. This is all my fault. That stupid kiss under the moon, the marriage bond, the duel with Kalis, none of this would have happened if I hadn't been so reckless. Lethania, he said my name with a gentleness that made my heart ache. You need to stop apologizing. Yes, your actions were impulsive, but they've led us down a path that perhaps was meant to be. The runes on our skin pulsed brighter as he reached for my hand, and I felt that now familiar surge of warmth where our magic connected. But you were hurt because of me, I insisted, fighting back tears. Kalis nearly. Kalis made his own choices, Dyenal interrupted firmly. And I made mine. The duel was inevitable, not because of you, but because of his pride and his inability to accept change. There's something else I need to tell you, Dyenal said, his expression growing serious. The Council of Elders has sent a message. They're concerned about our bond's effect on the Great Tree. I felt my heart sink. The Great Tree was the most sacred symbol of elven magic, the source of their connection to nature itself. What kind of effects? According to the message, the tree's heartwood is responding to our combined magical signature. The Guardians report that new branches are sprouting, bearing leaves with patterns that match the runes on our skin. He traced one of the glowing marks on my wrist as he spoke. This hasn't happened since the Age of Wonders. Is that bad? I asked hesitantly, watching as the runes seemed to pulse in response to his touch. They're not sure. The elders are divided. Some see it as a sign of blessing from the ancient powers, while others. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Others fear it could destabilize the balance of magic itself. Marina, who had been quietly arranging fresh flowers by the window, turned to face us. But isn't change sometimes necessary? The separation between human and elven magic has always seemed artificial to me. Maybe your bond is meant to bridge that gap. That's what worries them, Dyenal explained. For millennia, our peoples have maintained separate magical traditions for a reason. Human magic draws power directly from the wielder's life force, while elven magic channels the natural energies of the world. They were never meant to combine. Yet here we are, I said softly, watching as our joined hands created new patterns of light between us, breaking all the rules without even trying. The Academy's archives mention something similar, Marina added, pulling out a worn journal from her bag. I've been researching since the duel. There are references to beings called the Harmony Bearers, humans and elves whose magic merged completely. They were said to possess abilities beyond either race alone. A soft knock at the door interrupted our conversation. Healer Miriam entered, followed by an elderly elf whose silver robes marked him as a member of the Council of Elders. His presence made the air in the room feel suddenly charged with tension. Elder Sylvanus. Dyenal attempted to rise, but the elder waved him back down with a gentle gesture. Be at peace, young one, Elder Sylvanus said, his ancient eyes studying the runes that decorated our skin. I've come to see this remarkable bond for myself. The elder pulled out a crystal staff that hummed with centuries of stored magical energy. As he moved it over us, the runes on our skin began to dance and shift, creating intricate patterns I'd never seen before. Fascinating, he murmured, his eyes widening slightly. The resonance is even stronger than reported. Tell me, child, he turned to me, what do you feel when you touch him? I hesitated, trying to find words to describe the indescribable. It's like finding a piece of myself I never knew was missing. When our magic connects, it feels both familiar and entirely new. And you? He turned to Dyenal. How does her human magic affect your connection to the great tree? It's enhanced it, Dyenal replied, surprising everyone in the room. I can sense the tree's presence more clearly than ever before, but differently. It's as if seeing it through new eyes, understanding it in ways I never could before. Elder Sylvanus nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. The great tree has begun sprouting new branches for the first time in millennia. The leaves bear patterns that match your runes exactly. Some see it as an omen of doom, but He paused, a slight smile touching his ancient features. I remember the old stories, the ones about the Harmony Bearers. Then you believe the legends are true? Marina asked eagerly. I believe, the elder said carefully, that magic has its own wisdom, one that often surpasses our understanding. Perhaps this bond between you is not a mistake to be corrected, but a gift to be understood. Elder Sylvanus raised his crystal staff once more, and the air around us shimmered with ancient magic. There is something else you should know, he said gravely. The council has received reports from the far borders. The darkness we've been fighting for centuries, it's stirring again. The room grew suddenly cold despite the morning sunlight. Even Marina, usually unflappable, drew in a sharp breath. What does that have to do with us? I asked, though deep down, I already suspected the answer. The great tree's response to your bond. It's not just about new growth, the elder explained, his ancient eyes filled with concern. The patterns in the leaves, they're forming ancient battle runes. Runes we haven't seen since the last great war against the darkness. Dyenal's grip on my hand tightened. The tree is preparing for war? Perhaps Elder Sylvanus nodded slowly. Or perhaps it's preparing you. The Harmony Bearers of old were not just bridges between our peoples. They were warriors, guardians who could wield both human and elven magic in ways that made them uniquely powerful against the darkness. Healer Miriam stepped forward, her emerald robes rustling. But they're not ready. Dyenal is still recovering, and they've barely begun to understand their combined powers. Time is not always a luxury we can afford, the elder replied softly. The darkness gathers strength faster than we anticipated. The ancient barriers that have held it at bay for centuries are weakening. I felt a weight settling in my chest, heavy with responsibility and fear. What exactly are you asking of us? For now, nothing but this. Learn. Grow stronger. Understand what your bond truly means. Elder Sylvanus placed a hand on each of our shoulders, and I felt a surge of ancient magic flow through us. The path of the Harmony Bearers was never an easy one, but it was always chosen by those whose hearts were ready for its challenges. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the infirmary floor as we absorbed Elder Sylvanus's words. Marina had moved closer, her usually cheerful face now serious as she consulted her research notes. "The darkness hasn't been seen since the Great War," she said, flipping through ancient texts. "The histories say it was pushed back by combined human and elven magic, but the details are vague, almost as if someone wanted to erase the true story." Elder Sylvanus finished for her. "Yes, young scholar. Much of our shared history was deliberately obscured after the war. The Harmony Bearers were written off as myths, and our peoples drifted apart." Dyenal shifted in his bed, the magical monitors pulsing in response to his movement. But why? If their power was so crucial in defeating the darkness, why hide their existence? "Fear," the elder replied simply. "Fear of change, fear of what might happen if humans and elves truly united their magic again. The combined power was deemed too dangerous to risk." I felt a chill run down my spine as the runes on our skin flared brighter. "And now? What happens when people realize what we are?" "That," Healer Miriam interjected, "is why we need to proceed carefully. Your bond must be strengthened gradually, under controlled conditions. We can't risk a repeat of what happened during the duel." "The duel?" Elder Sylvanus mused, studying the magical monitors. "Tell me exactly what you felt when your powers combined." "It was like nothing I've ever experienced," Dyenal said softly. "My elven magic, which usually flows like a gentle stream, suddenly became a torrent. And Lethania's human magic. It felt wild," I added, remembering the surge of power. "Raw and untamed, but also purposeful, like it knew exactly what we needed to do." The elder nodded gravely. "The first signs of true harmony. But you'll need training to control it properly. I'll speak with the council about assigning special tutors, ones who remember the old ways." Chapter 8. The crisp winter morning found Dyenal and me walking through Silverwood Academy's frost-covered gardens. After a week of recovery in the infirmary, the healers had finally declared him well enough for short walks, though the magical monitors still tracked his vitals through a delicate crystal pendant around his neck. "Everything looks different from down here," Dyenal observed, his violet eyes taking in the ice-covered branches above us. "When I first arrived at the academy, I spent most of my time in the treetops, as is our custom." I smiled, watching our breath form clouds in the cold air. "And now you're stuck walking around with a human who can barely climb a ladder." "Not stuck," he corrected gently, the runes on our skin glowing faintly as he took my hand. "Learning. Your perspective on the world is refreshing." We paused near a frozen fountain, its waters suspended mid-cascade in crystalline beauty. Students hurried past us, some casting curious glances our way. News of our bond had spread throughout the academy, and while the initial shock had worn off, we still drew attention wherever we went. "I was thinking," I said, trying to ignore the whispers around us, "maybe you could teach me about elven customs? If we're going to be whatever we are, I should probably understand your culture better." Dyenal's expression brightened. "I'd like that. And perhaps you could show me more of human traditions? Starting with—" He gestured to the frozen lake beyond the gardens, where students were gliding across the ice, that fascinating activity everyone seems to enjoy. "Ice skating?" I laughed. "You've never been skating?" "Elves prefer to stay in the trees," he admitted with a slight smile. "The ground is complicated enough without adding ice to the equation. Here, like this," I demonstrated, carefully lacing up the ice skates I'd borrowed from Marina for Dyenal. "They need to be tight enough to support your ankles, but not so tight they cut off circulation." Dyenal watched with fascination as I worked, his natural elven grace seemingly at odds with the clunky human footwear. "These seem precarious," he observed, touching the blade experimentally. "That's why we start with the basics," I assured him, finishing with the laces. "And I promise not to let you fall." As we made our way to the lake's edge, I couldn't help but notice how the other students stopped to watch. The The sight of an elf attempting ice skating was apparently novel enough to draw quite an audience. "Remember what I told you," I said softly, helping him onto the ice while our hands glowed with the now familiar runes. "Keep your knees slightly bent and let your weight center." Dyenal took his first tentative slide forward, and despite his usual grace, he wobbled precariously. His hand tightened on mine, and suddenly our magic flared, not dramatically like during the duel, but in a gentle, supportive way. The runes on our skin created a pattern I hadn't seen before, one that seemed to flow like water. "That's interesting," he said, finding his balance as our magic stabilized. "It's as if our bond is helping me understand the ice through your experience." "Really?" I asked, fascinated. "What does it feel like?" Like seeing the ice through two sets of eyes at once. "I can feel how you move on it, how you understand its nature." His movements became more confident as he spoke, though he didn't release my hand. Marina, who had been watching from the bank, called out excitedly, "The runes. They're making patterns like frozen fractals." The afternoon sun cast golden light across the ice as more students gathered to watch the unusual sight of an elf learning to skate. To everyone's surprise, Dyenal was becoming more graceful with each passing minute, our joined magic helping him adapt to this unfamiliar human activity. "You're a natural," I said encouragingly as he successfully completed a turn. The runes on our hands pulsed with a steady rhythm now, creating those fascinating frozen patterns Marina had noticed. "It's not just me," he replied softly. "Our magic. It's teaching me. I can feel your memories of skating, your understanding of ice and balance. It's remarkable." Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the winter air. "Well, isn't this touching?" Kalis stood at the edge of the lake, his dark robes a stark contrast against the snow. Though he had been forbidden from using magic against us after the duel, his presence still made my heart race with anxiety. Dyenal's grip on my hand tightened protectively, the runes flaring brighter in response. "Kalis," he acknowledged calmly, though I could feel tension in his stance. "Teaching an elf to ice skate?" Kalis sneered. "How quaint. Though I suppose if you're going to play at being human, you might as well embrace all their primitive pastimes." Before either of us could respond, Marina stepped between us, her usually cheerful face stern. "That's enough, Kalis." The council made their ruling. "Leave them be." The air crackled with tension as Kalis considered his options. Finally, he turned away with a dismissive wave. "Enjoy your little skating lesson. But remember, some boundaries exist for a reason." As Kalis's dark figure retreated, I felt Dyenal's tension slowly ease. The runes on our joined hands gradually returned to their normal gentle glow. "Don't let him ruin this," Marina said firmly, her breath creating small clouds in the cold air. "You two are doing something remarkable here. The way your magic adapts to help you learn from each other, it's exactly what Elder Sylvanus was talking about." Dyenal nodded thoughtfully, his movements on the ice now surprisingly fluid. "The old stories speak of harmony bearers learning to see the world through each other's eyes. I never truly understood what that meant until now." "What do you mean?" I asked, curious. "When we skate together," he explained, guiding us in a graceful arc across the ice, "I'm not just copying your movements. I can feel your understanding of the ice, your memories of learning to balance, even your joy in the motion. It's as if your experiences are becoming part of me." The runes shifted again, creating new patterns that reminded me of flowing water beneath ice. Other students had resumed their skating, though many still watched us with undisguised interest. "Could you teach me something elven in return?" I asked, suddenly eager to explore this aspect of our bond further. "Something that would normally be impossible for humans to learn?" A smile touched Dyenal's lips, making his violet eyes sparkle. "There is one thing, a form of tree walking that all elflings learn. It requires a deep connection to natural magic, something humans typically can't access. But with our bond, you think I could learn it?" "There's only one way to find out," he replied, his expression both excited and determined. "Though perhaps we should master ice skating first." As the afternoon light began to fade, Marina helped us remove our skates while other students gradually left the lake. The magical pendant around Dyenal's neck still pulsed steadily, indicating his recovery was progressing well. So, about this tree walking, I said eagerly, pulling on my regular boots. How does it work? Dyenal's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. It's more than just climbing. We connect with the tree's natural magic, becoming almost weightless as we move through its branches. The tree itself helps guide our movements. That sounds impossible, I admitted, though the runes on our skin sparked with interest at his words. No more impossible than an elf ice skating, Marina pointed out, her scholar's mind clearly intrigued. Your bond seems to be breaking all sorts of traditional magical barriers. I'd love to document your progress if you try it. Dyenal stood, brushing frost from his clothes. We should start with something small. Perhaps that young oak near the library? Its magic is particularly welcoming to beginners. As we walked toward the suggested tree, I noticed Kalis watching us from a distance, his dark figure barely visible in the gathering dusk. But for once, his presence didn't fill me with anxiety. Something had changed during our skating lesson, a growing confidence in our bond and its possibilities. You know, Dyenal said softly as we approached the oak, in elven culture, teaching someone tree walking is considered a deeply personal act. It's usually reserved for family members or... He paused, a slight blush coloring his cheeks, life partners. The runes on our skin created a new pattern, one that looked like intertwining branches. Perhaps our magic already understood what we were only beginning to accept, that our accidental bond was becoming something far more meaningful. The young oak tree stood before us, its bare winter branches reaching toward the darkening sky. Marina had positioned herself nearby with her notebook ready, eager to document whatever happened next. First, Dyenal explained, placing his hand against the trunk, you need to feel the tree's natural magic. Close your eyes and place your hand next to mine. I did as instructed, the runes on our skin creating that branching pattern again as our hands rested side by side on the rough bark. At first, I felt nothing but cold wood beneath my fingers. Now, his voice was soft, almost melodic. Let our bond guide you. Just as you shared your understanding of ice with me, I'll share my connection to the tree with you. Suddenly, I felt it, a gentle pulse of life flowing beneath the bark, like a heartbeat so slow and steady it was almost imperceptible to human senses. The runes on our skin began to glow brighter, and through our bond, I could feel what Dyenal felt, the complex network of energy flowing through the tree from roots to crown. That's amazing, I whispered, afraid to break the connection. I can feel it breathing. The tree recognizes you now, Dyenal said, his voice filled with wonder. It's accepting your presence in a way I've never seen a tree respond to a human before. Try moving your hand up the trunk, following the flow of energy. As I slid my hand upward, I felt something extraordinary. The tree's magic seemed to reach out to me, creating invisible pathways of energy that could support my weight. Marina gasped audibly, scribbling frantically in her notebook. The runes, she exclaimed. They're spreading to the tree itself. Sure enough, faint silvery patterns were appearing in the bark where our hands had touched, matching the designs on our skin. Our magic wasn't just letting me sense the tree, it was creating a bridge between human and elven ways of interacting with nature itself. The sun had almost completely set now, casting long shadows across the academy grounds. The silvery runes in the oak's bark seemed to glow softly in the gathering darkness, creating an ethereal atmosphere around us. I think that's enough for today, Dyenal said gently, noticing my slight fatigue from maintaining the magical connection. Tree walking takes considerable energy when you're first learning. Marina closed her notebook, her eyes shining with excitement. This is extraordinary. The way your combined magic creates a physical manifestation in the tree itself, it's unprecedented. As we stepped back from the oak, I noticed the rune pattern slowly fading from its bark, though a faint silvery sheen remained. Will those marks stay there? They should fade completely by morning, Dyenal assured me, though he looked thoughtful. Though I've never seen a tree marked quite like this before. Our bond seems to be creating its own unique form of magic. Elder Sylvanus will want to hear about this, Marina said, carefully storing her notes. The way you're able to share magical understanding through your bond, it could change everything we know about human-elven magical interactions. I was about to respond when a sharp pain shot through my head, making me stumble. Dyenal caught me immediately, our runes flaring bright in response to the contact. "What's wrong?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. "Just dizzy," I managed, though the world seemed to be spinning slightly. "Maybe we're right about the energy drain. We should get you inside," Marina suggested, already gathering our things. The temperature's dropping anyway. As Dyenal helped me walk back toward the academy buildings, I caught one last glimpse of the oak tree. In the fading light, the silvery remnants of our magic seemed to pulse gently, like a heartbeat echoing our own. After reviewing the story structure, I think Chapter 8 needs one more part to properly conclude while maintaining narrative quality and reader engagement. Here's Part 8. Back in the warmth of the Academy's common room, Marina prepared hot tea while Dyenal and I sat near the fireplace. The magical pendant around his neck pulsed steadily, indicating that despite our afternoon's activities, his recovery hadn't been compromised. "How are you feeling now?" he asked softly, the runes on our skin creating gentle patterns in the firelight. "Better," I replied, sipping the spiced tea Marina had brought. "Though I still can't quite believe what happened with the tree. Do you think we could try again tomorrow?" A smile touched his lips. "Eager to continue, despite the dizziness?" "You're more like an elfling than you know. We tend to push ourselves too hard when learning new magic too." Marina, who had been reviewing her notes, looked up excitedly. According to the old texts, the harmony bearers could eventually share any magical ability between them. "What you did today might just be the beginning." "The beginning," I repeated thoughtfully, watching the fire dance. "It's strange. A week ago, I was terrified of what this bond meant. Now, Dyenal prompted gently when I trailed off. "Now I'm starting to think it might be the most amazing thing that's ever happened to me," I admitted, feeling the runes on our skin pulse warmly in response to my words. The fire crackled softly as we sat in comfortable silence, each lost in our own thoughts about the day's discoveries. Outside, snow had begun to fall, and through the window, I could see the oak tree standing tall in the darkness, still bearing the faintest trace of our combined magic. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new lessons, and undoubtedly more disapproving looks from Kalis and others who feared what our bond represented. But for now, sitting here in the warmth with Dyenal and Marina, I felt something I hadn't expected, hope and a growing certainty that whatever path lay ahead, we would face it together. Chapter 9. The morning sun painted Silverleaf City in shades of gold as Dyenal and I made our way through the bustling streets. After 2 weeks of recovery and magical training at the academy, Elder Sylvanus had finally given us permission to venture into the human city, though the crystal pendant still hung around Dyenal's neck, monitoring his condition. "It's so vertical," Dyenal observed, his violet eyes wide as he took in the towering stone buildings. "Humans seem determined to reach the sky without using trees." I couldn't help but smile at his wonder. "Wait until you see the marketplace. It's nothing like the serene trading posts in elven territories." Marina had insisted on accompanying us, both as a guide and to document any interesting magical interactions our bond might display in new environments. She walked slightly ahead, already scribbling notes about Dyenal's reactions to human architecture. "The runes are behaving differently here," she called back to us, pointing at our joined hands. "They seem more intricate in the city environment." She was right. The patterns on our skin had taken on a more complex design, almost like a map of the streets we walked. I wondered if our magic was somehow responding to the urban setting, so different from the natural surroundings of the academy. "Where should we go first?" I asked Dyenal, watching as he tried to take in everything at once. "The marketplace? The crystal gardens? The ice rink?" His eyes lit up at the mention of ice skating, but before he could respond, a group of street performers caught his attention. They were creating magical illusions that danced through the air, delighting a crowd of children. "Human magic is so playful," he said softly, watching the colorful displays. "We elves tend to use magic only for practical purposes or sacred rituals. Would you like to see them up close?" I asked, noticing Dyenal's fascination with the street performers. When he nodded eagerly, we made our way through the crowd. The performers, noticing Dyenal's distinctive elven features, paused their show momentarily. Then, with welcoming smiles, They incorporated him into their next illusion. Shimmering butterflies of light danced around him, their wings taking on the same violet hue as his eyes. To everyone's amazement, the runes on our joined hands began to glow in response, creating their own delicate light show that merged seamlessly with the performer's magic. The crowd gasped in delight as our combined magic created patterns never seen before, human illusions intertwining with elven nature magic in a spectacular display. "Extraordinary!" Marina exclaimed, her quill flying across her notebook. "The way your bond adapts to different types of magic, it's like it's learning and evolving." One of the performers, an elderly woman with kind eyes, approached us. "In all my years of street magic, I've never seen anything quite like that. You two have something special." Dyenal bowed slightly in the elven way. "Thank you for sharing your magic with us. Human performance magic is beautiful in its joy, and elven magic is beautiful in its grace," she replied with a knowing smile. Perhaps that's why they work so well together. As we moved away from the performers, I noticed how the runes on our skin had retained some of the playful patterns from the light show, as if our bond had absorbed a bit of the joy we'd just experienced. The marketplace was a riot of colors, sounds, and smells that seemed to overwhelm Dyenal's sensitive elven senses. Merchants called out their wares in loud voices, children darted between stalls, and the air was thick with the scent of spices and street food. "This is intense," Dyenal admitted, staying close to me as we navigated the crowded space. The runes on our joined hands pulsed steadily, seeming to create a calming buffer against the chaos. "Look!" Marina pointed excitedly to a stall selling magical crystals. "They have moonshade gems. Those are incredibly rare." The elderly merchant, noticing Dyenal's elven features, bowed respectfully. "Would the young couple care to see our finest pieces? These crystals are perfect for binding ceremonies." I felt my cheeks flush at the word couple, but before I could correct her, Dyenal spoke up with genuine interest. "These are different from the crystals we use in elven ceremonies. The energy signature is unique." The merchant's eyes lit up. "Indeed. These are specially cut to enhance human magic. Though," she studied our glowing runes thoughtfully, "I've never seen anything quite like your bond before. Perhaps you'd be interested in something more unconventional." She reached beneath her counter and produced a crystal unlike any I'd seen before, half clear as human crystals tend to be, half with the opalescent sheen characteristic of elven magical items. "A hybrid crystal," Marina breathed, already taking notes. "I didn't think such a thing was possible." The runes on our skin seemed to respond to the crystal's presence, creating patterns that mirrored its dual nature. Dyenal and I exchanged a look of wonder as the crystal began to glow softly in response to our combined magic. The hybrid crystal merchant wrapped our purchase carefully in silk cloth, the unusual gem still pulsing softly in response to our combined magic. Marina was practically bouncing with excitement over documenting this discovery. "We should show this to Elder Sylvanus," she suggested, carefully storing the crystal in her bag. "It might help explain why your bond is so unique." As we moved through the marketplace, the scent of fresh-baked sweet rolls drew us to a nearby stall. Dyenal's eyes widened at the array of human pastries, so different from the light, fruit-based desserts of his people. "You have to try these," I insisted, purchasing 2 cinnamon-dusted rolls. "They're a city specialty." Watching Dyenal take his first bite of human pastry was delightful, his expression transformed from cautious to amazed in seconds. The runes on our skin sparkled with shared pleasure. "This is incredible," he admitted, savoring each bite. "Though I suspect the elven healers would disapprove." "What they don't know won't hurt them," Marina winked, buying a roll for herself. "Besides, you're technically married to a human now. You should experience all aspects of our culture." I nearly choked on my pastry at her casual mention of our marriage, but before I could respond, a commotion near the crystal merchant's stall caught our attention. A group of young mages were examining the remaining hybrid crystals, their voices raised in argument. "These must be fake," one declared loudly. "Everyone knows human and elven magic can't truly combine." The merchant was trying to explain, but the students seemed determined to cause trouble. Without thinking, I started to move toward them, but Dyenal's hand tightened on mine. "Wait," he said softly. "Perhaps we can show them a better way." The runes on our hands began to pulse with a familiar warmth as Dyenal led us toward the arguing students. Marina followed close behind, her quill poised to document whatever was about to happen. "Excuse me." Dyenal's voice was gentle, but carried an unmistakable note of authority. "Perhaps we could demonstrate why you're mistaken about human and elven magic." The students turned, their expressions shifting from hostility to surprise as they noticed our joined hands with their glowing runes. The merchant's eyes lit up with recognition. "These are the ones who purchased the first hybrid crystal," she explained to the skeptical group. "Their magic, it's unlike anything I've seen in 40 years of crystal trading." I pulled out our wrapped crystal, and as Dyenal and I held it together, the gem began to glow with that same dual light, clear human magic on one side, opalescent elven magic on the other. But where the two met in the middle, something entirely new emerged, a swirling pattern of gold and silver that danced like starlight. "Impossible," one of the students whispered, but his voice held wonder rather than denial. "Not impossible," Dyenal corrected kindly. "Just rare. Like this crystal, the marriage of human and elven magic creates something unique, something that couldn't exist without both parts coming together." The runes on our skin seemed to agree, creating patterns that matched the crystal's swirling light. The merchant smiled triumphantly as the students crowded closer, their skepticism forgotten in the face of such obvious magic. "Sometimes," I added, feeling suddenly bold, "the most beautiful things happen when we stop trying to keep magic separate and let it flow together naturally." As the afternoon sun began to lower in the sky, we found ourselves in a quieter part of the city, the Crystal Gardens. Unlike the busy marketplace, here the paths were lined with carefully tended magical crystals that cast rainbow lights across the snow-covered ground. "This reminds me a bit of home," Dyenal said softly, watching the light dance through the crystals. "Though our gardens grow in the trees rather than on the ground." Marina had given us some space, sitting on a nearby bench to organize her notes while we explored. The hybrid crystal in my pocket seemed to pulse in harmony with the larger crystals around us. "Would you tell me about them?" I asked. "The elven crystal gardens?" Dyenal's eyes lit up as he described the magnificent gardens that grew high in the ancient trees of his homeland. As he spoke, our joined hands began to glow brighter, and suddenly the crystal formations around us started responding to our magic. The light patterns shifted, creating ethereal images in the air, ghostly trees with crystal blooms floating among their branches. It was as if our magic was bringing Dyenal's memories to life. "It's beautiful," I whispered, watching the illusory garden dance around us. "Yes," he agreed, but when I looked at him, he wasn't watching the light show. His violet eyes were fixed on me, filled with an emotion I wasn't quite ready to name. The moment was broken by Marina's excited gasp as she rushed over, quill flying across her notebook. "The way your magic is interpreting and projecting memories, this is unprecedented." But even as she documented the phenomenon, I couldn't forget the way Dyenal had looked at me, or the way my heart had skipped at his gaze. The sun was setting over Silverleaf City, painting the crystal gardens in deep oranges and purples. As we prepared to head back to the academy, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows, Kalis. "Enjoying your tour of the city?" His voice was carefully neutral, but there was an edge to it that made the runes on our skin pulse defensively. Marina stepped forward, positioning herself slightly between us and him. "They are, actually. We've made some fascinating magical discoveries today." Kalis's eyes fell to our joined hands, then to the hybrid crystal visible in my pocket. "Still experimenting with mixing magics? Some things aren't meant to be combined." And yet, Dyenal spoke softly but firmly, nature itself seems to disagree. "The crystals respond to our combined magic as naturally as breathing." To demonstrate, he gently lifted our joined hands, and the garden crystals around us lit up in response, creating a beautiful display of merged human and elven magic. Even Kalis couldn't hide his surprise at the sight. "Beautiful things can happen when we stop fighting against change," I added, meeting Kalis's gaze steadily. Something in my former fiancé's expression shifted, not quite acceptance, but perhaps the beginning of understanding. He nodded once, then turned and disappeared back into the gathering darkness. As we watched him go, Dyenal squeezed my hand gently. "You handled that well," he said softly. "Both of us did." The crystal gardens continued to glow around us, a testament to what was possible when different kinds of magic and different kinds of people came together in harmony. Chapter 10. The evening after our city adventure, I found myself unable to sleep. The memory of Dyenal's gaze in the crystal gardens kept replaying in my mind, along with the way the runes had danced across our skin throughout the day. My room in the academy felt too small, too confining, so I did what I always did when I needed to think. I headed to the astronomy tower. The night was clear and cold, the stars brilliant against the dark sky. I wasn't entirely surprised to find I wasn't alone. "Couldn't sleep either?" Dyenal's voice was soft in the darkness. He stood by the railing, his silver hair catching starlight, making him look more ethereal than usual. "Too many thoughts," I admitted, moving to stand beside him. The runes on our hands began their familiar glow as our fingers intertwined automatically, a habit we developed without even noticing. "About today?" "About everything." I turned to face him, gathering my courage. "Dyenal, when you looked at me in the crystal gardens." He met my eyes, and that same emotion I'd seen earlier was there again, unguarded and intense. "When I looked at you, I saw someone who makes me question everything I once thought was certain." The runes on our skin brightened, creating patterns I'd never seen before, intricate swirls that seemed to pulse with our heartbeats. "Is that a good thing?" I whispered, suddenly aware of how close we were standing. "I don't know if it's good or bad," Dyenal admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I know that since that night of the New Year's ball, nothing has been the same. And not just because of the marriage bond." The runes on our skin created delicate spirals that seemed to reach toward each other, like vines growing in moonlight. Above us, the stars glittered in the winter sky, reminding me of that fateful night when I'd kissed him on impulse. "I keep thinking about what Marina said today," I found myself saying, "about us being technically married. At first, it felt like a trap, like something we were forced into. But now. His violet eyes searched mine, and I felt the runes pulse stronger in response to our shared emotion. Now I wonder if maybe it wasn't fate after all. The way our magic combines so naturally the way we—" I trailed off, struggling to find the right words. "The way we fit," he finished softly. "Like two halves of the same spell." The hybrid crystal in my pocket began to glow, responding to the intensity of our magic. Its light mixed with our runes, creating a dance of gold and silver that encircled us both. "Dyenal," I started, my heart racing. "I think I'm—" But before I could finish, the door to the astronomy tower burst open. Marina burst through the door, her face flushed with excitement and worry. "There you are." "I've been looking everywhere." The intimate moment shattered, our runes dimming slightly as we turned to face her. She was clutching a thick book, her eyes wide with urgency. "What's wrong?" I asked, trying to hide my frustration at the interruption. "I've been researching hybrid magic after what happened in the crystal gardens today," she explained breathlessly. "And I found something in the ancient texts about the harmony bearers, the last known human-elf magical pair." Dyenal stepped closer, his interest piqued. "What did you find?" According to this, Marina opened the book to a marked page. Their bond grew stronger with each passing day until their magic became completely intertwined. But there was a price. She hesitated, looking between us with concern. "What price?" I asked, feeling Dyenal's hand tighten around mine. If they stayed apart for too long, the separation would cause them physical pain. The magic that bound them together became so integral to their beings that they couldn't function separately anymore. The hybrid crystal in my pocket pulsed warmly, as if confirming Marina's words. I looked at our joined hands, at the increasingly complex rune patterns that had been growing more intricate with each passing day. "Is that happening to us?" Dyenal's voice was quiet, but I could hear the underlying tension. "I think it already is," I said slowly, remembering the increasing discomfort I felt whenever Dyenal and I were separated for too long. That's why we've been staying closer together lately, isn't it? We thought it was just habit, but Marina nodded grimly. The Harmony Bearer's story ends rather abruptly in the texts. Some scholars believe She hesitated. They couldn't survive being separated when one of them died. The astronomy tower suddenly felt colder. Dyenal's hand tightened around mine, our runes pulsing with shared anxiety. But there's more, Marina continued, flipping through the pages. The texts mentioned that their bond also gave them unprecedented magical abilities. They could perform spells that neither humans nor elves could do alone. The hybrid magic they created was something entirely new. Like what happened in the Crystal Gardens today, Dyenal observed, his voice thoughtful. Our magic created something neither of us could have done independently. I thought about our growing abilities, the way we could share memories through light, the way our magic seemed to dance together more naturally with each passing day. Marina, I asked, did the Harmony Bearers choose this? Did they want their magic to become so intertwined? She looked up from the book, her expression serious. According to this, they fell in love. The stronger their feelings grew, the stronger their magical bond became. It was their choice to let it happen. The words hung in the air between us, heavy with implication. Dyenal and I looked at each other, both knowing we were at a crossroads. The silence in the astronomy tower was broken only by the soft humming of our combined magic. The revelation about the Harmony Bearers hung heavy in the air between us. So we have a choice to make, I finally said, looking at our intertwined hands. The runes had formed an intricate pattern I'd never seen before, something that looked almost like a tree branching into stars. Do we? Dyenal asked softly. Our magic is already merging. The process has begun, whether we intended it or not. Marina closed her book gently. You could try to fight it. The texts mentioned that some pairs attempted to resist the bond, though. She hesitated. It caused them considerable pain. I thought about the growing discomfort I felt when separated from Dyenal, how it had been getting stronger with each passing day. The idea of fighting against it, of trying to pull apart something that felt so natural, made my chest ache. I don't want to fight it, I admitted, finally voicing what my heart had known for weeks. What happened in the Crystal Gardens today, the way our magic works together, it feels right. Dyenal's violet eyes met mine, filled with an intensity that made my breath catch. Even knowing the risks? That we might never be able to be apart? Maybe that's not such a terrible fate, I whispered, being bound to someone who makes your magic sing. The hybrid crystal in my pocket pulsed warmly, as if in agreement, and our runes brightened in response. Marina quietly excused herself, leaving us alone once more under the starlit sky. The stars above the astronomy tower seemed to shine brighter as we made our decision. The hybrid crystal's warmth spread through both of us, and our runes created patterns that merged seamlessly, human and elven magic dancing together in perfect harmony. I choose you, I said firmly, meeting Dyenal's violet gaze. Not because of fate or magical bonds, but because of who you are. Because of the way you look at the world with wonder, the way you've opened your heart to my culture despite everything. His free hand came up to cup my cheek, and I leaned into his touch. And I choose you, Lethania. Your bravery, your determination, your ability to see beauty in both our worlds. Even if that impulsive kiss hadn't created this bond, I would still want to be with you. The runes on our skin blazed with newfound intensity, acknowledging our conscious choice to embrace our connection. Like the Harmony Bearers before us, we were choosing to let our magic, and our lives, become permanently intertwined. My father won't understand, I whispered, thinking of the challenges ahead. And your family. They'll have to accept it, Dyenal said with quiet determination. Because this isn't just about the magical bond anymore. This is about us choosing each other, knowing exactly what it means. As if in response to our decision, the hybrid crystal began to sing, its pure note echoing through the night air. Our magic swirled around us in a dance of gold and silver, creating something entirely new, something that was neither purely human nor purely elven, but perfectly, beautifully both. In that moment, under the starlit sky, we sealed our choice with a kiss that felt like coming home. Dawn was beginning to paint the horizon in soft pinks and golds when we finally left the astronomy tower. Our hands remained linked, The runes now settled into a permanent pattern that seemed to tell our story in ancient symbols. We should tell Marina what we've decided, I said softly as we descended the spiral staircase. She'll want to document this for her research. Dyenal nodded, but his expression was thoughtful. There's something else we need to consider. If our magic continues to grow stronger together, it might affect my ability to become a guardian of the great tree. I stopped on the stairs, turning to face him. I hadn't thought of that. Would they forbid it? I don't know, he admitted. No guardian has ever been bonded like this before. Our magic is different now. Neither purely elven nor human. The hybrid crystal hummed softly in response, as if acknowledging this truth. Our combined magic had already created things that shouldn't have been possible, like the crystalline flowers in the garden. Whatever happens, I said firmly, we'll face it together. That's what we just promised up there, isn't it? His violet eyes softened as he looked at me, and the runes on our skin pulsed with warmth. Yes, we did. And I don't regret it. As we reached the bottom of the stairs, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the windows, catching the hybrid crystal and sending rainbow patterns dancing across the walls. It felt like a blessing, a sign that we had made the right choice. Now we just had to face everyone else with our decision. We made our way through the quiet morning corridors, our footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. The early morning light cast long shadows, and somewhere in the distance, we could hear the first stirrings of the academy coming to life. We should find Marina, Dyenal suggested, his voice gentle in the morning quiet. She'll want to know about our decision, and maybe she can help us understand what to expect next. I nodded, thinking of the ancient texts she'd been studying. She mentioned something about the harmony bearers developing unique abilities when they fully accepted their bond. As if in response to my words, the hybrid crystal pulsed warmly, and our runes created a new pattern, one that looked like intertwined branches reaching toward the sun. It's already happening, Dyenal observed, studying the pattern. Our magic is changing, becoming something new. We found Marina in her usual corner of the library, surrounded by stacks of ancient texts and scrolls. She looked up as we approached, her eyes immediately drawn to our joined hands and the glowing runes. You've made your choice, she said, her voice a mix of excitement and concern. But there's something you need to know about the harmony bearers. Something I discovered last night. The hybrid crystal hummed a warning note, and Dyenal and I exchanged glances. Whatever Marina had found, we knew it would change everything. Marina's hands trembled slightly as she pulled an ancient scroll from beneath her stack of books. The parchment was yellowed with age, its edges crumbling despite preservation spells. Last night, while researching the harmony bearers, I found something, she said, her voice hushed. Something that might explain what's happening between you two. The hybrid crystal hummed softly in my pocket as Dyenal and I leaned forward to examine the scroll. Our runes cast a faint glow over the faded text. According to this record, Marina continued, when two magical beings choose to fully accept their bond, their magic begins to merge in unprecedented ways. The harmony bearers could perform feats that neither humans nor elves could achieve alone. Like the crystal garden, Dyenal murmured, squeezing my hand. Those impossible flowers we created. Exactly, Marina nodded eagerly. But there's more. The bond grows stronger over time, allowing pairs to share thoughts, emotions, even dreams. They become something entirely new, neither purely human nor purely elven. I thought about how easily we'd been finishing each other's sentences lately, how I could sometimes sense Dyenal's feelings without him speaking. But Marina, I asked, noticing her worried expression, what aren't you telling us? She took a deep breath. The text mentions that once the bond is fully embraced, it can never be broken. The magic, the connection, it becomes permanent. The crystal's hum grew louder, and our runes blazed briefly in response to this revelation. Dyenal and I exchanged glances, both knowing that we'd already made our choice, permanent or not. The library had grown quiet as the morning progressed. Marina carefully rolled up the ancient scroll, her movements deliberate and gentle. There's one more thing you should know, she said softly. The bond doesn't just affect your magic. According to these texts, as your connection grows stronger, your life forces become intertwined. Dyenal's hand tightened around mine. What exactly does that mean? It means, Marina explained, her voice barely above a whisper, that your lives become linked. Your joys, your sorrows, even She hesitated. Your mortality becomes shared. The hybrid crystal hummed a low, serious note. Our runes shifted, creating a pattern that looked like two streams merging into one river. So if something happens to one of us, I began. The other would be affected just as deeply, Dyenal finished, his violet eyes meeting mine with understanding. We sat in silence for a moment, absorbing the weight of this revelation. The morning sun had risen higher, casting long shadows through the library windows. Does this change your decision? Marina asked gently. I looked at Dyenal, at the runes that marked our shared choice, at the way the crystal's light danced between us. In that moment, I knew my answer with absolute certainty. No, we sat in unison, and the crystal sang with joy. The morning bells chimed through the library windows, signaling the start of classes. Marina began gathering her scrolls, but paused to look at us with concern. Are you both sure about this? She asked. Once fully embraced, this bond will change everything. Your magic, your lives, your very essence. I looked at Dyenal, finding in his violet eyes the same certainty I felt in my heart. The hybrid crystal hummed softly, creating a melody that seemed to echo our resolve. We're sure, Dyenal said, his voice steady. Whatever comes next, we face it together. Even if it means defying both our families? I added, even if our lives become forever intertwined? Especially then, he smiled, squeezing my hand. Our runes created a pattern that looked like a sunrise, an ending and a beginning all at once. As we left the library together, the morning sun streaming through the windows, I realized that what had started as an impulsive kiss on New Year's Eve had become something profound and unbreakable. We had chosen each other, chosen this bond, with full knowledge of its consequences. The hybrid crystal sang a note of pure joy, and our runes glowed in response. Whatever challenges lay ahead, my father's disapproval, Dyenal's duties to the great tree, our growing powers, we would face them as one. Not just human, not just elven, but something entirely new. Something chosen. 11. Chapter 11. The whispers started as soon as we entered Professor Aldridge's advanced magical theory classroom. Dyenal's presence, an elf attending human classes, was unprecedented in the Academy's history. Are you certain about this? I whispered as we found seats near the back. The theoretical principles of human magic are quite different from elven practices. If we're going to understand how our magic works together, he replied quietly, I need to learn both sides. The hybrid crystal hummed softly in agreement from my pocket. Professor Aldridge, a stern woman with silver-streaked hair, merely raised an eyebrow at Dyenal's presence before beginning her lecture. Today, we'll be discussing magical resonance between different types of practitioners, she announced, and I couldn't help but notice her pointed glance in our direction. Our runes remained hidden beneath our sleeves, but I could feel them pulsing in response to each other, creating patterns that seemed to illustrate the very principles Professor Aldridge was describing. This was just the beginning of our new journey together, learning not just about each other, but about the unique magic we now shared. During Professor Aldridge's lecture, I couldn't help but notice how Dyenal's presence changed the energy in the room. Some students kept stealing glances at us, while others deliberately avoided looking our way. The hybrid crystal responded to the tension, its hum becoming slightly agitated. Magical resonance, Professor Aldridge continued, drawing diagrams in the air with her wand, occurs when two magical signatures harmonize. This is particularly rare between different magical species, as their core energies often conflict rather than complement. I felt Dyenal shift beside me, his hand brushing against mine. Our runes tingled in response, creating a pattern that perfectly matched the professor's diagram. However, she added, her eyes lingering on us, there are historical accounts of successful magical fusion between humans and elves, though such cases are extremely rare and poorly documented. A student near the front raised her hand. Professor, Isn't it dangerous to attempt magical fusion between different species? Typically, yes, Professor Aldridge replied. Unless there's a natural compatibility like. She paused meaningfully in the case of harmony bearers. The whispers grew louder, and I could feel the weight of everyone's stares. Dyenal remained perfectly still beside me, but through our bond, I could sense his determination to prove himself worthy of being here. After class ended, Professor Aldridge called us to her desk while other students filed out, still whispering and casting curious glances our way. The hybrid crystal hummed nervously in my pocket. "Miss Silverwood, Mr. Dyenal," she said, adjusting her wire-rimmed spectacles. "I must say, this is quite unprecedented. In all my years teaching at the academy, we've never had an elven student attend human magical theory classes." "I hope my presence won't cause any disruption, Professor," Dyenal replied formally, his posture straight and dignified. "I'm here to learn, nothing more." Professor Aldridge's stern expression softened slightly. "Actually, I believe your presence might prove invaluable. The theoretical foundations of magical resonance between humans and elves have always been largely speculative. Having both perspectives in one classroom could lead to fascinating insights." Our runes tingled beneath our sleeves, as if agreeing with her assessment. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's mixture of relief and determination. However, she continued, her voice dropping lower, "I must warn you both. Not everyone will be as accepting of this arrangement. The Academy's more traditional faculty members might view this as a breach of protocol." "We understand the risks," I said, unconsciously moving closer to Dyenal. "But after what we learned from Marina about the Harmony Bearers, we believe it's crucial to understand both magical traditions." Professor Aldridge's eyebrows shot up at the mention of Harmony Bearers. So you've been doing your research." "Very well." She pulled out a thick, leather-bound book from her desk drawer. "This contains some rare accounts of human-elven magical cooperation throughout history. You might find it enlightening." As we left her office, the book tucked safely in my bag, Dyenal suddenly stopped in the empty corridor. "Lethania," he said softly, using my full name in a way that made my heart skip, "are you sure you're ready for what might come next?" The attention, the whispers, the potential backlash. The hybrid crystal sang a clear, confident note, and our runes created a pattern that looked like intertwined branches reaching toward the sun. "I've never been more sure of anything," I replied, taking his hand. "Besides, we've already faced a duel and survived. What's a few disapproving professors compared to that?" His violet eyes sparkled with amusement and affection, and for a moment, the weight of our situation felt lighter. We had chosen this path together, and whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them as one. The afternoon found us in the Crystal Garden, where we'd first discovered our unique magical connection. Professor Aldridge's book lay open between us as we studied the historical accounts of human-elven cooperation. The hybrid crystal cast rainbow patterns across the pages. "Listen to this," I said, pointing to a particularly interesting passage. "The most successful cases of human-elven magical fusion occurred when both parties willingly opened their magical cores to each other, creating a bridge between their different forms of magic." Dyenal leaned closer, his violet eyes scanning the text. "That explains why our magic works so well together now. We've already created that bridge, even if we didn't realize it at the time." Our runes shimmered in agreement, creating intricate patterns that seemed to mirror the diagrams in the book. Through our bond, I could feel his genuine fascination with human magical theory, so different from the intuitive flow of elven magic. "But there's something else bothering you," he said suddenly, catching my hand. "I can feel it through our bond." I sighed, closing the book. "It's just seeing everyone's reactions today in class. The whispers, the stares. I'm worried about how this will affect your standing with the other elves. You're supposed to be training to become a guardian of the Great Tree, not sitting in human magic classes." The hybrid crystal hummed a gentle, reassuring note as Dyenal pulled me closer. "The path to becoming a guardian isn't just about following tradition," he said softly. "It's about understanding magic in all its forms. What we're learning together, this fusion of human and elven magic, it could change everything we know about magical theory." And you really believe that's worth the disapproval of your people? His answer was to raise his hand, calling forth a strand of pure elven magic that twisted and danced with my human magic, creating something entirely new and beautiful between us. Some things, he said, watching our combined magic sparkle in the afternoon light, are worth any price. The sun was setting when Marina found us in the crystal garden, her arms laden with more ancient texts. The hybrid crystal's light mingled with the golden rays of dusk, creating an ethereal atmosphere among the crystalline flowers we'd created. "I thought I'd find you two here," she said, settling down beside us. Her eyes fell on Professor Aldridge's book. I see you're doing more research on magical fusion." Professor Aldridge has been surprisingly supportive, I explained, showing her some of the passages we'd been studying. Though not everyone shares her enthusiasm. Marina's expression grew serious. "That's actually why I came looking for you. There's been talk among the faculty. Some of the more traditional professors are questioning whether an elf should be allowed to attend human magic classes." Our runes flickered with shared concern, and the hybrid crystal's hum took on a worried note. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's determination mixed with a hint of frustration. "They can't stop me from learning," he said firmly. "The ancient treaties between our peoples specifically allow for the exchange of magical knowledge." "True," Marina agreed, pulling out one of her scrolls, "but there's more. Some students have written to their parents about your unique situation. The Academy Board of Governors is planning to meet next week to discuss the implications of your bond." I felt my heart sink. The Board of Governors was notoriously conservative, clinging to centuries-old traditions and regulations. What exactly are they concerned about? "Everything," Marina sighed. "The mixing of human and elven magic, the precedent it might set for future students, the potential risks of magical fusion." She paused, glancing between us. "And there's something else. According to these texts, when harmony bearers fully embrace their bond, their combined magic can become incredibly powerful. Some of the governors fear that kind of power in the hands of students." Dyenal reached for my hand, our runes creating a pattern of defiance and unity. "They fear what they don't understand," he said softly, "just as my people often fear human magic because it's different from our own." The hybrid crystal suddenly blazed with brilliant light, illuminating the pages of Professor Aldridge's book. There, in an illustration we hadn't noticed before, was a depiction of ancient harmony bearers teaching both humans and elves, creating a bridge between their cultures through shared knowledge. "Maybe that's our real purpose," I said, studying the image. "Not just to learn from each other, but to help others understand that different forms of magic can work together, strengthen each other." Marina smiled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Now that sounds like something worth fighting for. And I think I know just how to help you prepare for the board meeting." As darkness fell around us, we began formulating our plan. The crystal garden glowed with our combined magic, a testament to what was possible when traditions were challenged and boundaries crossed in the name of understanding and love. The crystal garden had grown dark, illuminated only by our combined magic and the soft glow of the hybrid crystal. Marina's scrolls were spread around us, creating a makeshift study area beneath the starlit sky. "Look at this," Marina said, pointing to a particularly ancient text. "There's a precedent for what you're doing. During the Great Magical Convergence 3 centuries ago, a human mage and an elven sage worked together to create new forms of protective magic. Their combined knowledge saved countless lives during the Dark Plague. That could be useful for the board meeting," I mused, making notes in my journal. "If we can show them historical examples of successful human-elven cooperation." Dyenal suddenly sat up straighter, his violet eyes bright with inspiration. "What if we did more than just tell them? What if we showed them?" The hybrid crystal hummed excitedly, catching his enthusiasm. Through our bond, I could feel the beginnings of his idea taking shape. "You mean demonstrate our combined magic?" I asked, already warming to the concept. "Exactly," he nodded, taking my hand. Our runes created a pattern that looked like a key unlocking a door. Theory and historical precedent are important, but nothing is more convincing than practical demonstration. Marina's eyes widened. "That could be brilliant, or disastrous." The board members might see it as a threat rather than a demonstration. Then we'll need to choose our demonstration carefully, I said, flipping through Professor Aldridge's book. Something beautiful rather than powerful. Something that shows how our magic can create, not just destroy. The hybrid crystals suddenly cast a beam of light onto one of Marina's scrolls, illuminating an illustration of ancient healing magic. A combination of human precision and elven nature magic that could cure ailments no single tradition could handle alone. That's it, Dyenal breathed, studying the diagram. Healing magic is universally respected by both our peoples. If we could demonstrate how our combined magic enhances healing capabilities, we'd need to practice, I cautioned, though I couldn't hide my excitement. This kind of magic requires perfect synchronization. Marina began gathering her scrolls with renewed energy. We have a week until the board meeting. I'll help you research the theoretical foundations, but you'll need somewhere private to practice. The crystal garden, Dyenal, and I said simultaneously. The hybrid crystal chimed in agreement, its light spreading to illuminate the crystalline flowers around us, living proof of what our combined magic could create. As we made our plans, I felt a surge of hope through our bond. We weren't just fighting for a right to learn together anymore. We were working to bridge a gap that had existed between our peoples for centuries. The Board of Governors might have intended to challenge our bond, but they had inadvertently given us an opportunity to prove its worth. The night grew deeper around us, but none of us noticed, too absorbed in our preparations. Whatever happened at the board meeting, we would face it together, armed with knowledge from the past and hope for the future. Chapter 12. The week before the board meeting passed in a blur of intense preparation. The Crystal Garden had become our sanctuary, where Dyenal and I spent every free moment practicing the healing magic we planned to demonstrate. Focus on the flow, Dyenal instructed, his hands hovering over a wilted crystal flower. Let your magic merge with mine naturally, like water joining a stream. The hybrid crystal hummed encouragingly as I placed my hands next to his. Our runes created a pattern that resembled flowing water, and slowly, our magic began to intertwine. Human precision merged with elven nature magic, creating something entirely new. Under our combined power, the wilted crystal flower began to regenerate, its fractured facets healing and its inner light rekindling. The process was beautiful to watch. Rainbow patterns danced across the garden as the flower restored itself to full brilliance. It's working, I breathed, feeling the perfect harmony of our magic through our bond. This is exactly what we need to show the board. Dyenal smiled, his violet eyes reflecting the crystal's light. They'll have to acknowledge that our magic is meant to work together when they see this. But even as we celebrated our success, we both knew that healing a crystal flower was just the beginning. We needed something more significant to convince the board that our union was worth preserving. Later that afternoon, Marina joined us in the Crystal Garden, bringing news that made our practice session pause. The hybrid crystals' hum shifted to a more serious tone as she spread out a newly discovered scroll. I found something interesting in the restricted section, she said, carefully unrolling the ancient parchment. It's an account of the last time Harmony Bearers demonstrated their powers before the Council of Mages, nearly 2 centuries ago. Dyenal and I leaned forward, our runes creating matching patterns of curiosity. Through our bond, I could feel his intense interest in this historical precedent. According to this, Marina continued, her finger tracing the faded text, they didn't just demonstrate healing magic. They showed how their combined powers could restore balance to damaged magical ecosystems. The council was so impressed that they established the first joint human-elven magical research program. What happened to the program? I asked, noticing Marina's hesitation. She sighed, rolling the scroll further. It was disbanded during the Great War, when relations between humans and elves became strained. But the important thing is the precedent it sets. The board can't claim your union is unprecedented or dangerous when there's historical evidence of its benefits. Dyenal's hand found mine, our runes glowing softly. This gives me an idea, he said, gesturing to the crystal garden around us. What if, instead of just healing a single flower, we demonstrate how our combined magic can restore an entire ecosystem? The hybrid crystal blazed with sudden brightness, as if endorsing his suggestion. Through our bond, I could feel the brilliance of his plan taking shape. It would be more challenging, I admitted, but also more meaningful. We could show them that our magic isn't just about power, it's about restoration and harmony. Marina was already pulling out more scrolls. I can help you research the theoretical framework, but you'll need to practice extensively. This kind of large-scale magical fusion hasn't been attempted in centuries. As the afternoon light filtered through the crystal flowers, we began planning our demonstration in detail. The hybrid crystal's light seemed to dance with possibility, illuminating the ancient texts that held the keys to our future. "Whatever happens at the board meeting," Dyenal said softly, his violet eyes meeting mine, "we're proving something important. Our peoples were never meant to be separated. Our magic, like our hearts, is stronger together." The truth of his words resonated through our bond, and the crystal garden seemed to shine a little brighter in response. We had 1 week to master this ancient magic, to prove that our union wasn't just about us anymore. It was about showing a better way forward for both our peoples. The next morning found us in Professor Aldridge's private study, surrounded by ancient texts about ecosystem magic. The hybrid crystal pulsed steadily as we pored over complicated diagrams and spells. "The key to large-scale restoration," Professor Aldridge explained, adjusting her spectacles, "lies in understanding the delicate balance between different magical energies. Human magic provides the structure, while elven magic supplies the vital force." She paused, watching as our runes created matching patterns of comprehension. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal processing this information, comparing it to his own knowledge of elven nature magic. "But there's something else you should know," she continued, pulling out a weathered journal bound in green leather. "I've been corresponding with some colleagues at the Elven Archives. They sent me this, a detailed account of the last successful ecosystem restoration performed by harmony bearers." The hybrid crystal's light intensified as she opened the journal, revealing intricate drawings and notations in both human and elven script. "According to this," she said, "the harmony bearers didn't just restore the damaged land, they created something entirely new. Their combined magic allowed them to establish sustainable magical ecosystems that could adapt and evolve on their own. That's exactly what we need to show the board," Dyenal said, leaning forward to study the diagrams. "Not just healing, but creation and growth." I traced the complex patterns with my finger, feeling our magic respond to the ancient knowledge. "But Professor, this kind of magic seems incredibly complex. How can we master it in just a few days?" Professor Aldridge's eyes twinkled. "That's where your bond gives you an advantage. The harmony bearers of old spent years learning to synchronize their magic. You two already have that connection. You just need to learn how to direct it properly." She stood and moved to a cabinet in the corner of her study, retrieving a small wooden box. "I've been saving this for a special occasion," she said, opening the box to reveal a delicate crystal seed. "It's from the original ecosystem the harmony bearers created. With your combined magic, you could use it as a foundation for your demonstration." The hybrid crystal hummed excitedly as we examined the seed. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's growing confidence mixing with my own determination. "We'll need somewhere larger than the crystal garden to practice," he said thoughtfully. "Somewhere with enough space for a full ecosystem demonstration." "The old greenhouse in the East Wing," Professor Aldridge suggested. "It's been abandoned since the Great War, but the magical wards are still intact. You'll have privacy there and enough space to work." As we gathered our materials to leave, Professor Aldridge caught my arm. "Miss Silverwood," she said softly, "what you and Mr. Dyenal are attempting, it's more than just a demonstration for the board. You're reviving an ancient tradition that could bridge the gap between our peoples." Her words settled deep in my heart, echoing through our bond. This wasn't just about proving ourselves anymore. It was about showing what was possible when humans and elves worked together in harmony. The abandoned greenhouse was a sight to behold, its glass panels clouded with age, vines creeping through broken sections, and remnants of old magical experiments scattered throughout. The hybrid crystal's light created eerie shadows as we entered the vast space. It's perfect, Dyenal breathed, his violet eyes taking in the potential of the space. Through our bond, I could feel his excitement mixing with reverence for the ancient magic we were about to attempt. We cleared a central area, carefully placing Professor Aldridge's crystal seed in the center. The hybrid crystal hummed in harmony with it, creating a subtle resonance that made our runes tingle. According to the journal, I said, consulting our notes, we meet to establish a foundation of balanced energies before attempting the ecosystem creation. Your connection to nature magic should guide the growth patterns, while my precision magic will provide the structure. Dyenal positioned himself opposite me, the seed between us. Ready? We joined hands, our runes creating an intricate pattern of interwoven light. The hybrid crystal's glow intensified as we began channeling our combined magic into the seed. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Then, slowly, the seed began to pulse with an inner light. Tiny crystal formations sprouted from it, each one catching and refracting the light in rainbow patterns. "It's working," I whispered, afraid to break our concentration. But something wasn't quite right. The crystals were growing too quickly, too chaotically. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's struggle to control the surge of natural energy. "The balance," he gasped. "We need to dash." Before he could finish, one of the crystal formations exploded, sending shards flying. We ducked, breaking our connection, and the entire nascent ecosystem collapsed in on itself. "Are you all right?" Dyenal rushed to my side, checking for injuries. Our runes pulsed with shared concern. "I'm fine," I assured him, though my hands were shaking. "But what went wrong?" The hybrid crystal's light dimmed thoughtfully, then focused on a particular passage in Professor Aldridge's journal. Dyenal picked it up, his expression changing as he read. "Listen to this," he said. "The key to successful ecosystem creation lies not in the power of the magic itself, but in the perfect harmony between the practitioners. Any doubt, any hesitation in their connection will manifest in unstable growth patterns." I sat down heavily on an old workbench. "So it's not just about combining our magic, it's about completely trusting in our bond." Dyenal knelt before me, taking my hands in his. Through our bond, I could feel his absolute certainty. "Do you trust me, Lethania?" The hybrid crystal's light wrapped around us like a warm embrace as I met his violet eyes. "With my life," I answered honestly. "But do you trust me? After everything that's happened, the forced marriage, the duel, all the complications I've brought to your life." Instead of answering immediately, he pulled me to my feet and led me back to the center of the greenhouse. The crystal seed still lay there, undamaged despite our failed attempt. "Watch," he said softly, and began to sing an ancient elven melody. Our runes responded, creating patterns that matched the rhythm of his song. The hybrid crystal joined in, its light pulsing in perfect harmony. As his voice filled the greenhouse, I understood what he was showing me. Trust wasn't about words or promises. It was about opening yourself completely to another person, letting them see every part of you without fear. "Shall we try again?" he asked when the song ended. This time, when we joined hands, there was no hesitation, no doubt. We were truly one, our magic flowing together as naturally as breathing. And in the center of the abandoned greenhouse, something beautiful began to grow. The days leading up to the board meeting flew by as we continued our practice in the abandoned greenhouse. Each attempt at ecosystem creation grew more successful, the crystal formations becoming more stable and intricate. The hybrid crystal seemed to grow stronger with each session, its light filling the entire space with rainbow patterns. One evening, as we were reviewing our progress, Marina burst into the greenhouse, clutching a newly discovered scroll. "You need to see this," she said breathlessly, her eyes wide with excitement. I found it buried in the deepest part of the archives. The hybrid crystal cast its light over the ancient parchment as she unrolled it carefully on a workbench. Our runes pulsed with curiosity as we leaned in to read. "It's a detailed account of the first harmony bearers," Marina explained. "But that's not the important part. Look at this passage about their initial demonstration before the council." The text described how the first harmony bearers had faced similar opposition from both human and elven authorities. They too had chosen to demonstrate ecosystem magic, but with an unexpected twist. They didn't just create a new ecosystem, Dyenal read aloud, his voice filled with wonder. They connected it to both the human and elven magical networks, creating a permanent bridge between our people's magic. Through our bond, I could feel his mind racing with possibilities. If we could do something similar, it would prove that our union serves a greater purpose, I finished his thought. We wouldn't just be demonstrating magic, we'd be creating a lasting connection between our peoples. The hybrid crystal hummed excitedly, its light creating patterns that matched the diagrams in the scroll. But as we studied the ancient text more carefully, we realized the magnitude of what we were considering. This kind of magic, Marina warned, it's incredibly complex. One mistake could disrupt both magical networks. Are you sure you want to attempt this? Dyenal and I exchanged glances, our runes creating matching patterns of determination. Through our bond, we shared absolute certainty. This was exactly what we needed to do. We have to try, I said softly. This isn't just about us anymore. It's about showing everyone what's possible when humans and elves work together in true harmony. As the sun set outside the greenhouse, casting long shadows through the crystal formations we'd created, we began planning our most ambitious demonstration yet. The board meeting was only 2 days away, but with our strengthened bond and growing mastery of combined magic, we felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The final day before the board meeting arrived with a sense of nervous anticipation. The abandoned greenhouse had been transformed by our practice sessions, filled with delicate crystal formations that pulsed with combined human and elven magic. The hybrid crystal's light danced through the space, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Professor Aldridge visited us that evening for a final review of our demonstration. Her eyes widened as she took in the magical ecosystem we'd created. Extraordinary, she breathed, examining a particularly intricate crystal formation. I've only read about such perfect fusion of human and elven magic. But this, she gestured to the living crystals around us. This exceeds all historical accounts. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's pride mixed with humility. We've decided to attempt something even more ambitious for the board, he said, showing her Marina's scroll about the first harmony bearers. Professor Aldridge's expression grew serious as she read. Connecting to both magical networks? That's incredibly risky. If anything goes wrong. We know, I said softly, our runes creating patterns of determination. But we believe it's necessary. The board needs to see that our union serves a greater purpose. The hybrid crystal hummed in agreement, its light intensifying. Professor Aldridge studied us for a long moment, then nodded. Very well. But you'll need this. She pulled out a small crystal pendant. It's an ancient stabilization charm. The first harmony bearers used similar artifacts to help maintain their connection during complex magical workings. As she placed it around my neck, the pendant immediately resonated with our bond, creating a subtle harmony with the hybrid crystal. Through our connection, I could feel how it strengthened and focused our combined magic. Remember, Professor Aldridge said as she prepared to leave, the board members will be looking for any sign of instability or danger in your magic. You must maintain perfect harmony, no matter what happens. After she left, Dyenal and I stood in the center of our crystal garden, hands clasped, reviewing our plans one final time. The hybrid crystal's light wrapped around us like a protective embrace. Are you afraid? I asked softly, feeling his emotions through our bond. Not of the magic, he replied, his violet eyes meeting mine. But of losing this, losing you, if we fail tomorrow. Our runes created a pattern of intertwined hearts as I squeezed his hands. Whatever happens tomorrow, our bond is real. No board can change that. As night fell over the greenhouse, we remained there, surrounded by the fruits of our combined magic, drawing strength from each other for the challenge that lay ahead. Chapter 13. Dawn broke over the academy, casting long shadows through the greenhouse where Dyenal and I made our final preparations. The hybrid crystal pulsed steadily, its light reflecting off the intricate ecosystem we'd created. Professor Aldridge's stabilization pendant hummed warm against my chest, resonating with our combined magic. The board will convene at noon, Marina said, helping us arrange the space. They've requested the use of the Grand Assembly Hall, Every member wants to witness this demonstration personally. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's mix of determination and concern. Our runes created matching patterns of resolve as we performed one last practice run, our magic flowing together seamlessly. Remember, Marina continued, consulting her notes, the board consists of 12 members, 6 from the traditional faction and 6 moderates. You'll need to convince at least 7 of them to support your case. The hybrid crystal's light intensified as we finished our practice, the crystal formations around us humming with perfectly balanced energy. Professor Aldridge's pendant seemed to amplify our connection, making our combined magic stronger and more precise than ever before. "We're ready," Dyenal said softly, his violet eyes meeting mine. Through our bond, I could feel his absolute certainty. Whatever happened in the Grand Assembly Hall, we would face it together. The Grand Assembly Hall was imposing in its ancient grandeur. Tall stained glass windows cast colored light across the marble floors, and the 12 members of the board sat in their traditional elevated seats, looking down at us with varying degrees of skepticism and curiosity. The hybrid crystal pulsed steadily at my side, its light mingling with the morning sun. "Members of the board," Professor Aldridge began, standing beside us as our faculty sponsor, "we are gathered today to witness a demonstration of combined human and elven magic by 2 of our students, Miss Lethania Silverwood and Mr. Dyenal of the Great Tree lineage." Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's calm determination mixing with my nervous energy. Our runes created subtle patterns of support and unity as we faced the board together. "Before we proceed," spoke Archmage Thornfield, one of the traditional faction leaders, "I must express my concerns about this unusual situation. Never in the Academy's history have we allowed an elf to participate in human magic classes, let alone perform experimental magic within these walls." "With respect, Archmage," Professor Aldridge countered, "there is historical precedent." The scroll I submitted to the board details numerous instances of successful human-elven magical cooperation, including "Ancient history," interrupted another board member, her voice sharp. "The world has changed since those times. The separation of human and elven magic has served us well for centuries." The hybrid crystal's light intensified slightly, and I felt Dyenal's hand brush mine. Through our bond, he sent a clear message. It was time. "Honored members," I stepped forward, my voice steady despite my racing heart. "Rather than debate historical precedents, we ask permission to demonstrate what is possible when human and elven magic work in harmony." The stabilization pendant warmed against my chest as Dyenal joined me in the center of the hall. Our runes began to glow more brightly, creating patterns that reflected off the marble floors. "We have prepared a demonstration," Dyenal announced, his clear voice carrying to the highest seats, "that will show not just the possibility, but the necessity of magical cooperation between our peoples." The board members exchanged glances, some curious, others wary. Finally, Archmage Thornfield nodded. "Proceed. But be warned, any sign of dangerous or unstable magic will result in immediate termination of this experiment." As we took our positions, Marina and Professor Aldridge moved to the edges of the hall. The hybrid crystal floated between us, its light creating a protective circle around our workspace. "Ready?" Dyenal asked softly, his violet eyes meeting mine. Through our bond, I sent him all my trust and love. The pendant at my chest hummed with power as we joined hands, preparing to attempt the most ambitious magical fusion in centuries. The board members leaned forward in their seats, watching intently as our combined magic began to flow. Whatever happened next would determine not just our future, but potentially the future of human-elven relations for generations to come. The Grand Assembly Hall fell silent as our magic began to flow. The hybrid crystal's light expanded, creating a dome of shimmering energy around us. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's magic merging perfectly with mine, strengthened by Professor Aldridge's pendant. First, we created the foundation, delicate crystal formations that sprouted from the marble floor, each one pulsing with perfectly balanced human and elven magic. The board members watched intently as the crystals grew higher, forming intricate patterns that reflected both our magical traditions. Observe, Dyenal's voice carried clearly through the hall, how the precision of human magic provides structure. I channeled my power through our bond, creating geometric patterns that seemed to defy gravity. The hybrid crystal hummed in approval as the formations took shape. While elven nature magic brings life and growth, I continued, as Dyenal's magic flowed through the structures, making them pulse with inner light and vitality. But this was just the beginning. Through our strengthened bond, we began the most challenging part, connecting our creation to both magical networks. The pendant at my chest grew warmer as we carefully extended magical tendrils toward the ancient ley lines that ran beneath the academy. Several board members shifted uncomfortably in their seats as they felt the magical resonance. Through our bond, I sensed Dyenal's complete focus as we maintained perfect balance between the networks. What they're attempting. I heard Professor Aldridge whisper to Marina, "It hasn't been done since." The hybrid crystal suddenly blazed with brilliant light as the connection was established. Our crystal ecosystem began to pulse in harmony with both human and elven magic, creating a bridge between the two networks that hadn't existed for centuries. Rainbow patterns danced across the walls of the assembly hall as our magic stabilized. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's triumph mixing with my own relief. We had done it. But then Archmage Thornfield stood abruptly, his face pale. "This is too dangerous," he declared. "The mixing of magical networks could have catastrophic consequences." I moved to terminate this demonstration immediately. The tension in the Grand Assembly Hall was palpable as Archmage Thornfield's words hung in the air. The hybrid crystal's light flickered briefly, but our magic held steady, the ecosystem continuing to pulse with harmonious energy. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's unwavering resolve matching my own. With respect, Archmage, Professor Aldridge stepped forward, her voice clear and authoritative. "What you're witnessing isn't dangerous, it's revolutionary. This is exactly what the first Harmony Bearers achieved centuries ago, before the Great War drove our peoples apart." Another board member, an elderly woman with silver hair, leaned forward. The historical records indicate that such connections were not only possible but beneficial to both magical networks. Look at how stable their creation is. Indeed, our crystal ecosystem was thriving, each formation pulsing with perfectly balanced energy. The stabilization pendant at my chest hummed warmly, helping us maintain the delicate connection between the networks. Honored members, Dyenal spoke, his voice carrying a quiet authority that made even Archmage Thornfield pause. "What you see before you isn't just a demonstration of magic. It's proof that our peoples were never meant to be separated. Through our bond, Lethania and I have discovered something our ancestors knew, but we've forgotten. Human and elven magic are complementary, not contradictory." Through our connection, I could feel the absolute truth of his words. I stepped forward, our runes creating patterns of unity that reflected off the crystal formations. "We invite any member of the board to examine our magic," I offered. "You'll find no instability, no danger, only perfect harmony between two traditions that have been artificially kept apart for too long." Several of the moderate faction members rose from their seats, moving closer to inspect our creation. The hybrid crystal's light embraced them, showing them the intricate ways our magic had merged and stabilized. "Remarkable," murmured one of them, touching a crystal formation gently. "The human precision and elven vitality, they're perfectly balanced." "And look here," another pointed to where our magic connected with the ley lines. "The networks aren't just tolerating each other, they're strengthening each other." Archmage Thornfield remained standing, but I could see uncertainty creeping into his expression as more board members gathered around our demonstration. Through our bond, Dyenal sent me a surge of encouragement. We were reaching them. "Perhaps," the silver-haired board member suggested, "instead of fearing what's different, we should consider what we might gain by embracing change. These young people have shown us something our ancestors understood, that true strength lies in unity, not separation." The hybrid crystal's light seemed to brighten at her words, casting rainbow patterns across the entire hall. Our crystal ecosystem continued to thrive, living proof of what was possible when human and elven magic worked together in harmony. The tension in the Grand Assembly Hall shifted as more board members gathered around our demonstration. The hybrid crystal's light continued to dance across the marble floors, illuminating the faces of those studying our work. Through our bond, Dyenal and I maintained perfect control over the magical fusion we'd created. "There's something else we'd like to show you," I announced, feeling the stabilization pendant pulse with energy. "With your permission, we'd like to demonstrate the practical applications of this magical fusion." After a moment of hesitation, the silver-haired board member nodded. "Proceed." Dyenal and I moved in perfect synchronization, our runes creating intricate patterns as we channeled our combined magic. The crystal ecosystem responded immediately, generating new formations that served specific purposes. "Here," Dyenal explained, gesturing to a cluster of crystals that emitted a soft, healing light, "is a demonstration of combined healing magic. The human precision ensures targeted treatment, while elven nature magic accelerates the healing process." I directed our magic to another formation, which began purifying the air around it. "And this shows how our combined magic can cleanse and restore damaged environments. The applications for both our peoples are endless." Professor Aldridge stepped forward, her eyes shining with academic excitement. "The potential for research and development is extraordinary. Imagine what we could achieve if we allowed more such partnerships between human and elven mages." Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's surge of hope as several board members nodded in agreement. Even Archmage Thornfield had fallen silent, watching our demonstration with growing interest. "There's one final aspect we'd like to show you," Dyenal said, squeezing my hand gently. Through our bond, I knew exactly what he planned. Together, we guided our magic to create a new type of crystal formation, one that combined the best aspects of both our magical traditions. The hybrid crystal's light intensified as the new formation took shape, creating something that hadn't existed before, a perfect fusion of human and elven crystalline structures. "This," I explained, my voice carrying clearly through the hall, "represents what's possible when we stop seeing our differences as barriers and start seeing them as opportunities." This new form of magic couldn't exist without both human and elven contributions. The silver-haired board member approached the new formation, studying it with evident fascination. "The magical resonance is remarkable. It's completely stable, yet more powerful than either traditional form alone." Members of the board, Professor Aldridge addressed them formally. "What these young people have shown us today isn't just a magical demonstration, it's a glimpse of what our future could be. The question before us isn't whether their union is dangerous, but whether we can afford to ignore the possibilities it represents." Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's emotions mirror my own: hope, determination, and love, all intertwined like the magic we'd created together. The hybrid crystal pulsed steadily, its light embracing everyone in the hall as we awaited the board's decision. A heavy silence fell over the grand assembly hall as the board members gathered to deliberate. The hybrid crystal continued its steady pulse, maintaining our magical demonstration as we waited. Through our bond, Dyenal and I drew strength from each other, our runes creating subtle patterns of reassurance. Finally, the silver-haired board member rose to speak. "We have witnessed something extraordinary today," she began, her voice carrying authority. "Something that challenges centuries of established doctrine about the separation of human and elven magic." Archmage Thornfield shifted in his seat, but remained silent as she continued. "The question before us is not merely about one union between a human and an elf. It is about the future of magical education and research at this academy. What Miss Silverwood and Mr. Dyenal have shown us today represents possibilities we cannot ignore." Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's hope rising to match my own. The stabilization pendant hummed warmly against my chest as our magic maintained its perfect harmony. "I move," the silver-haired member declared, "that we not only approve this union, but establish a new research program to study and develop combined human-elven magic, with Miss Silverwood and Mr. Dyenal as our first official research partners." A murmur of discussion swept through the hall. Professor Aldridge stepped forward, her eyes bright with academic excitement. "Such a program could revolutionize our understanding of magic itself. The applications we've seen today are just the beginning." "And what of the risks?" Archmage Thornfield challenged, though his voice had lost some of its earlier certainty. The separation of our magical traditions has preserved peace for centuries. Has it? Dyenal spoke quietly, but his voice carried. Or has it merely prevented us from achieving our full potential? Look at what we've created together. He gestured to our crystal ecosystem, still pulsing with perfectly balanced energy. This is what our ancestors knew was possible. This is what we could all achieve if we worked together. The hybrid crystal's light seemed to intensify, casting rainbow patterns across the entire hall as the board members began to vote. One by one, hands were raised. Through our bond, I counted along with Dyenal, our hearts beating in sync. 8 hands, 8 votes in favor. More than enough. The motion passes, the silver-haired member announced, a smile touching her lips. The board hereby approves the continuation of Miss Silverwood and Mr. Dyenal's magical partnership and the establishment of a new combined magic research program at the Academy. Relief and joy flooded through our bond as Dyenal pulled me into an embrace. Our runes blazed with shared happiness as the hybrid crystal's light danced around us in celebration. "This is just the beginning," he whispered, his violet eyes meeting mine. Through our bond, I could feel the truth of his words. We had opened a door that had been closed for centuries, and the possibilities ahead were endless. Chapter 14. The carriage ride to my parents' estate was unusually quiet. The hybrid crystal pulsed gently between us, reflecting our nervous energy. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's mix of determination and apprehension as we approached the grand manor house. "Your father," he said softly, his violet eyes meeting mine. "He was a war hero, wasn't he?" I nodded, absently touching the stabilization pendant that still hung around my neck. "During the border wars, he led the defense against the dark creatures that threatened both human and elven lands." Our runes created matching patterns of concern as the carriage pulled up to the front steps. Through our bond, I sent Dyenal waves of reassurance, though I wasn't feeling particularly confident myself. "Remember," I whispered as we descended from the carriage, "my mother will be on our side." And after our demonstration before the board, "We can handle anything," he finished, squeezing my hand. The hybrid crystal's light seemed to dim slightly as we approached the heavy wooden doors. Whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together, the human mage and her elven husband, still learning to navigate the complexities of their unexpected union. The grand entrance hall of the Silverwood Manor seemed to stretch endlessly before us. Family portraits lined the walls, generations of human mages watching our approach with painted eyes. The hybrid crystal's light created dancing shadows as we followed Henderson, our elderly butler, toward the dining room. "Your parents await in the formal dining room, Miss Lethania," Henderson announced, his face carefully neutral as he glanced at Dyenal. Through our bond, I felt my husband's quiet appreciation of the butler's professional courtesy. Our runes created subtle patterns of nervousness as we approached the heavy oak doors. The stabilization pendant felt unusually warm against my chest, as if responding to our heightened emotions. "Lady and Lord Silverwood," Henderson announced, opening the doors with practiced grace. "Miss Lethania and Mr. Dyenal." My mother rose immediately, her face breaking into a warm smile. She was dressed elegantly as always, her silver-streaked dark hair arranged perfectly. "Welcome, welcome. Please come sit." My father remained seated at the head of the table, his war medallions gleaming on his formal jacket. His expression was carefully controlled as he watched Dyenal pull out my chair for me. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's mix of admiration and caution as he took in the ornate dining room. The crystal chandeliers, the ancient tapestries, the family crest above the fireplace, all spoke of centuries of human magical tradition. "The board's decision was quite unexpected," my father said finally, breaking the silence as servants began serving the first course. "To approve not only your union, but to establish an entirely new research program." The hybrid crystal pulsed gently as Dyenal met my father's gaze. "The board recognized the potential benefits of combining our magical traditions, sir." What Lethania and I demonstrated. Yes, yes, I've read the reports," my father interrupted, though not unkindly. Combined healing magic, environmental restoration, ambitious goals. Herbert, my mother interjected softly, you should have seen them at the demonstration. Their magic was beautiful, like nothing I've ever witnessed. Through our bond, I sent Dyenal waves of encouragement as he carefully explained our research plans to my father. The stabilization pendant seemed to hum in harmony with our shared purpose. And what of your own traditions? My father asked suddenly, fixing Dyenal with an intense stare. Your duties to the great tree? Your family's expectations? I felt Dyenal's momentary tension through our bond, but his voice remained steady. My path has changed, sir, but my core values haven't. The great tree teaches us that all magic is connected, something Lethania and I prove every day. The hybrid crystal's light seemed to brighten slightly, casting rainbow patterns across the fine china and silverware. My mother smiled approvingly, while my father's expression remained thoughtful. As the main course was served, my mother skillfully steered the conversation toward lighter topics. The hybrid crystal's light created gentle patterns across the dining room as we discussed recent developments at the academy. The combined magic research program has already attracted significant interest, I explained, carefully cutting into my roasted pheasant. Several other human-elven couples have come forward, seeking to study with us. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's quiet pride as he added, the Great Trees Council has also expressed interest in sending observers. They believe our work could help restore some of the ancient connections between our peoples. My father set down his wine glass, his expression thoughtful. The border wars changed everything, he said slowly. Before then, humans and elves worked together frequently. I remember stories from my grandfather. About the harmony bearers, my mother asked, her eyes lighting up. Herbert, you used to tell Lethania those stories when she was little. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's surprise and interest. Our runes created matching patterns of curiosity as my father nodded. My grandfather served alongside elven warriors during the early days of the border wars, he continued. He always said their combined magic was more effective against the dark creatures than either type alone. The stabilization pendant seemed to warm at his words, and the hybrid crystal's light brightened slightly. That's exactly what we're rediscovering, I said eagerly. Dyenal and I have found that our magic naturally complements each other. The board's demonstration proved dash. Yes, the demonstration, my father interrupted, turning to Dyenal. I understand you risked quite a lot to perform it. Your position as a potential guardian of the great tree. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's resolve strengthen. Some things are worth risking everything for, sir, he said, his violet eyes meeting my father's gaze steadily. What Lethania and I have discovered, it's bigger than just us. It's about healing the rift between our peoples. My mother reached across the table to squeeze my hand, her eyes shining with pride. You should have seen them, Herbert. Their magic, it was like watching a dance, perfectly choreographed. Even the most traditional board members couldn't deny its beauty. The hybrid crystal pulsed gently, casting rainbow patterns across the fine china as my father sat back in his chair, studying us both carefully. I fought alongside elves during the worst of the border wars, he said finally. We didn't always understand each other, but we respected each other. Perhaps it's time to remember those days, rather than dwelling on what divided us after. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's hope rise to match my own. Our runes created patterns of gratitude as my father raised his wine glass in a subtle toast. To new beginnings, he said quietly, and old wisdom rediscovered. The atmosphere in the dining room had shifted considerably as dessert was served, a delicate elderflower tart that my mother had specifically chosen to honor elven culinary traditions. The hybrid crystal's light created soft patterns across the table as servants cleared away the main course dishes. Tell me more about the great tree, my father said unexpectedly, turning to Dyenal. During the border wars, we heard many stories, but few humans have ever seen it. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's pleasure at the question. Our runes created patterns of pride as he described his homeland's most sacred symbol. The great tree is the heart of all elven magic, he explained, his violet eyes bright with passion. Its roots connect to every magical network in our lands, and its branches reach toward the stars themselves. But what many don't know is that it also has deep connections to human magical networks. My mother leaned forward, intrigued. Really? I've never heard that before. The ancient records speak of it, Dyenal continued. Before the wars, the great tree served as a bridge between our peoples. The first harmony bearers would often meditate beneath its branches, strengthening the connections between human and elven magic. The stabilization pendant seemed to pulse in agreement, and I felt a surge of excitement through our bond. My father's expression had grown thoughtful again. During the worst battles, he said slowly, we sometimes felt something. A presence, like the forest itself, was trying to help us fight the dark creatures. Was that? The great tree, Dyenal nodded. It recognizes threats to both our peoples. That's part of what Lethania and I are studying, how to restore those ancient connections, to make both our magic stronger. My mother reached for the dessert wine, filling everyone's glasses. To think, all these years we've been limiting ourselves by staying separate. Herbert, remember how effective the combined patrols were during the wars? More than effective, my father admitted. We lost far fewer people when we worked together. He turned to me, his expression softening. Perhaps that's what you and Dyenal are meant to do, remind us all of what we've forgotten. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's hope and determination surge. The hybrid crystal's light seemed to dance with renewed energy as our runes created matching patterns of possibility. We believe, I said carefully, that the separation between our peoples was never meant to be permanent. The dark creatures are still out there, and we're stronger together than apart. My father nodded slowly, then did something that surprised us all. He raised his glass in a formal toast. To my daughter and her husband, he said, his voice carrying the weight of tradition. May your union help bridge the divide between our peoples, as the harmony bearers once did. The hybrid crystal blazed with sudden brilliance as we all raised our glasses. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's joy mix with my own as my mother wiped happy tears from her eyes. As the evening drew to a close, my father invited Dyenal to join him in his study, a sacred space I'd rarely been allowed to enter as a child. The hybrid crystal's light followed us through the manor's corridors, casting warm patterns on the ancient tapestries depicting our family's history. Your mother always said I was too protective, my father remarked as he opened the heavy oak doors. Perhaps she was right. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's mix of respect and curiosity as we entered the study. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, and magical artifacts from my father's war days were displayed in glass cases. The stabilization pendant hummed softly as we approached his desk. This, my father said, unlocking an ornate chest, belonged to my grandfather, the one who fought alongside the elves. He carefully withdrew a crystalline object that seemed to pulse with both human and elven magic. Our runes created patterns of wonder as we examined it. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's recognition. A harmony stone, he breathed. I've only seen drawings in the Great Tree's archives. They were used by the first harmony bearers to strengthen the connections between our magical networks. My father nodded, his expression softening. My grandfather said it saved his life more than once during the border wars. The combined magic was stronger than anything he could produce alone. The hybrid crystal seemed to resonate with the ancient artifact as my father carefully placed it in Dyenal's hands. Perhaps it's time this found its way to a new generation of harmony bearers. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's profound emotion at the gesture. Our runes blazed with shared gratitude as he accepted the gift. Sir, Dyenal said softly, I promise you, I will always protect and cherish your daughter. What we're building together, it's more than just a marriage. It's a bridge between our peoples. My mother appeared in the doorway, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Herbert, she said gently, show them the other thing. My father hesitated only briefly before retrieving an old leather-bound journal from his desk. My grandfather's war diary, he explained. It contains detailed accounts of how human and elven magic worked together during the border wars, including... He paused, meeting our eyes, some techniques that might be useful for your research program. The hybrid crystal's light seemed to dance with joy as we accepted the precious book. Through our bond, Dyenal and I shared a moment of perfect understanding, This evening had given us far more than just family acceptance. "Thank you," I whispered, embracing my father. For a moment, he held me tightly, and I was a little girl again, safe in his arms. "Just promise me one thing," he said as we prepared to leave. "When you visit the great tree, take care of each other. The old powers are waking, and the world is changing. You'll need each other more than ever." Through our bond, Dyenal's determination matched my own as we made our way to the waiting carriage. The harmony stone pulsed gently in his pocket, and my father's journal held secrets that could change everything. Chapter 15. The morning sun filtered through the stained glass windows of my father's study, casting colorful patterns across the ancient chess set. The hybrid crystal pulsed gently on a nearby shelf, next to the newly gifted harmony stone. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's mix of concentration and respect as he studied the board before him. My father moved his knight with practiced precision. "The elven approach to chess is quite different, I understand," he remarked, watching Dyenal carefully. "Yes, sir," Dyenal replied, his violet eyes scanning the board. "We focus more on the overall pattern than individual pieces, much like our magic." Through our bond, I could feel his careful consideration of each move. Our runes created subtle patterns of thought as he reached for his bishop. The stabilization pendant hummed softly against my chest as I watched from my perch near the window. "Interesting strategy," my father murmured, studying Dyenal's unconventional positioning. "You're creating a web rather than a direct assault." The morning light caught the harmony stone's crystalline surface, sending rainbow patterns dancing across the chess pieces. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's quiet pleasure at my father's observation. "The great tree teaches us that everything is connected," he explained, making another move. "In chess, as in magic, the true power lies in understanding those connections." The morning stretched on as the chess match between my father and Dyenal grew more intense. The hybrid crystal's light seemed to dance with interest as they played, each move carefully considered. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's growing respect for my father's strategic mind. "Your approach reminds me of the ancient texts," my father remarked, studying the board. During the border wars, elven strategists would often create similar patterns, seemingly scattered positions that suddenly revealed their true strength. Dyenal nodded, his violet eyes bright with interest. "The Great Tree's archives speak of those battles. Human precision combined with elven intuition, it was a formidable combination." Our runes created matching patterns of curiosity as my father reached for the leather-bound journal he'd given us. "There's an account in here of a particular battle where human and elven mages created a defensive web similar to your chess strategy." The stabilization pendant hummed softly as my father opened the journal, pointing to a detailed diagram. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's excitement as he recognized the magical formations. "These patterns," he said eagerly, "they're still used in the Great Tree's defensive wards." I never realized they originated from human-elven cooperation. My father's expression softened as he looked between the chessboard and the journal. "We've forgotten so much of our shared history. Perhaps that's why the board's decision to support your research program is so important." The harmony stone pulsed gently on the shelf, as if agreeing with his words. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's determination strengthen as he made his next move. "Check," he said quietly, his strategy finally revealing itself. My father laughed, genuinely delighted. "Brilliant. Just like the old battle formations, I never saw the trap until it was too late." The morning light grew stronger as my father and Dyenal continued their game. The hybrid crystal's light danced with the sunbeams, creating intricate patterns across the study. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's deep concentration as he studied the board. "You know," my father said, moving his queen thoughtfully, "during the border wars, we often used chess as a way to understand each other's strategies. The elven commanders would challenge us to games between battles." Dyenal's violet eyes lit up with interest. "The Great Tree's archives mention those matches. They say more was accomplished over a chessboard than in many formal negotiations." Our runes created matching patterns of curiosity as my father retrieved another document from his desk, a yellowed map covered in chess-like notations. "This was from the Battle of Crystal Valley," he explained. We use chess pieces to plan our combined defenses. The elven archers here, he pointed to several bishop positions, worked in perfect harmony with our shield mages. The stabilization pendant hummed warmly as Dyenal leaned forward to study the map. Through our bond, I felt his excitement growing as he recognized the tactical patterns. These formations, he said eagerly, they mirror the ancient wards around the great tree. The combination of human precision and elven fluidity, it's exactly what Lethania and I are trying to achieve with our research. My father nodded, his expression thoughtful as he glanced at the Harmony Stone. The old alliances weren't just about military cooperation. They were about understanding each other's strengths, finding ways to complement rather than compete. The hybrid crystal pulsed brightly as Dyenal made his next move, his strategy reflecting the very principles they were discussing. Through our bond, I felt his deep respect for my father's wisdom and experience. Sir, Dyenal said carefully, I know my marriage to your daughter wasn't conventional. But perhaps, like these old battle strategies, it's an opportunity to rebuild something that was lost. My father studied the board for a long moment before responding. You play chess like you approach magic, with patience, respect, and an understanding of deeper patterns. Perhaps. He moved his king out of check. Perhaps that's exactly what both our peoples need right now. The late morning sun cast long shadows across the study as the chess game reached its climax. The hybrid crystal's light intertwined with the Harmony Stone's glow, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's complete focus as he and my father entered the final moves of their match. You know, my father said, studying the board intently, there's an old story about the first harmony bearers using chess to teach cooperation between our peoples. He moved his remaining knight carefully. Each player would control both human and elven pieces, learning to think like both races. Dyenal's violet eyes sparkled with recognition. The teaching game. We still have the original boards preserved in the Great Tree's archives, though few remember their true purpose now. Our runes created intricate patterns of shared excitement as my father reached for another document from his war chest, a delicate scroll covered in both human and elven script. This, he explained, carefully unrolling it, is a manual for the teach-in game. My grandfather received it from his elven battle companion. Look at these formations. The stabilization pendant hummed strongly as Dyenal leaned forward to examine the ancient diagrams. Through our bond, I felt his amazement at seeing the familiar patterns in a new context. These chess formations, he breathed, they're exactly like the magical weaving patterns we've been developing for the combined magic research program. The way the pieces support each other, creating channels of power. My father nodded, a rare smile crossing his face. Perhaps you and Lethania aren't creating something new after all. Maybe you're remembering something very old. The hybrid crystal pulsed brightly as Dyenal made his final move on the board. Checkmate, he said softly, but his attention was still on the scroll. Sir, would you consider teaching us the teach-in game? It could be invaluable for our research. Through our bond, I felt his genuine respect and hope as my father considered the request. The Harmony Stone seemed to glow more intensely, casting rainbow patterns across the ancient documents spread before them. You know, my father said finally, I fought against the idea of your marriage to my daughter. I thought it would bring nothing but trouble. He gestured to the chessboard, where Dyenal's victory had come through a brilliant combination of human and elven strategies. But perhaps, like this game, the best solutions come from embracing both approaches. As the afternoon light began to fade, my father carefully packed away the ancient scroll and chess pieces. The hybrid crystal's light mingled with the Harmony Stone's glow, creating an atmosphere of peaceful contemplation. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's deep satisfaction with how the morning had unfolded. Before you leave, my father said, reaching into his desk drawer, there's something else you should see. He withdrew a small wooden box, its surface carved with intricate patterns that matched both human and elven magical symbols. Our runes created patterns of wonder as he opened it, revealing a set of chess pieces unlike any we'd seen before. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's immediate recognition. These are teaching game pieces, he breathed, carefully lifting one that seemed to shimmer with both types of magic. Each piece can channel both human and elven energy. My father nodded, his expression softening with memory. My grandfather and his elven battle companion used these to plan their strategies. Notice how each piece bears both runic scripts. The stabilization pendant hummed strongly as Dyenal examined the pieces. Through our bond, I could feel his mind racing with possibilities for a research. The pieces work in pairs, my father explained, setting up a small demonstration. Human magic flows through one, elven through the other, but they're designed to create harmony when used together. Much like, he glanced meaningfully at Dyenal and me, other partnerships we know. The hybrid crystal pulsed brightly as Dyenal carefully arranged the pieces according to the ancient scroll's instructions. Suddenly, the board came alive with magical energy, creating a miniature version of the combined magical networks we'd been studying. "This is incredible," I whispered, moving closer to examine the phenomenon. The pieces aren't just symbols, they're actual magical conductors. Through our bond, Dyenal's excitement matched my own. "Sir," he said earnestly, "this could revolutionize how we teach combined magic. If we could reproduce these pieces for the research program." My father smiled, closing the box with careful reverence. "They're yours now," he said quietly, "both the pieces and the teaching scrolls. Perhaps it's time for a new generation to learn the old ways of harmony." The harmony stone seemed to glow more intensely as Dyenal accepted the precious gift. Through our bond, I felt his profound gratitude and respect for my father's trust in us. Chapter 16. The morning after our chess match with my father, I found myself in the Academy's ancient library, surrounded by books on elven traditions. The hybrid crystal pulsed softly beside me as I pored over texts about marriage contracts. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's presence somewhere in the building, his emotions a mix of contentment and concern. "Still researching?" A familiar voice made me look up. Professor Eldridge, our combined magic instructor, stood before my table with an understanding smile. Our runes created patterns of uncertainty as I gestured to the pile of books. "I need to understand the full implications of the contract. The kiss under the full moon. There must be more to it than what we know." The stabilization pendant hummed gently as the professor pulled up a chair. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's attention shift toward our location, sensing my unease. "Marriage bonds in elven culture," Professor Eldridge began carefully, "are more than just legal contracts. They're magical bonds that grow stronger over time. The fact that you and Dyenal can already share emotions through your bond, it's quite remarkable." I touched the pendant absently, thinking of how natural it felt now to sense Dyenal's presence, his feelings intertwined with my own. Yet something still held me back from fully embracing what we had. Professor Eldridge pulled an ancient tome from the shelf, its pages glowing faintly with preserved elven magic. The hybrid crystal pulsed in response as he opened it to a marked section. "The elven marriage bond," he explained, "is more complex than most humans understand. It's not just about the physical connection, it's a gradual merging of magical essences." Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's attention sharpen. He was now moving through the academy halls, drawn to our conversation. Our runes created patterns of curiosity as the professor continued. "See these diagrams?" He pointed to intricate magical circles on the yellowed pages. "They show how the bond develops over time. The initial connection, your kiss under the full moon, was just the beginning. The sharing of emotions, the ability to sense each other's presence, these are all natural progressions." The stabilization pendant hummed warmly as I studied the ancient text. "But what about free will?" I asked quietly. "If the bond grows stronger automatically, how do we know our feelings are real and not just magical influence?" Professor Eldridge's expression softened with understanding. "That's a common concern, but look here." He turned to another page showing two intertwined magical signatures. "The bond enhances what's already there. It doesn't create feelings that don't exist." Through our bond, I felt a wave of reassurance from Dyenal, who had finally reached the library door. Our runes pulsed in sync as he approached our table. "The ancient texts," Professor Eldridge continued, "speak of failed bonds, cases where the magical connection was established, but the emotional foundation wasn't present. In those cases, the bond remained superficial, never developing beyond basic awareness. The hybrid crystal's light seemed to brighten as Dyenal joined us, his violet eyes meeting mine with quiet understanding. Through our bond, I felt his complete attention focused on the professor's words. "What we're seeing between you two," Professor Eldridge said, looking between us, "is far from superficial. The strength and clarity of your bond, it's remarkable. And more importantly, it's growing naturally, not through magical compulsion." The afternoon light streamed through the library's stained glass windows as Professor Eldridge continued his explanation. The hybrid crystal cast intricate patterns across the ancient text spread before us. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's complete attention focused on every word. "The most fascinating aspect of elven marriage bonds," Professor Eldridge said, turning to another page filled with complex magical diagrams, "is how they evolve based on genuine emotional growth. Look at these patterns. They show the natural progression of a successful bond." Our runes created matching patterns of interest as we studied the illustrations. The stabilization pendant hummed strongly as Professor Eldridge pointed to specific sections. "See these intertwined lines? They represent the gradual merging of magical signatures. But notice how they maintain their individual characteristics. The bond doesn't erase who you are, it enhances your natural compatibility." Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's quiet revelation as he recognized patterns similar to our own developing connection. His violet eyes met mine with newfound understanding. "Professor," he asked carefully, "what about cases where one partner resists the bond? Can it be harmful?" The hybrid crystal's light flickered slightly as Professor Eldridge considered the question. "Resistance itself isn't harmful," he explained, "but it can create emotional strain. The bond amplifies what's already there, including doubts and fears." Our runes pulsed with shared concern as I thought about my own reservations. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's gentle reassurance, though tinged with his own uncertainty. However, Professor Eldridge continued, pulling out another text. "The ancient records show that working through these doubts together often strengthens the bond in unexpected ways. It's not about perfect harmony from the start. It's about growing together, learning to trust the connection while maintaining your individual identities." The afternoon deepened as Professor Eldridge retrieved yet another ancient text from the library's restricted section. The hybrid crystal's light seemed to dance with anticipation as he carefully opened its weathered pages. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's intense focus on the new information. "This manuscript," Professor Eldridge said reverently, "contains detailed accounts of successful human-elven bonds from before the border wars. Look at these passages describing the stages of bond development." Our runes created intricate patterns of wonder as we read the ancient accounts. The stabilization pendant hummed strongly as we discovered descriptions that matched our own experiences. "The initial connection manifests as emotional awareness," Professor Eldridge read aloud, "followed by the ability to sense location and general well-being. As trust grows, the bond deepens naturally, allowing for more nuanced communication and magical synchronization." Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's quiet amazement as he recognized each stage we'd already experienced. His violet eyes met mine with newfound understanding. "But here's what's most interesting," the professor continued, turning to another section. "The accounts emphasize that resistance to the bond doesn't weaken it. Rather, working through doubts together strengthens it. Listen to this. The strongest bonds were often those that faced the greatest challenges, for in overcoming doubt, true trust is forged." The hybrid crystal pulsed brightly as I absorbed these words. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's gentle reassurance mixed with his own vulnerability. "Professor," I asked hesitantly, "what about cases where the initial bond was accidental?" I thought back to that fateful kiss under the full moon, how neither of us had known its significance. Professor Eldridge's expression softened with understanding. "According to these records, the circumstances of the initial bond matter far less than what the partners choose to build together afterward. The magic responds to genuine emotion and mutual choice, not to the technicalities of how it began." The library grew quiet as the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the stained glass windows. The hybrid crystal's light mingled with the fading daylight, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's thoughts turning contemplative as Professor Eldridge shared one final piece of ancient wisdom. "There's something else you should both know," he said, carefully turning to the last pages of the manuscript. "The most successful human-elven bonds recorded here share a common thread. Listen, when both partners choose to embrace the bond fully, despite their fears and doubts, their combined magic often manifests in unprecedented ways." Our runes created intricate patterns of possibility as the professor continued reading. The stabilization pendant hummed with increasing intensity as we listened. In these cases, the partners discovered abilities beyond what either race could achieve alone. Their magic became neither purely human nor purely elven, but something entirely new, a perfect harmony of both traditions. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's excitement mirror my own. His violet eyes met mine with growing understanding. "This explains so much," he said softly. "The way our magic interacts during research, how the hybrid crystal responds to us both, it's not just coincidence." Professor Eldridge nodded, carefully closing the ancient text. "Your accidental bond may have been the catalyst, but what you're building together, your research, your growing understanding of each other's cultures, your willingness to face these doubts together, that's what's truly remarkable." The hybrid crystal pulsed brightly as I reached for Dyenal's hand. Through our bond, I felt his complete acceptance of whatever path we might choose together. "The ancient texts are clear," Professor Eldridge concluded, gathering his materials. "The strongest bonds aren't those that begin perfectly, but those that grow stronger through challenge and choice. Your doubts, Lethania, aren't weaknesses. They're opportunities to build something deeper than mere magical connection." Chapter 17. The grand ballroom of the royal palace sparkled with thousands of enchanted crystals, their light reflecting off polished marble floors. The hybrid crystal at my throat pulsed gently, matching the rhythm of the classical music filling the air. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's mix of awe and apprehension as we entered together. "Remember," I whispered, adjusting his formal human attire, just like we practiced. Our runes created matching patterns of nervousness as we joined the receiving line. The stabilization pendant hummed softly against my chest as we approached the royal dais. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's attention sharpen as he spotted a familiar figure among the elven delegation. "Father," he breathed, his violet eyes widening slightly. Standing beside the king was indeed Lord Silvarus, High Guardian of the Great Tree, his silver hair and ceremonial robes marking him as one of the most powerful elves in the realm. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's emotions surge, respect, anxiety, and a touch of defiance. "I didn't know he would be here," I whispered, squeezing his hand gently. The hybrid crystal's light flickered as Lord Silvarus's stern gaze fell upon us, his disapproval evident even from across the room. The grand ballroom seemed to hold its breath as we approached the royal dais. The hybrid crystal's light pulsed steadily against my throat, matching the rhythm of my racing heart. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's emotions becoming more complex with each step, pride mixing with apprehension, love battling with duty. Lord Silvarus stood like a statue of ancient dignity beside the human king, his silver robes catching the light of thousands of enchanted crystals. Our runes created patterns of tension as his piercing gaze swept over us, lingering on my human formal dress and Dyenal's attempt at proper court attire. "My son," he spoke in perfectly accented human language, his voice carrying across the suddenly quiet space. "I see you've adopted to human customs." The stabilization pendant hummed with increased intensity as Dyenal bowed formally, maintaining perfect composure. Through our bond, I felt his inner struggle to balance respect with determination. "Father," he replied, his voice steady, "I didn't expect the honor of your presence at the human court." Several members of the elven delegation exchanged meaningful glances. The hybrid crystal's light flickered as Lord Silvarus descended the steps of the dais, his movements fluid and graceful. The great tree's interests extend beyond our borders, he said carefully, then turned his attention to me. And you must be the human mage who initiated the situation. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's protective instinct surge. Before he could speak, I stepped forward and executed a perfect elven formal greeting, one we had practiced countless times. Lord Silvaris, I said in careful Elvish, I am honored to meet the father of my chosen partner. The ballroom buzzed with whispers at my use of Elvish language. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's surge of pride and affection, though his face remained carefully neutral. Lord Silvaris's expression remained carefully neutral as he studied me, though the air around him crackled with barely contained magical energy. The hybrid crystal pulsed steadily, matching the tension in the room. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's pride in my proper use of Elvish customs warring with his concern for what might come next. You speak our tongue well, Lord Silvaris finally acknowledged, switching to Elvish himself. But language alone does not make one understand our ways. Do you truly comprehend the weight of what you've done, binding my son to you under moonlight? The stabilization pendant hummed with increasing intensity as dozens of eyes, both human and elven, watched our exchange. Our runes created complex patterns of determination as I stood my ground. My lord, I responded in formal Elvish, I admit I did not understand the significance of my actions that night. But since then, Dyenal and I have built something real, something that transcends both our culture's expectations. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's surge of emotion at my words. His violet eyes shone with pride and affection as he stepped forward to stand beside me. Father, he said, his voice carrying across the now silent ballroom, Lethania isn't just my accidental bride. She's my research partner in the combined magic program. Together, we've made breakthroughs that neither humans nor elves could achieve alone. The hybrid crystal's light brightened noticeably as Lord Silvaris's gaze shifted between us. Several members of the elven delegation whispered among themselves, clearly recognizing the crystal's response to our united stance. Is this true? Lord Silvaris asked, his attention now focused on the crystal at my throat. This is one of your combined magic artifacts? Yes, I answered, touching the crystal gently. It responds to both our magical signatures equally. We've discovered that human and elven magic can create something entirely new when properly balanced. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's quiet triumph as his father's expression shifted from disapproval to cautious interest. The ancient elven lord reached out with his own magic, testing the hybrid crystal's unique resonance. Lord Silvaris's magical probe of the hybrid crystal created ripples of energy through the ballroom. The crystal's light danced and shifted, responding to his ancient power while maintaining its unique harmony. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's mixture of hope and tension as his father studied our creation. Fascinating, Lord Silvaris murmured, switching back to human language for the benefit of the watching court. The resonance patterns are unlike anything in our archives. How did you achieve this stability between opposing magical signatures? Our runes created intricate patterns of shared achievement as Dyenal stepped forward. The stabilization pendant hummed with quiet confidence as he explained. It was Lethania's theory, Father. She discovered that human and elven magic aren't truly opposing forces, they're complementary aspects of the same fundamental energy. The crystal doesn't force the magics to merge, it creates a space where they can naturally harmonize. Through our bond, I felt his pride in our work, his desire to show his father that our partnership went far beyond an accidental marriage bond. The hybrid crystal's light strengthened as I added my own explanation. The breakthrough came when we stopped trying to control each other's magic and learned to trust in the natural balance between them, I said, meeting Lord Silvaris's penetrating gaze. Much like our relationship itself. The elven delegation whispered among themselves as Lord Silvaris's expression shifted from skepticism to genuine curiosity. Several human court mages had drawn closer, clearly intrigued by the technical discussion. Show me, Lord Silvaris commanded, his silver robes shimmering as he gestured to an empty space in the ballroom. Demonstrate this harmony you speak of. Through our bond, Dyenal and I shared a moment of perfect understanding. Without words, we moved to the indicated space, our magical signatures already beginning to intertwine through years of practice. The grand ballroom fell completely silent as Dyenal and I took our positions. The hybrid crystal's light grew stronger, casting a mesmerizing glow across the polished marble floor. Through our bond, our magical signatures began to intertwine with practiced ease, creating patterns of light and energy that drew gasps from the assembled court. "Watch carefully, father," Dyenal said softly, his violet eyes meeting mine with complete trust. Our runes created intricate patterns of harmony as we began our demonstration. The stabilization pendant hummed with growing power as we channeled our combined magic. I started with a pure human magical construct, a sphere of golden light that danced above our heads. Dyenal responded with elven magic, weaving strands of silver energy that spiraled around my creation. Through our bond, we moved in perfect synchronization, our magics neither fighting nor merging, but dancing together in elegant complexity. The hybrid crystal pulsed in rhythm with our demonstration, amplifying the beautiful interaction of our powers. "Remarkable," Lord Silvarus breathed, his stern facade cracking slightly as he watched the display. "The magics aren't just coexisting, they're enhancing each other." Indeed, as our demonstration continued, the golden human magic and silver elven energy began creating entirely new patterns, colors, and effects that neither tradition could achieve alone. The court watched in amazement as we wove complex magical structures that defy traditional classification. "This is what we've been researching at the Academy," I explained, maintaining the delicate balance of power. When human and elven magic are allowed to interact naturally, without forcing either to submit to the other, something entirely new emerges. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's complete focus as we brought the demonstration to its climax. The hybrid crystal blazed with light as we combined our powers into a final, breathtaking display, a three-dimensional representation of the great tree itself, rendered in both human and elven magic, more beautiful and complex than either could have created alone. As the magical construct faded, Lord Silvarus stepped forward, his expression transformed by what he had witnessed. "In all my centuries," he said slowly, "I have never seen such perfect harmony between our magics. Perhaps," he paused, looking between us with new understanding, "perhaps this accidental bond was not so accidental after all." The ballroom erupted in applause, but through our bond, Dyenal and I shared something deeper, a moment of pure validation, of knowing that our partnership transcended mere tradition or obligation. The hybrid crystal's light settled into a steady, peaceful glow, reflecting the strength of our connection. Chapter 18. The morning after the royal ball, I found myself wandering the palace gardens, my mind still spinning from the events of the previous night. The hybrid crystal pulsed softly against my throat, reflecting my unsettled emotions. Through our bond, I could sense Dyenal in a meeting with his father, discussing the implications of our magical demonstration. "Lethania." The familiar voice made me freeze. Standing beneath a flowering archway was Kalis, his formal court attire replaced by the traditional robes of a battle mage. Our runes created patterns of tension as he approached. "We need to talk," he said quietly, his eyes fixed on the hybrid crystal at my throat. "About what happened last night, about everything." The stabilization pendant hummed with warning as I felt Dyenal's attention shift through our bond, sensing my sudden discomfort. Kalis stepped closer, his battle mage robes rustling in the morning breeze. The hybrid crystal's light flickered nervously as he approached. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's growing concern, but I sent him reassuring thoughts. This was a conversation I needed to have. "Your demonstration last night," Kalis began, his voice tight with emotion. "It was impressive. But it doesn't change what happened. What you did to our future together." Our runes created complex patterns of unease as memories flooded back, our childhood together, our arranged betrothal, all the plans our families had made. The stabilization pendant hummed with increasing intensity as Kalis continued. "We were supposed to build something great together, Lethania. Our magical signatures were compatible, our families aligned. Everything was perfect until he gestured at the hybrid crystal until this elven nonsense. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's protective instinct surge, but he remained where he was, respecting my need to handle this myself. Perfect? I questioned softly. Was it really perfect, Kalis? Or was it just convenient? Safe? Expected? The garden's enchanted flowers seemed to dim around us as Kalis's expression hardened. Don't twist this. We had real potential together. Your father still believes in our match. He told me last night that there might be a way to break the elven bond. The hybrid crystal pulsed strongly at these words, as if protesting. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's spike of anxiety, though he continued to trust me to manage the situation. My father doesn't understand, I said firmly. What Dyenal and I have, it's not just about magic or tradition. Last night's demonstration wasn't just showing off, it was proof that sometimes the most powerful connections are the ones we never expected. The morning sun cast long shadows across the palace gardens as Kalis took another step forward, his battle mage robes crackling with barely contained magical energy. The hybrid crystal's light intensified, responding to the growing tension. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's increasing concern, though he continued to respect my wishes to handle this confrontation alone. You don't understand what you're throwing away, Kalis said, his voice thick with emotion. Our families have planned this union since we were children. The combined power of our bloodlines could have revolutionized human magic. Instead, you've chosen to dilute your gift with elven influences. Our runes created intricate patterns of defiance as I stood my ground. The stabilization pendant hummed with increasing intensity as memories flooded back, years of carefully orchestrated encounters, magical compatibility tests, family dinners where our future was discussed as if it were already written in stone. That's exactly the problem, Kalis, I replied, my voice steady despite my racing heart. Everything was planned, calculated, arranged. Did anyone ever ask what we wanted? Did you ever once question whether there might be more to magic, to life, than what our families had mapped out for us? Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's pride and support, his presence giving me strength to continue. The hybrid crystal pulsed with warm light as I touched it gently. Last night's demonstration wasn't just about showing off new magical techniques, I explained, meeting Kalis's increasingly troubled gaze. It was proof that when we let go of our preconceptions, when we allow ourselves to explore beyond the boundaries others set for us, we can discover something truly extraordinary. Kalis's magical aura flared dangerously, causing the nearby flowers to wilt. And what about duty? Honor? The responsibilities we have to our families and our people? Are you willing to throw all of that away for some accidental bond with an elf? The garden's enchanted fountains seemed to pause their flow as I stepped closer to my former fiancé, my own magic rising to meet his challenge. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's readiness to intervene if needed, but this was my battle to fight. Our duty is to push the boundaries of what's possible, I said firmly. Our honor lies in being true to ourselves, not in blindly following traditions that separate and limit us. And as for responsibility, I gestured to the hybrid crystal, which now shone with brilliant light. I believe we have a responsibility to explore every possibility for advancing magical understanding, even if it means challenging everything we thought we knew. The tension in the garden reached a breaking point as Kalis raised his hand, magical energy gathering around his fingers. Then perhaps it's time to show you exactly what you're giving up, he growled, his eyes fixed on the hybrid crystal at my throat. The magical energy crackling around Kalis's hand intensified, causing the air itself to shimmer with power. The hybrid crystal blazed in response, its protective magic intertwining with my own. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's presence growing stronger, his concern transforming into determined action as he sensed the imminent danger. You want to see what you're throwing away? Kalis snarled, ancient battle magic swirling around him in deadly patterns. Let me show you the full power of pure human magic, untainted by elven influence. Our runes created complex defensive patterns as I prepared for his attack. The The stabilization pendant hummed with unprecedented intensity, its protective magic spreading outward like a shield. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal moving swiftly through the palace corridors, drawn by the mounting magical pressure. "This isn't about human versus elven magic anymore, Kalis," I said, my voice steady despite the danger. "You're still thinking in terms of separation and superiority. But what Dyenal and I have discovered goes beyond such artificial boundaries." The garden's magical wards began to strain under the pressure of Kalis's gathering power. Flowers withered and fountains froze as he channeled more energy into his attack. "Artificial boundaries?" he scoffed. "These boundaries have protected our magical traditions for centuries. Your discovery is nothing but a corruption of pure human potential." Just as Kalis released his attack, a devastating blast of pure battle magic, three things happened simultaneously. The hybrid crystal erupted with brilliant light, Dyenal burst through the garden archway, and my own magic rose to meet the challenge in a way I had never experienced before. Through our bond, Dyenal's elven magic merged seamlessly with my human power, creating a defense that was neither purely human nor purely elven. The hybrid crystal amplified our combined strength, transforming Kalis's attack into harmless sparkles that rained down around us. "Impossible," Kalis whispered, staring at his failed attack with disbelief. "No human magic should be able to." "It's not just human magic," Dyenal said quietly, moving to stand beside me. "And it's not just elven magic either. What Lethania and I share is something entirely new, something that could change everything we thought we knew about magical boundaries." The garden fell into an eerie silence as Kalis stared at us, his battle magic dissipating into the morning air. The hybrid crystal continued to pulse with steady, harmonious light. Through our bond, Dyenal and I remained connected, our combined power creating a protective aura around us that seemed to shimmer with both human and elven magic. "You still don't understand, do you?" Kalis said, his voice breaking slightly. "This isn't just about magic or tradition. We were meant to build something together, Lethania. Our families, our futures, everything was perfectly aligned." Our runes created intricate patterns of resolution as I stepped forward, the stabilization pendant humming with quiet confidence. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's unwavering support, giving me strength to speak my truth. "That's exactly why it wouldn't have worked, Kalis," I said softly. "Everything was too perfect, too planned, too controlled. Real magic, real love, isn't about perfect alignment or carefully arranged futures. It's about growth, discovery, and the courage to embrace the unexpected." The garden's magical atmosphere began to normalize as Kalis's aggressive stance softened. The hybrid crystal's light gentled, reflecting the changing mood. "Look at what happened just now," I continued, gesturing to the lingering traces of our combined defensive magic. "When Dyenal and I work together, we create something entirely new, not because we're forcing it, but because we've learned to trust each other and let our magic flow naturally." Through our bond, Dyenal sent waves of pride and affection as he added, "Your attack failed not because it wasn't powerful enough, but because you're still thinking in terms of dominance and control. What Lethania and I share isn't about one type of magic overwhelming the other. It's about harmony." Kalis looked between us, his battle mage training warring with what he had just witnessed. The garden's enchanted flowers began to recover, blooming anew in the morning light. "I've spent my entire life studying battle magic," he said slowly, "learning how to overcome, how to defeat, how to control. But what you just did—" He shook his head in wonder. "It wasn't about power at all, was it?" "No," I agreed, reaching for Dyenal's hand. "It's about connection, trust, and the willingness to let go of what we think we know. That's what makes our magic, and our love, so powerful." Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's complete agreement as the hybrid crystal's light settled into a warm, steady glow. The morning sun broke through the clouds, casting rainbow patterns through the crystal's facets. Kalis straightened his battle mage robes, his expression shifting from confusion to reluctant acceptance. "I still don't fully understand what you've found together," he admitted. "But I can't deny what I just witnessed. Perhaps, Perhaps there are more paths to magical greatness than what our traditions have taught us. Chapter 19. The palace gardens erupted in chaos as Dyenal materialized between Kalis and me, his elven magic crackling with protective fury. The hybrid crystal blazed with warning light as our bond pulsed with shared anger and determination. Through our connection, I could feel the raw power of his emotions. He had heard everything. So, Dyenal's voice was dangerously calm. You think you can simply reclaim what was never truly yours? Our runes created patterns of impending conflict as Kalis straightened, his battle mage training evident in his stance. The stabilization pendant hummed with increasing intensity as magical energy began to saturate the air. This doesn't concern you, elf, Kalis spat. This is between me and my intended. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's patience snap like a bowstring. The morning air crackled with magical tension as Dyenal and Kalis faced each other in the palace gardens. The hybrid crystal pulsed with warning energy, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's carefully controlled rage mixing with his protective instincts. Your intended? Dyenal's voice carried dangerous undertones as silver elven magic began swirling around him. You speak of her as if she were property to be claimed. Have you learned nothing from witnessing our combined magic? Our runes created complex patterns of conflict as Kalis's battle magic responded, dark red energy gathering around his hands. The stabilization pendant hummed with increasing intensity as the two powerful mages squared off. What I've witnessed is the corruption of pure human magical lineage, Kalis snarled. You've tainted her power with your elven influence. This ends today. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's determination crystallize into something harder, more focused. The garden's magical wards began to strain under the pressure of their competing energies. You still don't understand, Dyenal said, his violet eyes blazing. What Lethania and I share isn't about power or influence. It's about trust, growth, and the freedom to choose our own path. The morning sunlight seemed to dim as Kalis gathered more power, his battle mage training evident in every movement. Choice? You bound her to you through an ancient tradition she knew nothing about. What choice did you give her? The hybrid crystal flared brilliantly as I stepped between them, my own magic rising to meet theirs. I made my choice, I declared firmly. Every day since that night, I've chosen to stay, to learn, to grow with Dyenal. Not because of tradition or obligation, but because what we've discovered together is more valuable than any predetermined path. Through our bond, Dyenal's love and pride washed over me, strengthening my resolve. The garden's enchanted flowers began to respond to our combined magical presence, blooming with unprecedented vigor. The palace gardens trembled with magical energy as three powerful forces converged. The hybrid crystal blazed like a small sun at my throat, responding to the intensity of emotions flowing through our bond. Through our connection, I could feel Dyenal's protective fury warring with his natural diplomatic instincts. You dare speak of corruption? Dyenal's voice carried centuries of elven pride. While you stand there wielding battle magic in a sacred garden, your very presence here violates the ancient peace treaties between our peoples. Our runes created elaborate patterns of conflict and protection as Kalis's dark red magic continued to gather. The stabilization pendant hummed with unprecedented power, creating a shield around all three of us as the garden's magical wards began to crack under the pressure. Treaties? Kalis laughed bitterly, his battle mage robe swirling with contained power. The same treaties that allow you to steal our brightest mages through archaic marriage customs? At least I'm honest about my intentions. I'm here to reclaim what was wrongfully taken. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's patience finally shatter. The air itself seemed to crystallize as he released a wave of pure elven magic, more powerful than anything I had ever felt from him before. She is not yours to reclaim. Dyenal's voice thundered with authority that reminded me of his noble heritage. Lethania is not a possession to be traded or fought over. She is my partner, my equal, and together we've discovered magic that transcends your petty territorial disputes. The garden's enchanted flora began to respond dramatically to the competing magical energies, flowers blooming and withering in rapid succession, trees bending and straightening as if caught in a magical storm. Palace guards could be seen rushing toward us, but they were repelled by the sheer intensity of power radiating from our confrontation. "You speak of equality," Kalis snarled, gathering his magic for a devastating attack, "but you bound her to you without explanation or choice. How is that any different from what you accuse me of?" The hybrid crystal pulsed with unprecedented intensity as I stepped forward, my own magic rising to match theirs. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's love and trust, giving me strength to face this moment. "The difference," I declared, my voice carrying across the chaotic garden, "is that every day since that night has been my choice. Every moment I spend with Dyenal, every new discovery we make together, every breakthrough in our combined magic, these are all choices I make freely, with full knowledge and understanding." The magical energy swirling around us began to respond to my words, the chaos settling into something more harmonious. Through our bond, Dyenal's power merged with mine, creating that unique blend of human and elven magic that had so astonished the court the night before. The magical confrontation in the palace gardens reached a critical point as Kalis launched his attack, dark red battle magic streaking through the air like deadly lightning. The hybrid crystal erupted with protective energy, creating a shield of combined human and elven magic. Through our bond, Dyenal and I moved in perfect synchronization, our powers intertwining as naturally as breathing. "You think your combined magic makes you special?" Kalis shouted, his battle mage training evident in the precision of his attacks. "It makes you vulnerable. One break in your precious harmony, and everything falls apart." Our runes created intricate defensive patterns as we deflected wave after wave of his assault. The stabilization pendant hummed with unprecedented power, its protective magic spreading throughout the garden. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's complete trust in our connection, his certainty that together we could weather any storm. "You're wrong, Kalis," I called out, my voice steady despite the magical chaos surrounding us. "Our bond doesn't make us vulnerable. It makes us stronger than either of us could be alone. Every challenge we face together only deepens our connection." The garden's magical wards were beginning to crack under the intensity of our conflict. Palace guards had gathered at the perimeter, unable to intervene due to the dangerous levels of magical energy saturating the air. Through the chaos, I caught glimpses of both human and elven nobles watching from the safety of the palace windows. "Look at what you're doing." Dyenal's voice carried over the magical tumult. "Your anger and jealousy are destroying a sacred space. Is this truly how you want to prove your worth? Through destruction?" Kalis faltered for a moment, his battle magic flickering as he took in the devastation around us. The once beautiful garden had become a battlefield, its enchanted flowers withered, fountains frozen, and ancient trees scarred by magical backlash. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's strategic mind working. The hybrid crystal pulsed with steady light as we began to channel our magic differently, not to attack or defend, but to heal. "Watch carefully, Kalis," I said softly, reaching for Dyenal's hand. "This is what true power looks like." Together, we released a wave of combined magic that spread through the garden like gold and silver sunlight. Where our power touched, flowers bloomed anew, fountains resumed their dance, and trees straightened their ancient backs. The garden's magical wards repaired themselves, stronger than before. "This is what Lethania and I have discovered," Dyenal explained, his violet eyes intense. "Magic isn't just about power or control. It's about creation, healing, and growth. Something that can only happen when we let go of our need to dominate and learn to work in harmony." The garden fell into an otherworldly silence as our healing magic continued to spread. The hybrid crystal glowed with steady, peaceful light, its power harmonizing perfectly with our combined magical signature. Through our bond, Dyenal and I maintained our focus, restoring not just the physical damage, but the magical essence of this sacred space. Kalis stood motionless, his battle magic completely dissipated as he watched the transformation around him. The stabilization pendant hummed with gentle energy as our runes created patterns of renewal and growth. Palace guards and noble observers alike seemed transfixed by the display of restorative magic. "This," Kalis whispered, his battle mage composure cracking, "this isn't possible." Healing magic of this magnitude requires years of specialized training, and even then, that's because you're still thinking in terms of limitations, Dyenal explained softly, his hands steady in mine. When human and elven magic truly work together, the possibilities are endless. What you're witnessing isn't just healing, it's creation itself. Through our bond, I felt the profound truth of his words. The garden wasn't simply being restored to its previous state, it was being transformed into something more beautiful, more vibrant than before. Ancient trees stretched their branches toward the sky with renewed vigor, their magical cores pulsing with combined human and elven energy. Look around you, Kalis, I said gently, gesturing to the flourishing garden. This is what happens when we let go of our need to control and dominate. When we trust in something greater than ourselves. The morning sun broke through the clouds, casting rainbow patterns through the hybrid crystal as Kalis slowly sank to his knees. His battle-mage robe seemed to weigh heavily on his shoulders as he took in the full scope of what he had witnessed. All my life, he said, his voice thick with emotion, I was taught that power comes from discipline, from control, from maintaining the purity of our magical traditions. But this, he gestured helplessly at the transformed garden, this is something entirely different. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's compassion rise to match my own. The garden's renewed magical wards hummed with harmonious energy as we approached Kalis together. It's not too late to learn a different way, Dyenal offered, his violet eyes gentle. The barriers between our peoples have always been artificial. Perhaps it's time for all of us to discover what's possible when we work together instead of against each other. The hybrid crystal pulsed with warm approval as Kalis looked up at us, his expression transformed by understanding. Palace guards began to stand down as the magical tension dissipated completely, replaced by an atmosphere of peace and possibility. I need time to think, Kalis said finally, rising to his feet with newfound humility. What you've shown me today, it changes everything I thought I knew about magic. About power. About love. Chapter 20. The palace dungeons were a stark contrast to the opulent halls above. The hybrid crystal's light seemed muted in the darkness, barely illuminating the damp stone walls. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's presence growing weaker with distance, but his spirit remained unbroken. Guards lined the corridors, their magical restraining artifacts humming with containment spells. The stabilization pendant pulsed anxiously as I followed a stern-faced palace official deeper into the detention area. Our runes created patterns of determination and worry as I descended further into the bowels of the palace. Prisoner visitation is strictly regulated, the official droned, his voice echoing off the stone walls. You have 10 minutes. Through our weakened bond, I felt Dyenal's awareness spark as I approached his cell. The hybrid crystal brightened slightly, responding to our proximity. I'll get you out of here, I whispered through our connection. Whatever it takes. The guard led me to Dyenal's cell, where magical dampening runes covered every surface. The hybrid crystal struggled against the suppressive magic, its light flickering like a candle in the wind. Through our weakened bond, I could feel Dyenal's presence growing stronger as we approached, though the dampening field made our connection feel like trying to speak underwater. 5 minutes, the guard growled, activating a series of complex magical locks. No physical contact, no magical communication attempts. Break these rules, and you'll join him in custody. Our runes created patterns of frustrated longing as the cell door creaked open. The stabilization pendant hummed with increasing intensity, fighting against the dampening field. Through the dim light, I saw Dyenal sitting cross-legged on a narrow cot, his violet eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. Lethania, he breathed, rising smoothly despite his obvious exhaustion. You shouldn't have come. It's too dangerous. The sight of him, proud, beautiful Dyenal confined in this dank cell, made my heart ache. His usually immaculate robes were wrinkled and stained, and magical restraint cuffs encircled his wrists, their runes pulsing with containment spells. Did you really think I would stay away? I asked, fighting the urge to reach through the magical barrier between us. They can't keep you here. What happened in the garden was self-defense. Kalis attacked first. Through our muted bond, I felt Dyenal's bitter amusement. The royal court sees it differently. A foreign elf using magic against a noble-born battle mage on palace grounds? They're calling it an act of aggression against the crown itself. The hybrid crystal flared briefly with shared anger before the dampening field forced it back to a dim glow. Palace guards shifted nervously, their hands moving to their weapon hilts. My father has connections in the court, I insisted, pressing as close to the magical barrier as I dared. And your family? Surely they won't stand for this treatment of a noble elf? Dyenal's laugh was hollow. My family? They're probably relieved. This gives them the perfect excuse to nullify our marriage and remove the human stain from their precious bloodline. The dampening field seemed to grow stronger as our conversation continued, weighing heavily on both of us. The hybrid crystal fought against the suppression, its light pulsing with determination. Through our weakened bond, I could sense Dyenal's exhaustion and frustration, but also his unwavering spirit. Listen carefully, he said in a low voice, his violet eyes intense despite his fatigue. The royal court will convene tomorrow at noon to decide my fate. They're calling it a trial, but we both know it's just a formality. They've already decided to make an example of me. Our runes created patterns of desperate planning as I absorbed his words. The stabilization pendant hummed with increasing urgency, responding to my rising anxiety. Through the magical barrier, I could see the toll the dampening field was taking on him. Elves weren't meant to be cut off from their natural magic for extended periods. The charges are ridiculous, I insisted, my voice shaking with barely controlled anger. You were defending yourself. And what about the ancient peace treaties? They can't just imprison a noble elf without consequences. Dyenal's bitter laugh echoed off the stone walls. The treaties? They're using them against me. According to the court, my presence in the garden that day violated Section 7 of the Third Treaty, the one forbidding elven magic within 50 paces of human nobility without express permission. The guard shifted uncomfortably, his hand tightening on his weapon. 3 minutes, he warned. Through our muted bond, I felt Dyenal's strategic mind working despite his exhaustion. The hybrid crystal flickered as he leaned closer to the barrier, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. There's something else you need to know, he said urgently. The dampening field isn't just containing my magic, it's feeding off it. These cells were designed centuries ago, during the Great War, specifically to drain elven prisoners of their power. Every hour I spend here makes me weaker. Horror washed over me as I understood the implications. The stabilization pendant's hum took on a more desperate tone as I noticed the subtle signs I'd been missing, the pallor of his skin, the slight tremor in his hands, the dimming of his usually brilliant violet eyes. That's barbaric, I exclaimed, drawing sharp looks from the guards. They can't just drain you like that. It's against every magical ethics law we have. Laws written by humans for humans, Dyenal reminded me gently. The old prejudices run deeper than you know, my love. The court will use any means necessary to prove that elves cannot be trusted among humans. Through our weakening connection, I felt his determination to protect me from the full truth of his situation. The hybrid crystal's light seemed to pulse in time with my racing heart as I made my decision. I won't let them do this, I declared, straightening my spine. If they want to make this political, then so will I. My father may disapprove of our marriage, but he won't stand for this kind of injustice. And I have friends in the academy who will speak out when they learn what's happening here. The guard's warning of 1 minute remaining echoed through the cell. The hybrid crystal pulsed with renewed urgency as I struggled to convey everything I needed to say. Through our weakening bond, I could feel Dyenal's life force being slowly drained by the ancient magic of the prison. Listen carefully, I whispered, pressing as close to the barrier as I dared. I've been researching the old laws. There's a precedent from the Third Elven War. When a mixed-blood couple was separated by imprisonment, their magical bond was considered a living entity with rights of its own. The courts couldn't legally maintain any magic that would damage that bond. Dyenal's violet eyes widened slightly, his strategic mind immediately grasping the implications. The stabilization pendant hummed with increasing intensity as I continued. The hybrid crystal is proof of our bond's unique nature. It's not just a magical artifact anymore. It's become something entirely new, something that combines both human and elven magic in ways that haven't been seen before. If we can prove that the dampening field is causing irreversible damage to this new form of magic, they'll have to release me or risk violating their own magical preservation laws. Dyenal finished, a spark of hope lighting his tired eyes. Through our bond, I felt his admiration for my cleverness mixing with concern for my safety. But Lethania, he warned, using that argument means exposing our bond to full magical scrutiny. The court will want to study it, document it, perhaps even try to replicate it. Are you prepared for what that might mean? The hybrid crystal flared briefly, as if responding to the gravity of the decision before us. Palace guards shifted nervously, their hands moving to their weapons as the magical energy in the cell fluctuated. I don't care about keeping our magic secret anymore, I declared firmly. Let them study it. Let them see what's possible when humans and elves work together instead of against each other. Maybe that's exactly what both our peoples need right now. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's love and pride wash over me, temporarily overwhelming even the dampening field. The stabilization pendant's hum took on a more harmonious tone as our combined determination strengthened our connection. There's more, I added quickly, aware of our dwindling time. I've contacted the Academy's Council of Magisters. They're sending representatives to observe the trial. Whatever happens tomorrow, it won't just be the royal court making decisions. The academic community will be watching too. Time's up, the guard announced gruffly, moving to reactivate the cell's full security measures. I love you, I whispered through our bond, pouring all my determination and hope into the connection. Stay strong. Tomorrow, everything changes. As I left the dungeons, my mind was already racing with plans. The hybrid crystal pulsed steadily against my throat, a constant reminder of what we stood to lose. Through our weakened bond, I could still feel Dyenal's presence, though it grew fainter with each step I took away from his cell. The palace corridors seemed unnecessarily opulent now, their gilded walls and magical illumination a stark contrast to the darkness below. The stabilization pendant hummed with determination as I made my way to the Academy's temporary quarters within the palace grounds. Our runes created patterns of fierce resolve as I prepared for what needed to be done. Magistra Elena? I called softly, knocking on the door of my former mentor's chamber. I need your help. The door opened to reveal the silver-haired woman who had guided my early magical studies. Her eyes widened at the sight of me, then narrowed as she took in my expression. You've seen him, she stated rather than asked, ushering me inside. Come, tell me everything. Through our bond, I sent a silent promise to Dyenal as I began explaining the situation to Elena. The hybrid crystal's light strengthened slightly as I described the dampening field's effects and our legal strategy. It's worse than we thought, Elena said grimly, pulling ancient texts from her shelves. The cells you described, they're from the darkest days. We'd thought them all destroyed after the peace treaties were signed. They're killing him, I whispered, my voice breaking. Slowly, but surely. Every moment he spends in that cell. The stabilization pendant's hum took on a more urgent tone as Elena spread several documents across her desk. Through our weakening connection, I could feel Dyenal's strength continuing to ebb. Look here, Elena pointed to a yellowed page. The precedent you mentioned about magical bonds having rights, it's stronger than you realize. During the Third Elven War, a similar case actually led to the fall of an entire ruling council when they refused to acknowledge the bond's sovereignty. Hope bloomed in my chest as we pored over the historical documents. The hybrid crystal's light seemed to brighten as we built our case, gathering evidence and preparing arguments that would be impossible to ignore. But we'll need more than just legal precedent, Elena warned, her experienced eyes serious. The court will demand proof that your bond is genuine, that it's not just some magical trick or temporary enchantment. Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's consciousness brush against mine, even across the distance and through the dampening field. The stabilization pendant resonated with our shared determination as I made my decision. Then we'll give them proof, I declared, drawing myself up. Tomorrow, in front of the entire court, I'll demonstrate exactly what happens when human and elven magic truly combine. Let them try to deny the reality of what we've created together. Elena's eyes widened as the hybrid crystal began to pulse with unprecedented power, responding to my resolve. Lethania, she breathed. What are you planning? Something they can't ignore, I answered, my voice steady. Something that will change everything. Dawn broke over the royal palace with an unusual stillness. The hybrid crystal pulsed with nervous energy as I prepared for what would surely be the most important day of our lives. Through our weakened bond, I could still feel Dyenal's presence in the dungeons below, growing fainter with each passing hour. The great hall was transformed for the trial, ancient magical circles of judgment etched into the marble floor, glowing with renewed purpose. The stabilization pendant hummed anxiously as I took my place among the witnesses, surrounded by a sea of disapproving faces from both human and elven nobility. Our runes created patterns of determination as the royal court began to assemble. Magistra Elena sat beside me, her silver hair gleaming in the morning light that streamed through the enchanted windows. Remember, she whispered, we must follow proper protocol. The court takes these formalities very seriously. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal being brought up from the dungeons. The hybrid crystal flared briefly as he entered the hall, despite the dampening cuffs that bound his magic. Even after days of imprisonment, he carried himself with innate elven grace, his violet eyes finding mine immediately across the crowded chamber. The Lord Chief Justice, an imposing figure in ceremonial robes of deep purple, took his place at the center of the magical circle. This court is now in session. His voice resonated with magical authority. We gather to address the matter of Dyenal of the Silver Forest, charged with magical aggression against a noble-born human within palace grounds. The stabilization pendant's hum grew more intense as Dyenal was led to the defendant's circle. Through our connection, I could feel how much the dampening field had weakened him, though he showed no outward sign of distress. Before we proceed, the Lord Chief Justice continued, I must acknowledge the presence of several unusual parties. We have representatives from the Academy's Council of Magisters, observers from both human and elven diplomatic corps, and, his eyes fixed on me with sudden intensity, the accused alleged bondmate. Murmurs rippled through the assembled crowd. The hybrid crystal pulsed steadily as I met the Lord Chief Justice's gaze without flinching. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's pride and concern mixing with his growing exhaustion. My lords and ladies of the court, a new voice rang out. Kalis stepped forward, his battle mage robes immaculate, showing no trace of our garden confrontation. As the injured party in this matter, I request the right to speak first. Granted, the Lord Chief Justice nodded. Present your testimony. The stabilization pendant's hum took on a warning tone as Kalis began to speak. Through our weakening connection, I felt Dyenal's resignation. We both knew what was coming, but neither of us was prepared for what Kalis actually said. The great hall fell silent as Kalis stepped into the center of the magical circle. The hybrid crystal pulsed with uncertainty as we all waited for his testimony. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's surprise when Kalis turned to face the Lord Chief Justice with an unexpected expression of remorse. My lords and ladies of the court, Kalis began, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. I come before you today not as an accuser, but as a witness to something extraordinary. I was wrong about Dyenal of the Silver Forest, and I was wrong about the nature of his bond with Lethania. The stabilization pendant's hum shifted to a tone of astonishment as murmurs rippled through the assembled crowd. Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's cautious hope mixing with skepticism. In the garden that day, Kalis continued, I witnessed magic that defied everything I thought I knew about the boundaries between human and elven power. When I attacked, and yes, I freely admit that I was the aggressor, Dyenal and Lethania responded not with violence, but with creation. The hybrid crystal flared brilliantly as Kalis described the transformation of the garden, his battle mage training lending weight to his technical analysis of our combined magic. The Lord Chief Justice leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued. What we saw that day wasn't just two different types of magic working in parallel, Kalis explained, gesturing to the magical recording crystals that had captured the event. It was something entirely new, a perfect fusion of human and elven power that created effects I would have sworn were impossible. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's strength wavering as the dampening field continued to drain him. The stabilization pendant's warning hum grew more urgent as I noticed his slight swaying within the defendant's circle. But more than that, Kalisa's voice softened with genuine emotion. I witnessed the truth of their bond. The way their magic intertwined wasn't just skill or technique, it was pure instinct, the kind that only comes from a deep, genuine connection. The magical circles of judgment pulsed with evaluative energy as Kalis turned to face Dyenal directly. I came to the garden that day believing I was protecting our magical traditions. Instead, I nearly destroyed something precious, something that could show us all a new way forward. The Lord Chief Justice raised his hand for silence as Kalis finished his testimony. The hybrid crystal pulsed with renewed intensity as the magical circles of judgment began their evaluation. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's strength continuing to fade, the dampening field taking its relentless toll. The court acknowledges Battle Mage Kalis's testimony, the Lord Chief Justice declared. However, we must address the more serious matter at hand, the violation of ancient treaties governing magical practices within palace grounds. Magistra Elena stood then, her silver hair gleaming in the morning light. My lords and ladies of the court, if I may speak on behalf of the Academy's Council of Magisters. The stabilization pendant hummed with anticipation as Elena moved to the center of the chamber. Through our connection, I felt Dyenal struggling to maintain his composure as the dampening field continued its draining effect. What we are witnessing here is not just a legal matter, but a pivotal moment in magical history, Elena began, her voice carrying the weight of decades of scholarly authority. The bond between Lethania and Dyenal represents something unprecedented, a genuine fusion of human and elven magic that transcends our traditional understanding of magical theory. She gestured to the recording crystals floating above the court. The evidence from the garden incident shows more than just defensive magic. It shows healing, creation, and transformation on a scale that should be impossible for any single practitioner, or even two practitioners working in parallel. The magical circles pulsed with evaluative energy as Elena produced several ancient texts. Furthermore, according to the Codex of Magical Rites, established during the Third Elven War, any unique magical bond that demonstrates transformative properties must be protected and preserved as a living magical entity. Through our weakening connection, I felt Dyenal's approval of Elena's strategy, even as his consciousness began to flutter like a candle in the wind. The hybrid crystal's light flickered ominously as she continued. The dampening field currently affecting Dyenal isn't just imprisoning him, it's actively damaging a unique magical phenomenon that could revolutionize our understanding of interspecies magical cooperation. Every moment he remains in those cells, we risk losing something irreplaceable. The Lord Chief Justice leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued. You speak of protecting magical phenomena, Magistra Elena, but what of protecting our people? The laws regarding elven magic near human nobility exist for good reason. With respect, my lord, Elena countered, those laws were written in a time of war and fear. Should we not consider that perhaps they've outlived their purpose? Especially when we have before us living proof that human and elven magic can work in perfect harmony. The tension in the Great Hall reached a critical point as the Lord Chief Justice considered Elena's words. The hybrid crystal's light began to flicker more erratically as Dyenal's condition worsened. Through our bond, I could feel him slipping further away with each passing moment. My lords and ladies, I called out suddenly, unable to remain silent any longer. I request permission to demonstrate the truth of our bond directly. The stabilization pendant hummed with unprecedented intensity as all eyes turned to me. Through our weakening connection, I felt Dyenal's concern mixing with his growing delirium from the dampening field's effects. You dare interrupt these proceedings? One of the elder judges demanded, but the Lord Chief Justice raised his hand for silence. Speak, Lethania of Silverwood Academy, he commanded. But choose your words carefully. I stepped into the center of the magical circle, my heart pounding but my voice steady. You speak of protecting your people, of upholding ancient laws, but look at what those laws are doing right now. Look at him. I gestured to Dyenal, who was now visibly struggling to remain standing. The hybrid crystal pulsed with desperate energy as I continued. These dampening cells weren't designed for containment. They were designed for torture. They're slowly killing him, and in doing so, they're destroying something unique and precious. Our bond isn't just some magical curiosity to be studied. It's living proof that humans and elves can create something greater together than either of us could achieve alone. The magical circles of judgment swirled with evaluative energy as I reached for the hybrid crystal. Let me show you. Remove his dampening cuffs for just one moment, and I'll prove that our magic poses no threat to anyone. In fact, it might be the key to healing the ancient wounds between our peoples. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal gathering what remained of his strength, ready to support whatever demonstration I had planned. The stabilization pendant's hum grew more harmonious as the Lord Chief Justice considered my request. "This is highly irregular," he mused, studying me intently, "and potentially dangerous. What guarantee do we have that this demonstration won't threaten the safety of this court?" "I offer myself as surety." Kalis stepped forward again. "As a battle mage of the realm, I will personally contain any magical discharge that might occur. But having witnessed their combined magic firsthand, I can assure the court that the only thing we have to fear is losing this opportunity to witness something extraordinary." The Lord Chief Justice finally nodded, his decision made. The hybrid crystal flared with anticipation as guards moved to remove Dyenal's dampening cuffs. Through our bond, I felt his magic rushing back like a tidal wave, though his physical exhaustion remained evident. "Proceed with your demonstration," the Lord Chief Justice commanded. "But be warned, any sign of aggression will result in immediate containment." The stabilization pendant hummed with perfect harmony as I approached Dyenal in the center of the magical circle. Our runes created intricate patterns of power as we stood face to face, our combined magic already beginning to manifest visible auroras of light around us. "Trust me," I whispered through our bond, taking his hands in mine. The hybrid crystal blazed with unprecedented brilliance as our magical signatures merged completely for the first time in the presence of the entire court. What happened next left the assembled crowd breathless. The magical circles of judgment began to resonate with our combined power, their ancient runes transforming into new patterns never before seen. Through our bond, Dyenal and I channeled pure creation magic, manifesting a miniature version of the garden transformation within the courtroom itself. Flowers bloomed from marble floors, their petals shimmering with both human and elven magic. Vines of pure light wrapped around pillars, creating designs that merged the artistic traditions of both our peoples. The air itself seemed to sing with harmonious energy as our magic danced together in perfect synchronization. "Impossible," someone whispered, but the evidence was undeniable. The recording crystals captured every moment as we demonstrated healing magic, transformation spells, and protective enchantments that drew from both our magical traditions while creating something entirely new. "This is what's possible," I declared, my voice carrying clearly through the stunned silence. "Not just cooperation between humans and elves, but true unity. A new kind of magic that could help heal the wounds of the past and build a better future for both our peoples." Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's strength returning as our magic continued to flow together. The stabilization pendant's hum took on an almost triumphant tone as we completed our demonstration with a final display of protective magic that enveloped the entire chamber in a gentle, golden light. "My lords and ladies of the court," Elena spoke into the awed silence that followed. "You have just witnessed something unprecedented in magical history. Will you really allow ancient prejudices and outdated laws to destroy this remarkable achievement?" The Lord Chief Justice rose slowly from his seat, his expression thoughtful as he studied the lingering effects of our magic. "In all my years serving this court," he began carefully, "I have never seen anything quite like this. Perhaps it is time for our laws to evolve along with our understanding of magic itself." Chapter 22. The morning after the trial brought a different kind of tension to the palace. The hybrid crystal pulsed with steady warmth as I made my way through the now familiar corridors. Through our strengthened bond, I could feel Dyenal's presence more clearly than ever, though he was still recovering in the palace infirmary. The healers had insisted on keeping him under observation, concerned about the lingering effects of prolonged exposure to the dampening field. The stabilization pendant hummed contentedly as I approached his room, our runes creating patterns of relief and anticipation. However, I wasn't the only one planning an early visit. Standing outside Dyenal's door was a tall, elegant elven woman whose silver hair fell in intricate braids down her back. Even without the ceremonial robes of the silver forest nobility, I would have recognized Lady Sylvanie, Dyenal's mother. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's surprise and complex emotions at his mother's presence. The hybrid crystal flickered slightly as our eyes met across the corridor. "So," Lady Sylvanie spoke first, her voice musical yet carrying centuries of authority, "you're the human who has turned our world upside down." The stabilization pendant's hum took on a nervous quality as I straightened my spine. "My lady, I dash." She raised a hand, silencing me with gentle authority. "Walk with me, Lethania of Silverwood Academy. My son needs his rest, and we have much to discuss." Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's reassurance mixing with his own curiosity. The hybrid crystal pulsed steadily as I fell into step beside Lady Sylvanie, following her to the palace gardens, the very place where this latest chapter of our story had begun. "You showed great courage yesterday," she said finally, pausing beside a fountain whose waters seemed to sing with ancient magic. "And even greater wisdom in how you chose to demonstrate your bond." The morning light caught the delicate patterns of magic still lingering from our demonstration, creating rainbow-like effects in the air around us. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal listening intently to our conversation, though he remained respectfully silent. "I did what was necessary to protect him," I replied carefully. "The dampening cells were killing him." Lady Sylvanie's expression softened slightly. "Yes, they were. But that's not what I meant. You could have simply argued your case, relied on legal precedents and academic support. Instead, you chose to show them the truth, to make them feel what we elves have always known about the power of genuine magical bonds." Lady Sylvanie led me deeper into the gardens, where the morning dew still sparkled on leaves touched by both human and elven magic from yesterday's demonstration. The hybrid crystal pulsed gently as we walked, its light seeming to respond to the ancient elven magic that surrounded Dyenal's mother. "You know," she began, her voice carrying centuries of wisdom, "when Dyenal first told me about the kiss under the full moon, I was furious. Not just because you are human, but because I thought it was another example of human carelessness with our sacred traditions." The stabilization pendant hummed softly as she continued, her fingers trailing along flowering vines that seemed to reach toward her touch. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's attention sharpen, knowing his mother rarely shared such personal thoughts. "I spent centuries training to be a guardian of the sacred grove," Lady Sylvanie revealed, surprising me. "I understand better than most the weight of duty and tradition. When I chose to leave that path to marry Dyenal's father, many thought I was throwing away everything important." She paused beside a particularly beautiful arrangement of flowers that still held traces of our combined magic from the demonstration. "But love, real love, has a way of changing everything we think we know about duty and tradition." Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's emotion at hearing this previously unknown part of his mother's history. The hybrid crystal's light strengthened as Lady Sylvanie turned to face me directly. "Yesterday, when you and my son demonstrated your bond to the court, I saw something I haven't seen in centuries: pure, unfiltered magical harmony. The kind that can't be faked or forced, no matter how skilled the practitioners might be." Lady Sylvanie gestured to a secluded bench beneath an ancient willow tree. The hybrid crystal's light danced with the natural magic emanating from the tree as we sat. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's growing curiosity about his mother's unexpected openness. "What you may not know," she continued, her voice taking on a more intimate tone, "is that I was there when the last known human-elven bond was formed, nearly 3 centuries ago. I was still a novice guardian then, barely past my first century." The stabilization pendant hummed with interest as Lady Sylvanie's eyes grew distant with memory. "Their names were Erindril and Marcus. Their bond caused nearly as much controversy as yours, though for different reasons. They were both warriors, you see, at a time when our peoples were still officially at war. Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's surprise. This was clearly a story he had never heard before. The hybrid crystal pulsed steadily as his mother continued. Their bond manifested during a battle of all places. Instead of fighting each other, their magic suddenly merged, creating a shield that protected both armies from a devastating avalanche. The sight of their combined power, saving both human and elven lives without discrimination, helped pave the way for the peace treaties we still honor today. She turned to me, her violet eyes, so like Dyenal's, studying my face intently. But their story ended in tragedy. The political pressures, the constant scrutiny, the weight of being symbols rather than people, it slowly destroyed what they had built together. The stabilization pendant's hum took on a more somber tone as Lady Sylvanie reached out to touch the hybrid crystal at my throat. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's concern spike at this intimate gesture. "This," she said softly, "is different. What you and my son have created together isn't just about power or politics. It's about growth, about finding new ways forward without losing what makes each of us unique." Yesterday's demonstration proved that. Lady Sylvanie produced a small, ornate box from within her robes. The hybrid crystal responded immediately, its light pulsing in harmony with whatever lay within. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's recognition and amazement. "This belonged to Arundel and Marcus," she explained, opening the box to reveal a delicate crystal pendant, similar to but distinctly different from my own. "It's the only surviving artifact of their bond. I've kept it safe all these centuries, waiting for the right moment, the right people." The stabilization pendant's hum merged with the ancient crystal's resonance as Lady Sylvanie lifted it from its velvet nest. Through our connection, I could feel Dyenal's emotion growing stronger, understanding the significance of what his mother was sharing. "Their crystal was different from yours," she continued, holding it up to the morning light. "Theirs was forged in battle, in the desperate need to protect others. It carries that energy still, powerful but volatile. Yours," she gestured to my throat, "yours was born of choice, of curiosity and growing understanding. It creates rather than protects, transforms rather than preserves." The ancient crystal seemed to respond to her words, its light flickering like a distant memory. The hybrid crystal at my throat pulsed steadily, creating intricate patterns of light that danced with its predecessor's glow. "I've watched you both these past months," Lady Sylvanie said softly. "Not just during the trial, but in all the small moments. The way you learn from each other, support each other, challenge each other to grow. Your bond isn't just about magic, it's about building something new while honoring what came before." Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's pride and love wash over me, strengthened by his mother's words. The stabilization pendant's hum took on an almost musical quality as Lady Sylvanie carefully returned the ancient crystal to its box. "That's why I'm here," she declared, her violet eyes meeting mine with fierce intensity. "Not just to share history or offer wisdom, but to give you my blessing, both of you. Whatever challenges lie ahead, know that you have an ally in the Silver Forest." Lady Sylvanie stood, drawing from within her robes another, smaller package wrapped in silvery leaves. The hybrid crystal pulsed with curiosity as she handed it to me. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's recognition and deep emotion at the sight of the familiar wrapping. "This is a family heirloom," she explained, her voice soft with memory. "It's been passed down through generations of Silver Forest guardians. I had intended it for Dyenal when he completed his training, but now," she gestured for me to open it. The stabilization pendant hummed in harmony as I carefully unwrapped the delicate leaves, revealing a small crystal vial filled with what appeared to be liquid starlight. Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's sharp intake of breath. "Moon water from the first spring," Lady Sylvanie explained, her eyes gleaming. "Gathered during the very first full moon after the great tree took root. It has profound properties when used by those with true magical bonds." The hybrid crystal's light seemed to dance with the shimmer of the ancient liquid as she continued. "When properly used, it can strengthen magical bonds beyond their natural limits. But more importantly, it can help stabilize them during times of great change or stress." Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's understanding of the gift's significance wash over me. The stabilization pendant's hum took on an almost reverent quality as Lady Sylvanie placed her hands over mine, still holding the precious vial. The coming months will not be easy, she warned, her voice carrying centuries of wisdom. The court may have accepted your bond, but there are still those who fear what it represents. Change never comes without resistance, and you two represent more change than our worlds have seen in centuries. The morning light caught the moon otter, sending rainbow-like reflections across the garden. Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's strength and determination mixing with my own. But you won't face these challenges alone, Lady Sylvanie continued, squeezing my hands gently. The silver forest stands with you, as do I. Use this gift wisely. It may prove crucial in the trials ahead. She stepped back, her elegant form seeming to shimmer slightly in the morning light. Now, I believe my son is waiting rather impatiently to see you. He's been following our entire conversation through your bond, hasn't he? I couldn't help but smile, feeling Dyenal's sheepish acknowledgement through our connection. The hybrid crystal pulsed with warmth as Lady Sylvanie gestured toward the palace. Go to him, she said softly. And remember what I've shared today. Your bond is more than just magic or tradition. It's a bridge between worlds, a chance to heal ancient wounds and build something entirely new. Guard it well. Chapter 23. The news arrived with the dawn, carried by an exhausted messenger whose wings still sparkled with elven transport magic. The hybrid crystal pulsed with urgency as I read the scroll bearing the seal of both the Academy and the Silver Forest Council. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's immediate tension. He had received similar news in the infirmary. Dark creatures, ancient and terrible, had emerged from the depths of the Shadowlands, threatening the borders of the elven realm. The great tree itself was showing signs of distress, its magical emanations becoming erratic and unstable. The stabilization pendant hummed with nervous energy as I hurried through the palace corridors, my mind racing with the implications. Magistra Elena met me halfway, her silver hair disheveled, and her usually immaculate robes showing signs of hasty dressing. You've received the summons, she asked, though it wasn't really a question. Through our connection, I felt Dyenal already preparing to leave his bed, despite the healer's protests. The Academy is mobilizing all senior students and faculty, Elena continued as we walked briskly toward the council chambers. This isn't just about defending the elven lands anymore. If the great tree falls, the magical balance of both our worlds will be devastated. The hybrid crystal's light flickered as we entered the chambers, where an emergency session was already underway. The room was filled with a mix of human and elven leaders, their usual political differences set aside in the face of this greater threat. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's approach before I saw him. He entered the chamber leaning slightly on a crystal staff, still pale from his time in the dampening cells, but determined to participate. The stabilization pendant's hum strengthened as he took his place beside me. The situation is grave, Lord Commander Thieler, leader of the elven military forces, addressed the assembly. The creatures we face are unlike anything we've encountered in centuries. They seem to feed on magic itself, growing stronger with each barrier they breach. Magical projections filled the air, showing the advancing shadow forms that threatened the elven borders. The hybrid crystal pulsed with recognition. These were the same creatures from the ancient texts I'd studied, the ones that had nearly destroyed both human and elven civilizations during the First Age. Our traditional defenses are failing, Thieler continued, his voice heavy with concern. The creatures absorb elven magic, and human spells seem to pass through them without effect. We need something new, something they haven't encountered before. Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's sudden realization mirror my own. The stabilization pendant's hum took on an almost excited quality as we exchanged glances. Our combined magic, the unique fusion we demonstrated in court, might be exactly what was needed. The council chamber erupted into heated discussion as Lord Commander Thieler finished his report. The hybrid crystal pulsed rhythmically as various leaders proposed and dismissed strategies. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's growing certainty about what needed to be done. "My lords and ladies," he spoke up, his voice carrying despite his weakened state. "There may be a solution we haven't considered." The stabilization pendant hummed with anticipation as all eyes turned to us. The combined magic that Lethania and I demonstrated during the trial, Dyenal continued. It's not just a fusion of human and elven power, it's something entirely new. Something these creatures have never encountered before. Through our connection, I felt his determination strengthening as he gestured to the magical projections. "Look at their attack patterns. They're prepared for either pure elven magic or pure human spells. But our combined power," he turned to me, violet eyes intense. "Show them." The hybrid crystal flared brilliantly as I stepped forward, joining my magic with Dyenal's. Together, we created a small demonstration of our unique power, similar to what we'd shown in court, but with a defensive focus. The shadows in the room seemed to recoil from our combined light. "Fascinating," Magistra Elena murmured, studying the magical patterns we'd created. "The resonance is completely different from traditional spells. These creatures might not be able to absorb or resist it." Lord Commander Thieler stroked his chin thoughtfully. "But can this type of magic be replicated on a larger scale? We need to protect the entire border of the Silver Forest, not just create localized effects." Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's excitement as he remembered something. The stabilization pendant's hum took on an urgent quality as he spoke again. "The moon water from the first spring, Mother, the gift you gave us. Could it help amplify our magic across a wider area?" Lady Sylvani stepped forward, her presence commanding immediate attention. The hybrid crystal responded to her proximity, its light merging with the ancient magic that surrounded her. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's hope rising as his mother spoke. "The moon water from the first spring is more than just an heirloom," she explained, her voice carrying centuries of wisdom. "It contains the pure essence of the great tree's earliest magic, before the separation of human and elven magical traditions. When combined with a true magical bond," she gestured to Dyenal and me, "its power could indeed be amplified across vast distances." The stabilization pendant hummed with increasing intensity as Lord Commander Thieler leaned forward, suddenly alert. "How quickly could such a defense be established?" "There's more," I interjected, remembering my research. "The ancient texts speak of a ritual called the Binding of Realms. It was used during the First Age to create protective barriers that drew power from both human and elven magic simultaneously." Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's excitement growing as he caught onto my train of thought. The hybrid crystal pulsed rhythmically as he added, "If we combine that ritual with the moon water and our unique bond, we could create a new kind of barrier," Magistra Elena finished, her eyes shining with academic fervor. "One that these creatures wouldn't know how to counter." The council chamber erupted into urgent discussions as military leaders and magical theorists debated the feasibility of our proposal. Through our bond, Dyenal and I began mentally preparing for what such a ritual would require. "There's a risk," Lady Sylvani warned, her violet eyes, so like her son's, fixed upon us. "The Munwater's power, combined with such an ancient ritual and your already unique bond, it could have unprecedented effects. Are you both willing to take that chance?" The hybrid crystal flared brilliantly as Dyenal reached for my hand, our magic automatically intertwining. Through our connection, we shared a moment of perfect understanding. Whatever the risks, we would face them together. The council chamber quickly transformed into a center of frenzied preparation. The hybrid crystal pulsed with increasing urgency as maps and ancient texts were brought forth. Through our bond, Dyenal and I worked in perfect synchronization, combining our knowledge of both human and elven magical theory. "The ritual will require 3 focal points," Magistra Elena explained, marking locations on the magical projection. "One at the Great Tree itself, one at Silverwood Academy, and one at the point where the shadow creatures are strongest." The stabilization pendant hummed with growing intensity as Lady Sylvani carefully removed the vial of moon otter from its protective wrapping. "The moon otter must be divided equally between these 3 points," she instructed. "Its power will create the foundation for your combined magic to build upon." Through our connection, Dyenal and I began mentally rehearsing the complex spell patterns we would need to maintain. The hybrid crystal's light created intricate designs in the air as we practiced, our magic automatically seeking to merge and strengthen. "There's something else," Lord Commander Thieler interjected, his expression grave. "The shadow creatures are strongest at the northern border, where the ancient battlefields still hold echoes of the First Age wars. The magical residue there could either enhance or destabilize the ritual." The room fell silent as everyone considered the implications. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's concern mixing with determination. The stabilization pendant's hum took on a more complex rhythm as Lady Sylvanie stepped forward again. "The moon water contains the pure essence of harmony between human and elven magic," she reminded us. "If used correctly, it could actually help cleanse those ancient battlefields, turning the residual magic from a threat into an asset. But the timing must be perfect," Magistra Elena added, her scholarly mind already calculating the possibilities. "The ritual needs to begin at moonrise, when the natural magical currents are strongest. And all 3 focal points must be activated simultaneously." Through our connection, Dyenal and I shared a moment of perfect understanding. The hybrid crystal flared brilliantly as we reached the same conclusion: we would need to separate to make this work. "I'll take the great tree focal point," Dyenal declared, his voice steady despite his recent recovery. The hybrid crystal pulsed with determination as he continued, "My connection to the ancient magics there will be strongest." "Then I'll handle the position at Silverwood Academy," I responded, feeling his approval through our bond. The stabilization pendant hummed with growing intensity as Lady Sylvanie stepped forward. "I will take the northern border," she announced, surprising everyone. "My experience as a former guardian of the sacred grove will help stabilize the magical currents there." Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's mixture of pride and concern for his mother. The hybrid crystal's light created intricate patterns as Lord Commander Thieler began organizing the defensive forces that would protect each focal point during the ritual. "The moon water must be divided precisely," Magistra Elena instructed, producing 3 identical crystal vials. Even a drop's difference could destabilize the entire ritual. With careful precision, Lady Sylvanie began transferring the precious liquid. The stabilization pendant's hum grew more complex as we reviewed the ancient texts one final time. Through our bond, Dyenal and I practiced the intricate spell patterns we would need to maintain across vast distances. "There's one more thing," Lady Sylvanie said softly, drawing us aside. "Once the ritual begins, your bond will be tested in ways we cannot predict. The separation, combined with the Moonwater's power and the ancient magics we're invoking, you must be prepared for anything." The hybrid crystal flared brilliantly as Dyenal took my hands in his. Through our connection, we shared a moment of perfect understanding. Whatever challenges lay ahead, our bond would endure. "We have 2 hours until moonrise," Lord Commander Thieler announced. "Transport crystals are being prepared for each team. Remember, timing is crucial. All 3 focal points must be activated simultaneously." As the council chamber erupted into final preparations, Dyenal and I found a quiet moment together. The stabilization pendant hummed softly as we held each other close, knowing we would soon be separated by leagues of distance. "Be careful," he whispered, his violet eyes intense. Through our bond, I felt his love and concern washing over me like a wave. "You too," I replied, touching the hybrid crystal at my throat. "Remember, no matter how far apart we are, our magic is strongest together." As we prepared to part ways, Lady Sylvanie's words echoed in my mind. Whatever unprecedented effects the ritual might have, whatever challenges we would face, our bond had already proven stronger than tradition, prejudice, and even the law itself. Now it would be tested against the very shadows that once threatened to destroy both our worlds. Chapter 24. The moonrise approached with terrifying speed. The hybrid crystal pulsed with an almost frantic energy as I took my position at Silverwood Academy's highest tower. Through our bond, I could feel Dyenal's presence at the great tree, though leagues separated us. The stabilization pendant hummed with anticipation as the final preparations were made. Around me, the Academy's most powerful mages formed protective circles, their spells creating layers of shimmering barriers. Through our connection, I sensed similar preparations around Dyenal and at the northern border where Lady Sylvanie waited. The vial of moon otter seemed to glow with its own inner light as I carefully secured it to the ritual altar. Magistra Elena's voice carried across the tower platform. The shadow creatures have breached the outer defensive lines. They'll reach the great tree within the hour if we don't succeed. The hybrid crystal flared brilliantly as I felt Dyenal's response through our bond, a mixture of determination and concern. The stabilization pendant's hum grew more intense as the first rays of moonlight touched the tower's crystalline spires. Remember, Elena continued, her voice tight with tension, all 3 focal points must be activated simultaneously. The moon otter must be released at exactly the right moment, or the entire ritual could collapse. Through our connection, I could feel Dyenal beginning the preliminary incantations at the great tree. The ancient magic there responded to his presence, creating patterns of light that matched the hybrid crystal's pulse. At the northern border, Lady Sylvanie's power was already working to stabilize the chaotic energies of the old battlefield. The shadow creature's approach was visible now, a writhing mass of darkness that consumed everything in its path. The protective barriers around the academy trembled as waves of anti-magic rolled off the advancing horde. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's growing urgency. The great tree itself was beginning to show signs of distress. Now! Elena's command cut through the night air as the moon reached its zenith. The hybrid crystal blazed with unprecedented power as I began the ritual, my magic reaching out across the leagues to merge with Dyenal's. The stabilization pendant's hum rose to a crescendo as Lady Sylvanie's power joined ours, creating a triangle of pure magical energy. The moon otter in all 3 vials began to rise, defying gravity as it responded to our combined power. Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's complete focus as we synchronized our movements, our magic, our very breath. The ancient words of the Binding of Realms ritual flowed from our lips in perfect harmony, though we were separated by vast distances. The moment the moon water was released, reality itself seemed to shudder. The hybrid crystal blazed with blinding intensity as our combined magic created something entirely new, a fusion of human, elven, and ancient power that had never before existed. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's amazement mirror my own as golden light erupted from all 3 focal points. The stabilization pendant's hum reached impossible frequencies as the magic began to spread, creating a web of interconnected power that stretched across the land. Through our connection, I could see through Dyenal's eyes as the great tree responded, its ancient magic joining with our ritual in ways not seen since the first age. The barriers are forming. Magistra Elena's voice carried over the magical maelstrom. But the shadow creatures, they're adapting. She was right. The writhing darkness seemed to pulse and shift, testing our newly formed defenses. The hybrid crystal pulsed urgently as through our bond, I felt Dyenal's strain at the great tree. Lady Sylvanie's power at the northern border flickered as the shadows pressed against her position. "Hold steady," Elena commanded. "The Moonwater's power hasn't fully integrated yet." The stabilization pendant's hum took on an almost painful intensity as we fought to maintain the ritual. Through our connection, I could feel Dyenal drawing on reserves of strength I didn't know he possessed. At the northern border, Lady Sylvanie's centuries of experience as a guardian helped her weather the shadow creature's assault. Suddenly, the hybrid crystal's light changed, taking on a silvery quality that seemed to mirror the moonlight itself. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's recognition. This was what his mother had warned us about, the unprecedented effects of combining the moon water with our unique magic. The golden web of power began to transform, becoming something more crystalline, more permanent. The shadow creatures recoiled as the new magic touched them, their darkness seeming to dissolve where it came into contact with our combined power. The transformation of our magic continued to accelerate. The hybrid crystal's light now filled the entire sky, creating aurora-like patterns that stretched from horizon to horizon. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's amazement as the great tree began to sing, a sound not heard since the first age. The stabilization pendant's hum harmonized with the tree song, creating a symphony of magical frequencies that made the very air vibrate. Through our connection, I could sense Lady Sylvania at the northern border, her ancient knowledge helping to guide and shape the unprecedented power we had unleashed. The barriers. Magistra Elena's voice carried a note of wonder. They're not just stopping the shadows, they're transforming them. She was right. Where our crystalline barriers touched the shadow creatures, they weren't simply being destroyed, they were changing, becoming something else entirely. The hybrid crystal pulsed with recognition as we realized what was happening. The moonwater's pure essence was cleansing the ancient corruption that had created these beings in the first place. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's sudden understanding. The shadows, his voice echoed in my mind. They're returning to their original form, the lost spirits of the First Age. The stabilization pendant's hum reached a fever pitch as the transformation spread like wildfire. At the northern border, Lady Sylvania's voice carried across our magical connection, the battlefield. The ancient residue, it's being purified. The hybrid crystal's light took on an almost liquid quality as the Munwater's power fully integrated with our combined magic. Through our connection, I could feel Dyenal drawing on the great tree's strength, channeling it into the purification process. The shadow creatures, once terrifying and destructive, were becoming beings of pure light. But the strain was immense. The stabilization pendant vibrated with warning as our unprecedented fusion of magics threatened to overwhelm us. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's exhaustion matching my own. At the northern border, even Lady Sylvania's centuries of experience were being tested to their limit. Hold on. Elena's voice cut through the magical chaos. The transformation is nearly complete. The hybrid crystal flared with one final, blinding pulse as the last of the shadow creatures were transformed. The golden web of our combined power crystallized permanently into the landscape, creating a new kind of barrier, one that would protect both human and elven realms not through force, but through purification and harmony. The aftermath of the transformation was both beautiful and terrifying. The hybrid crystal's light had settled into a steady, pulsing glow that seemed to mirror the heartbeat of the world itself. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's consciousness wavering as the immense magical expenditure took its toll. The stabilization pendant hummed with warning as our powers began to fluctuate dangerously. The barriers are stable, Magistra Elena announced, her voice tight with concern, but the magical backlash is building. We need to disconnect from the ritual, carefully. Through our connection, I could feel Lady Sylvania at the northern border, her ancient knowledge guiding us through the delicate process of untangling our combined magics. The hybrid crystal's light began to separate into distinct streams, human, elven, and the new crystalline power we had created together. But something was wrong. The stabilization pendant's hum became erratic as the magical energies refused to fully separate. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's panic matching my own as we realized what was happening. Our magic had become too deeply intertwined during the ritual. The Moon Otter. Lady Sylvania's voice carried across our connection. It's changed the fundamental nature of your bond. The magic can't be separated because it's no longer meant to be separate. The hybrid crystal flared with understanding as the truth became clear. The unprecedented effects we had been warned about weren't just about the ritual itself. They had permanently altered the very essence of our magical bond. Through our connection, I felt Dyenal's recognition of this new reality. Don't fight it, Elena advised, her scholarly mind quickly adapting to the situation. Let the energies settle naturally. Your bond is evolving into something we've never seen before, something that might be crucial for maintaining these new barriers. The stabilization pendant's hum gradually steadied as we stopped trying to force the separation. Instead, we allowed our combined magic to find its own balance, creating a new kind of harmony between human and elven power. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's exhaustion giving way to wonder as we discovered the extent of our transformation. The transformed spirits, once shadow creatures, began to gather around each focal point, their pure light adding strength to the barriers we had created. At the northern border, Lady Sylvania worked to guide these ancient beings, helping them adjust to their restored forms. The hybrid crystal pulsed with recognition as we realized these spirits would become the guardians of our new magical defenses. As the magical energies finally settled, the full scope of what we had accomplished began to emerge. The hybrid crystal's light had become a permanent part of the landscape, creating ribbons of crystalline power that connected all three focal points. Through our bond, which now felt deeper and more intricate than ever before, Dyenal and I could sense the profound changes that had occurred not just in the world around us, but within ourselves. The stabilization pendant's hum had evolved into a complex melody that seemed to echo the great tree's ancient song. Through our connection, we could feel Lady Sylvanie working with the transformed spirits, helping them adjust to their new roles as guardians of the barriers we had created. Each spirit carried a fragment of our combined magic, their light pulsing in harmony with the hybrid crystal's glow. The magical readings are unprecedented, Magistra Elena announced, her voice filled with academic wonder as she studied the energy patterns around us. The barriers aren't just defensive structures, they're actually healing the ancient wounds in the magical fabric of both realms. Through our bond, I felt Dyenal's understanding merge with my own as we realized the true significance of what the Moonwater had helped us achieve. The stabilization pendant's song grew stronger as we observed the effects spreading across the land. Wherever our crystalline barriers touched, the centuries-old divide between human and elven magic began to heal. The great tree, Lady Sylvanie's voice carried across our connection. It's responding in ways I've never seen before. The ancient records speak of a time when human and elven magic were one, before the Great Divide. What you've created here, it's a bridge back to that harmony. The hybrid crystal pulsed with renewed energy as the transformed spirits began to take up their positions along the barriers. Through our bond, Dyenal and I could feel each spirit's connection to our combined magic, creating a vast network of protection and healing that stretched across both realms. But the changes in your bond, Elena observed, studying us with concern, they appear to be permanent. The fusion of human and elven magic within you both has created something entirely new, something that might be crucial for maintaining this new balance. The stabilization pendant's melody confirmed her words as we felt the depth of our transformation. Through our connection, which now seemed to operate on multiple magical frequencies simultaneously, we could sense the intricate web of power that bound us not just to each other, but to the very fabric of both worlds. Lady Sylvanie approached us, her eyes gleaming with pride and wonder. "You've done more than just stop the shadow creatures," she said softly. "You've created a new path forward, a way for both our peoples to heal and grow together. The barriers you've created will protect our realms not through separation, but through unity." As the moon began to set, casting its silver light across the transformed landscape, Dyenal and I stood together, our magic flowing between us in ways that defied all previous understanding. The hybrid crystal's light pulsed with the promise of a new dawn, one where the ancient divisions between human and elven magic might finally begin to heal. Chapter 25. The aftermath of the great battle brought both celebration and solemnity. The hybrid crystal pulsed with gentle warmth as Lethania and Dyenal stood together at the great tree, surveying the transformed landscape. Through their strengthened bond, they could feel the new magical barriers humming with life, maintained by the purified spirits that had once been shadow creatures. The stabilization pendant's melody had become a constant companion, its complex harmonies reflecting the unprecedented fusion of human and elven magic that now flowed through them both. Through their connection, they could sense the profound changes that had occurred not just in the world around them, but in the very fabric of reality itself. "The Council of Elders wishes to speak with you both," Lady Sylvanie announced, approaching them with a mixture of pride and reverence. The hybrid crystal flickered in response to her presence, its light intermingling with the ancient magic that surrounded her. Through their bond, Lethania felt Dyenal's nervous anticipation. The last time they had faced the council, it had been as accused criminals. Now, they stood as the saviors of both realms, their unique connection having proved more powerful than anyone could have imagined. The great hall of the Elven Council was filled to capacity, with both human and elven leaders gathered to witness this historic moment. The stabilization pendant hummed with increasing intensity as they approached the central dais, where the most ancient and powerful members of both societies waited. What you have accomplished, the High Elder began, his voice carrying centuries of wisdom, goes beyond mere victory in battle. You have restored something that was lost during the First Age, the true harmony between human and elven magic. Through their connection, Lethania and Dyenal shared memories of their journey, from that first impulsive kiss at the New Year's Eve ball to the moment their combined magic had transformed the shadow creatures. The hybrid crystal's light danced with these memories, creating patterns that told their story in pure magical energy. The barriers you have created, Magistra Elena added, stepping forward to address the assembly, are unlike anything recorded in our histories. They don't just protect our realms, they actively heal the ancient wounds that have divided our peoples for centuries. Lady Sylvani moved to stand beside her son and daughter-in-law, her presence adding weight to the moment. The Moonwater's gift, she explained, combined with your unique bond, has created something entirely new, a bridge between our worlds that can never be broken. The great hall fell silent as the High Elder raised his hand, the hybrid crystal's light casting intricate shadows across the ancient walls. Through their strengthened bond, Lethania and Dyenal could feel the weight of history pressing down upon them as the Elder continued his address. For centuries, we believed that the separation of human and elven magic was natural and necessary, he intoned, his voice carrying centuries of wisdom. But what you have shown us through your bond challenges everything we thought we knew. The stabilization pendant's melody grew more complex as Lady Sylvani stepped forward, producing an ancient scroll that seemed to glow with its own inner light. Through their connection, Dyenal recognized it as one of the First Age prophecies, kept hidden in the deepest vaults of the great tree. This prophecy speaks of a time when two hearts shall bridge the ancient divide, and magic shall flow as one once more, she read, her voice trembling with emotion. We always assumed it referred to some distant future, but now we understand. It speaks of you. The hybrid crystal pulsed with recognition as Magistra Elena joined the discussion, her scholarly expertise adding weight to the moment. The magical readings we've recorded since the battle are unprecedented. The barriers you've created aren't just defensive structures, they're actually healing the fabric of reality itself. Through their bond, Lethania and Dyenal shared memories of their journey, from that first impulsive kiss to their current position as bridges between two worlds. The stabilization pendant hummed in harmony with their thoughts, its song now an integral part of the new magic they had created. But there's more. Lady Sylvani continued, her violet eyes, so like her son's, shining with pride. The transformed spirits, the ones you purified from shadow creatures, they've begun to teach us things about the First Age that we had forgotten. Knowledge that was lost when our people separated is being restored. The High Elder raised his staff, causing the hybrid crystal's light to merge with the ancient magic of the Great Hall. Through their deepened bond, Lethania and Dyenal could sense the momentous nature of what was about to unfold. In light of what you have achieved, the Elder proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority, the Council has made an unprecedented decision. We propose the creation of a new institution, one that will bridge our worlds just as you have done. The stabilization pendant's melody swelled as Lady Sylvani stepped forward again, unrolling another ancient scroll. Through their connection, Lethania and Dyenal shared a moment of perfect understanding as they realized what was being offered. The Academy of Unified Magic, Magistra Elena announced, her eyes shining with academic excitement. A place where humans and elves can study together, learning to combine their magical traditions as you have done. And we want you both to be its first instructors. The hybrid crystal pulsed with increasing intensity as the transformed spirits gathered around the hall, their pure light creating intricate patterns that seemed to echo the ancient prophecies. Through their bond, Lethania felt Dyenal's joy mixing with her own as they contemplated this new chapter in their lives. But there's more, Lady Sylvani added, her voice filled with maternal pride. The changes in your magical bond, they're spreading. Other human-elven couples who were previously hiding their relationships have reported similar transformations in their magic. You've opened a door that cannot be closed. The stabilization pendant song took on a triumphant note as Lord Commander Theler stepped forward. The barriers you've created will need guardians, ones who understand both human and elven magic. We propose creating a new order, combining the traditions of both our peoples. Through their connection, Lethania and Dyenal began to see visions of the future, a future where their unique bond would become a template for a new kind of harmony between their peoples. The hybrid crystal's light created images in the air, showing glimpses of what might be, children with both human and elven magic, new forms of spells that combined both traditions, and a world where the ancient divide was finally healing. Your story, the High Elder concluded, will be recorded in both human and elven histories as the beginning of a new age. The prophecy has been fulfilled, but your journey is far from over. Will you accept this responsibility? Through their strengthened bond, Lethania and Dyenal shared a single glance before stepping forward together. The hybrid crystal's light created a halo around them as they faced the assembled leaders of both realms. The stabilization pendant's melody reached a crescendo as they prepared to accept their new role in shaping the future. "We accept," they spoke in perfect unison, their combined voices carrying the weight of both human and elven authority. Through their connection, their magic flowed together, creating visible patterns of light that danced through the great hall. Lady Sylvani stepped forward, producing an ancient artifact that had been hidden in the deepest vaults of the great tree. "This is the crown of unity," she explained, her voice thick with emotion. "It was created during the First Age, meant to be worn by those who could bridge our worlds. It has remained dormant for centuries, waiting for the right moment and the right people." The hybrid crystal pulsed with recognition as the crown was placed between them. Through their bond, they could sense the ancient magic within it responding to their presence. The stabilization pendant's song merged with the crown's dormant power, creating harmonies that hadn't been heard since the world was young. "The Academy of Unified Magic will be built here," Magistra Elena announced, gesturing to a magical projection that showed the planned location, directly between the human and elven territories. The transformed spirits have already begun preparing the ground, infusing it with the same harmonious magic that you created during the battle. Through their connection, Lethania and Dyenal could see the future taking shape. The hybrid crystal's light created vivid images, students of both races studying together, new forms of magic being discovered, families celebrating unions that would have been forbidden just months ago. Lord Commander Thieler stepped forward with a set of ancient scrolls. "These contain the combined magical knowledge of both our peoples," he explained. "They've been kept separate for centuries, but now it's time to unite them once again. Your first task will be to create a new curriculum that honors both traditions while forging something entirely new." The stabilization pendant hummed with approval as Lady Sylvani revealed another surprise. "The transformed spirits have shown us something remarkable," she said, her eyes gleaming. "The children of human-elven unions, they possess unique magical abilities that we're only beginning to understand. Your own children will be among the first of a new generation of magic users." Through their bond, Lethania felt Dyenal's joy mixing with her own at this revelation. The hybrid crystal flared brilliantly as they contemplated this future, their future, together. The great hall erupted in applause as they stepped forward to accept the crown of unity, its ancient magic awakening fully for the first time in centuries. As the sun set on that historic day, Lethania and Dyenal stood together on the balcony of the great hall, the crown of unity gleaming softly between them. The hybrid crystal's light merged with the fading daylight, creating a spectacular display that seemed to symbolize the merging of their two worlds. Through their strengthened bond, they could feel the pulse of the new magic they had helped create, flowing through the land like life-giving rivers. The stabilization pendant's melody had evolved into a complex symphony, incorporating elements of both human and elven music. Through their connection, they could sense the transformed spirits taking up their positions along the barriers, their pure light creating a protective network that stretched across both realms. "Do you remember?" Dyenal asked softly, his violet eyes reflecting the sunset's colors, "that night at the New Year's Eve ball? When you kissed me under the full moon?" The hybrid crystal pulsed with shared memories as Lethania smiled. "How could I forget? I was so terrified of having to kiss an elf, I had no idea I was actually fulfilling an ancient prophecy. Lady Sylvanie approached them, carrying an ornate book bound in crystal and silver. This will be the first volume in the new library of unified magic, she explained, opening it to reveal blank pages that seemed to shimmer with potential. Your story will be its first entry, not just as a historical record, but as a guide for future generations. Through their bond, they felt the weight of this responsibility, but also the joy of the path ahead. The stabilization pendant hummed with anticipation as Magistra Elena joined them, carrying architectural plans for the Academy of Unified Magic. The transformed spirits have shown us something remarkable, she announced, her eyes bright with excitement. The ground where the academy will be built, it contains crystals similar to your hybrid crystal. They've been dormant for centuries, waiting for the right moment to awaken. The hybrid crystal flared brilliantly as Lord Commander Thieler arrived with news from the borders. The barriers continue to strengthen, he reported. And more importantly, we've discovered ancient ruins beneath them, training grounds from the First Age, when humans and elves studied magic together. Through their connection, Lethania and Dyenal shared a vision of the future, students of both races learning together, new forms of magic being discovered, families celebrating unions that would have been forbidden just months ago. The crown of unity began to glow, responding to their shared purpose. There's one more thing, Lady Sylvanie said softly, producing a small crystal vial filled with a familiar silvery liquid. The moon otter. It wasn't consumed in the ritual. Instead, it transformed, becoming something new. We believe it will be needed for future ceremonies, as more couples follow your path. The stabilization pendant's song reached a perfect harmony as Lethania and Dyenal faced each other, the crown of unity floating between them. Through their bond, they shared not just thoughts and feelings, but a complete understanding of their role in this new age. Together, Dyenal asked, extending his hand. Always, Lethania replied, taking it. As they placed the crown of unity on their heads together, its ancient magic awakening fully, the hybrid crystal's light exploded in a brilliant display that could be seen for leagues in all directions. The transformed spirits sang in harmony with the stabilization pendant, their pure light creating patterns that told the story of two hearts that had bridged an ancient divide. And so began a new chapter in the history of both realms, not as separate peoples bound by ancient prejudices, but as one unified world, where love and magic flowed freely between all hearts that were brave enough to reach across the divide. Epilogue. 10 years had passed since the great battle that transformed both realms. The hybrid crystal, now permanently installed at the heart of the Academy of Unified Magic, pulsed with a steady, comforting rhythm that echoed through the halls of learning. Through their ever-strengthening bond, Lethania and Dyenal watched as their dream took physical form around them. The stabilization pendant, now replicated for each new human-elven couple that followed their path, hung in a place of honor in the Academy's central chamber. Its melody had become the unofficial anthem of the new age, its harmonies representing the perfect blend of human and elven magic that they had pioneered. Mother, Father, a young voice called out across the Academy's courtyard. Their daughter, Sylviana, named after her grandmother, came running toward them, her silver-streaked hair catching the sunlight. At 7 years old, she already showed signs of possessing both human and elven magical abilities, her hybrid nature a living testament to the new world they had helped create. Through their bond, Lethania and Dyenal shared a moment of pure joy as they watched their daughter practice her magic. The hybrid crystal flared in response to the child's attempts, recognizing in her the same unique combination of powers that had first manifested in her parents. Lady Sylvanie, now the head of the Council of Unified Magic, approached with their 4-year-old son, Thieler, in her arms. The boy's violet eyes, so like his father's, sparkled with mischief as he created tiny butterflies of pure magical energy, a feat that would have been impossible before the merging of human and elven magic. The latest reports from the border settlements are extremely promising, Lady Sylvanie announced, her pride evident in her voice. The number of human-elven unions has tripled in the past year alone. The transformed spirits say the magical fabric of both realms is healing faster than we could have hoped. The stabilization pendant hummed with approval as Magistra Elena joined them, carrying a stack of newly bound books. The first comprehensive history of unified magic is ready for publication, she said excitedly. Your story forms the cornerstone, of course, but we've included accounts from every human elven couple who has followed your path. Through their connection, Lethania and Dyenal reflected on how far they had come from that impulsive kiss at the New Year's Eve ball. The hybrid crystal's light created patterns in the air that seemed to tell their story, from reluctant partners to devoted lovers, from outcasts to leaders of a new magical tradition. Lord Commander Thieler, now their closest ally in maintaining the barriers, arrived with news from the furthest reaches of both realms. The healing continues to spread, he reported. Even the most remote areas are experiencing the benefits of unified magic. And the transformed spirits, they've begun teaching us things about the First Age that we never imagined possible. The Crown of Unity, which they now shared with other human-elven couples during special ceremonies, gleamed softly in its crystal case. Through their bond, they could feel its ancient magic resonating with the new power they had helped bring into the world. As the sun set on another day at the academy, Lethania and Dyenal gathered their children close, watching as students of both races practiced their magic together in the courtyard. The hybrid crystal's light merged with the fading daylight, creating a spectacular display that reminded everyone of the battle that had changed their world. Do you ever regret it? Dyenal asked softly, though he already knew the answer through their bond. That kiss that started everything? Lethania smiled, watching as Sylviana created a perfect blend of human and elven magic, her young face alight with wonder. Never, she replied, squeezing his hand. It was the best mistake I ever made. The stabilization pendant's song reached a perfect harmony as they stood together, their family a living symbol of the unity they had helped create. Through their connection, they shared not just thoughts and feelings, but a complete understanding of the legacy they would leave behind, a world where love knew no boundaries, and magic flowed freely between all hearts brave enough to reach across the divide. And so their story became legend, passed down through generations as a testament to the power of love to transform not just two hearts, but entire worlds. The tale of the human mage and the elven guardian who dared to love across ancient boundaries would be told and retold, inspiring countless others to follow their path toward a future where magic and love knew no limits.